whenever nothing interesting was happening in the space. And luckily, if you find enough smart people and are passionate enough about the industry, you can still have compelling conversations. But it took 8 people to show up to a panel every single week for whatever it's been 140 combined episodes in order to build that community and to commit to something that's of quality and not just screaming about token going up or down. And so it's really a group effort, and I think so much of it is what everybody here is already doing, which is like finding your cohort of people that are going to be who you build alongside, and how much that can uplift everybody around you as you go into the good times, hopefully not too far away,
I think for the benefit of those who may not know, can you explain briefly what Wolves DAO is all about? There might be people here who aren't familiar.
Yeah, absolutely. So Wolves DAO is kind of unique. It's completely unfinancialized, if that's possible, in Web3. So it's only 300 people. You can't buy an NFT to get your way in. You can't pay us money. You can't buy a token. There's none of that. We cull every single week. We call it the purge once a month, where we kick out usually about 15 members to continue to get people in there that are super active and passionate about the space. And because of that, the 300 people that we have are super, super diehard. If you're around long enough and you contribute enough, you can mint a Soulbound token that really represents like the core of our membership. And pretty much all the Wolves that are at the house have their Soulbound token. Shout out to Seabass, who's going to get his Soulbound token while we're here. It's going to be awesome.
How many are there here?
I think we have, 15 to 20 Wolves DAO members out of the 300.
Thank you. YP.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for not purging me, Wolves DAO. But anyways, throwing back to the lows, I remember 2022. Whoa, that was crazy. Why? Is because there's not much game releases. You have to still make content and to stay afloat. For me, I had to find different ways. At one point, I almost fired Emily because I told her like, I can't sustain myself anymore. I had to find different ways to sustain myself as a content creator. And then through there, I managed to find, just like what Alice said, I managed to find some games that actually re-sparked my voice in the gaming space, and at the same time, sparked my passion in gaming again. And that game, I remember vividly, was The Beacon, back in, I think, October 2022. And till now, they're still building. The team was amazing, and they trusted me and stuff like that, and I get a lot of opportunities. And like what Sam said, is the people in the bear market, you're able to see who is really gonna be, really building, and not just here for the short term, like what you said, the hype and the speculation and all those stuff. So yeah, I'm very grateful for the lows, and right now, like Gabby said, we are able to enjoy the highs together, and we're not even started yet. That's the best part. And like, guys, this green room is gonna spark the gaming bowl.
Yeah. Just a follow-up question. You mentioned a while ago that you found some games and then they just decided to sponsor. Maybe you can talk about that a bit. Like, do the games find you? Do you find the games as a creator? What goes on in your head? Like, I'm desperate for money. What is your priority in that? What's your frame of mind in that particular moment?
No, that's a great question. There's a lot of games that find me and they are very sketchy and very sus. And oftentimes
like what?
I honestly,
hopefully none of the.
Honestly, it's been a while. I can't remember some names, but like, I wouldn't trade that small money for my brand and reputation. I'm sure the content creators here on stage are able to attest to that. So for me, I was still able to find good games and work with them in a way or two. And yeah, I think that's that.
Ali, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
On the low point, or
The low point
okay,
first, yeah.
Yes. So Parallel announced their ambassador program earlier this year, and that was sort of the tipping point or the catalyst event of the Web 2 versus Web 3 Hearthstone versus Parallel public feud. And I guess that was the first time it really went like public, of like people knew that I was into Web3, pro crypto and everything like that, but that's when it really became a big deal to people. And again, I've been doing this for almost a decade. So, my peers and people that I have been around for 7, 8 years that have respected me were very quick to throw me under the bus, call me a scammer, call me a grifter. People that were my friends, seemingly not so anymore. And so that definitely sucked, getting DMs like, I used to respect you, you're not a good person, Like, when people attack your character, it really sucks. But I think the low point is more so letting the voices stop you from doing the content creation, or like, not having the willpower because you're scared of fear and, and judgment and stuff like that. But I think I got to a point where, I've realized that the people that are coming at me for that are actually good people that believe that they're doing a good thing because they don't understand a lot of it, and they believe that they're, protecting people from getting scammed and things like that. So I think it's very easy to be defensive, over the industry if someone's attacking your character. But if you come at it from like the lens of compassion and they're like, they think that they're doing a good thing, I feel like that's been helpful, to reframe the situation and, give me, even though I have conviction, get through the fear and like basically say to the industry, we need to do a better job of educating people about safety and, how to look out for scams and grifters and things like that, and like focus in on like the best parts of Web3.
Dude, can we just clap it up for Ali, dude? That's incredible.
What an answer. I'd like to know, like, it's funny because I've been a journalist for 20 years, and then when I built a Web3 game and people were like, oh no, this guy's not credible all of a sudden. So I can kind of relate. I'd like to know, like, in your headspace, what was your support system like at that lowest moment? Like, who were your allies at that point when you said you had friends for many years and they just said, no, you're a scammer?
Yeah, number one, Mason, my husband right here, who, to be honest, like, is the reason that I got into crypto and learned about this world, and honestly, card games just in general. So big shout out to Mason, my number one. But yeah, I mean, one of the best things is that you have a community around you, Sam, Yellow Panther, all, you know that you have support that believe in the industry and stuff like that. And so it's not like it wasn't there. It's just hard when, it's people you've been around for a long time that, start to believe that you're a bad person because of it. But no, I mean, I definitely, the Parallel team, the crew, like, there's definitely a lot of support even amongst the bad.
Right. That's really good to know, because I think when you're as a creator, transitioning from, let's say, Web 2 content and doing a lot more Web 3, there now comes that notion that as a brand or as a game, for example, and even talent agencies, they all have these KPIs that they want to meet, of course. I guess I want to know, how do you find that best working relationship with talent managers or games, but at the same time, you're helping them, but you're also preserving your personal truth and beliefs? Anyone can answer?
Yeah, we were actually just talking about this at the Wolves Den that we're doing physically in Makati, where a lot of, whenever you sit down with a brand that wants to work with you as a creator, I think it's so important to understand what it is that they're trying to accomplish, and also to understand what it is that you're good at helping people accomplish. Because so often, somebody wants impressions, or they want daily active users, or they want people to do game nights in their community, they want the floor price to go up. Like, all of these things require different people and different solutions, and you should know, like, I know, for instance, I'm not good at getting people daily active users because the Wolves DAO is 300 people. But if you want 300 really passionate, impactful founders, VCs, content creators, whoever, to care about what your product is, then we're amazing to approach. And so it's really about finding people that have alignment and want exactly what it is that you're actually good at providing. And then, of course, finding alignment with a game that you genuinely care about, that you want to play, that you want to be involved with. And if you can find that alignment, everything else takes care of itself. But it's whenever you try to mismatch because you're afraid that there isn't another deal around the corner or something like that, that you really get into trouble and nobody's happy whenever the deal has come to fruition.
Right. YP?
Yeah, I mean, I used to be with a talent agency, and a lot of times there's not much alignment together because they are always thinking of themselves rather than myself. And as content creators, we always want to do the things that we want. We want to have creative freedom. We want to have a lot of these things. But a lot of times, they just want money, right? They want to use your brand and leverage on it, and then to sell you as a package and stuff like that, which is ultimately why I'm right now independent and also run my own gaming grid and community. And like Sam said, I very agree with this. Like, different campaigns have different strategies and ultimately different objectives to using different strategies to attain those different objectives. So I think right now, for me, I work with games that I really believe in and I really enjoy so that I can show that side to my audience. And right now, even yesterday, I dropped a very exclusive alpha with Pirate Nation, and the whole community was super hyped, and they probably watched a few times on that amazing video. And that is what I want to do, right? Sharing alphas and sharing the insightful videos to these, my audience.
Ali, I'd love to hear more.
Yeah, I think I've always had the principle like quality over quantity, right? I think finding games and teams that you really believe in and leaning super hard into them as opposed to just like spraying and praying, I think is a good strategy. And to be honest, like, I've been with gaming teams, I've been with multiple agencies. I love my agent now. He, word of mouth. I really trust in him, and he knows me. I think it just comes with time, like building your sense of intuition with people. Like, you can kind of tell when someone's being, I don't know what the word is, genuine, exactly. And if someone's just interested in your followers or your numbers instead of like, how you really feel about the game and what you can bring to the table and stuff like that. So I think that all of us like have that sense within us of, being able to tell if people are legit or not, and it just takes time to cultivate that and, trust your gut, I suppose.
That being said, the Philippines is home to a lot of talented content creators. And many more now are coming from the provinces. Thanks, of course, to YGG. And we've really noticed that when we interview people about the industry. I think I'd love to know, like, what advice would you give an aspiring content creator who lives in the province, uses his phone to record himself or herself on and stream on Twitch or something like that, knowing that you've made it to a certain point and they're still starting? Like, what mistakes would you tell them to avoid?
I think whenever people are starting out, often, of course, you want to look to others for inspiration, and you should, especially if you're starting out. You should see what's working, and you should try to replicate that and get the practice of, seeing how, they zoom in. Okay, I'm going to practice 10 times, zooming in quick and doing a fast intro and doing this effect on CapCut and stuff like that. But so often I find that they miss the concept of, whenever we're all scrolling on TikTok, and you just keep scrolling and you go past video after video after video, there's something that you're looking for, right? And whenever you finally stop, that should be a sign of like, well, I've been looking for this thing and it took me 18 videos to get there. I think this might be what I need to create. Like, what was I looking for that entire time, and how can I create that for the audience that I want to serve, right? Whenever I created Gamified, it was because I was listening to Twitter Spaces and I was like, these all suck. I want to listen to something that sounds like this. And so we tried to quantify what this is and who were the type of people I wanted to listen to, what were the questions I hoped that people would ask, and then we built that into a show. And then it turned out a bunch of other people were also like, yeah, no, we want to hear that too. It was just a fact of nobody putting it together. So look at what's working, but also ask yourself, like, what do I wish I could find whenever I'm scrolling or when I go through Twitter, and then try your best to create it. And it's hard, and you'll probably mess up a bunch of times, but if you just keep that mindset for like a year or 2 years, turns out like eventually you'll figure it out.
Yeah, it's great advice. YP, what would you have to add?
No, that's amazing. Okay, for me, I think having intention is very important. But when I first start out, I think volume is also very important. Just keep doing it. I think Mr. Beast probably took like, I don't know, he said something like, you should post more than 100 times before you start seeing result. I think I resonate with that a lot. You should keep posting and keep improving video by video slowly, and that's how you are able to improve in a very, very long time. But lastly, I think I would say is, just try to be consistent and not just like suddenly you have a motivation, and suddenly you have no motivation, and then suddenly motivation again. You have to just keep showing up daily.
Ali?
Practically speaking, like when people ask me about starting to stream at this point, like you definitely need to do short form content. Like you have to stream and make videos, but you need to take that and chop it up and put it as honestly as many places as possible. So definitely that. But I think that another big one is getting like pretty ingrained in the community. You know what I mean? Like if you love a game, go into their Discord, make friends. Say, hey guys, I'm gonna be streaming at this time, or like I made a guide about X, whatever it may be. And so I think that people are really willing to throw support your way if you're passionate about the game and you're excited. And it starts small until one time you post a TikTok that gets hundreds of thousands of views, right? But it has to start somewhere, and I feel like you really should lean into community.
It's really great advice from the three of you. We're down 5 minutes, but I have one last question. And I think this is a really good way to end the discussion. No? There's a saying that the good tends to spread itself and a full cup tends to overflow. Do you think Web3 is an end in itself or a means to something more? And how has your content creation journey borne new fruits within Web3 and outside?
Wow, that was a heavy one.
A philosophical question.
Yeah, you want to take that one, YP? I could get some time to think on it.
No, Sam, you go first.
Man, yeah, dude. I mean, so much has already come, and I always say Web3 gaming is inevitable, and I think when you look forward far enough, there's so many different pathways that this evolution of technology could take. The democratization of financial everything could be incredible. The decentralization of it, and having the ability for so many people to have access to online banking could literally transform the entire way the financial system in the entire world works. So I'm hopeful for that. But whenever I think about my own journey in gaming, especially, it's really just a great reset. Like at the beginning of my career on YouTube, we were on YouTube in like 2007 or something, and to see the growth and how we were able to ride these waves and kind of just like it, the Bitcoin halving and people like 4-year cycles and stuff, like social media was the same thing of like YouTube took us 12 years to get to the point where we were the biggest dance channel in the world. And so to be in a situation where it's kind of a blue ocean all over again and like new content is encouraged and these decentralized social media platforms are coming too. I'm super excited about like Farcaster and these other things, Lens and stuff like that. We don't know who's gonna win, but it's this amazing opportunity for people that can't break into Twitch, for instance. Like you were saying, you can't just turn on your live stream anymore. It's just not possible. But with 6 months, you can be, I went from literally not posting on Twitter to content creator of the year in 8 months. It wasn't even a year of making content. Like you can turn your entire life around faster than ever with the internet and with Web3. And so, of course the technology is great, but the opportunity just because of a new emerging financialized industry is incredible, and I hope people take advantage.
Wow.
Ooh, well said. Shout out IC for this. A Twitter account and a dream.
Let's go.
This is for real. Like for me, I started with a Twitter account just like a lot of people here. And I never know that I'll become a Web3 gaming content creator, right? But here I am now, becoming one of the biggest preacher for Web3 gaming in Asia. And for now, for me, I think Web3 gaming has such a big future and it's so bright. Just like what Sam said, it will not only help the industry, but actually help a lot of people in the emerging markets. And I've seen it in real time. Like back in 2021, I was able to have a lot of guilds and scholars, and I was able to help many people in emerging markets like Philippines, right? And from there, I think there will be a lot more opportunities for me to help them in a way or two, and giving them these opportunities that will ultimately, some of it, as cliche as it sounds, change their lives, because Web3 gaming actually changed my life. And for me, I think, I don't know, this is just a very powerful market, and if you have the will and the passion to do something in this space, and I believe that you will be able to succeed and do something amazing.
Wow. Ali, make us
Both.
cry.
It's hard to follow up both of those answers. Yes, I do think it's an end of itself, Web3, at least in gaming, giving asset ownership, right? Like kind of getting us back to, what society gaming was, back when you could collect, physical cards and share them with your friends and CDs and things like that. So yes, that's one aspect of it. But is it a means to something else? And I echo a lot of what Sam was saying in the beginning. And look, money kind of rules the world, and there's a lot of corruption that comes from centralized power. And so I think that if people are getting their first introduction into blockchain and Web3 through gaming, my hope for the future is that a decentralized world gives people more opportunity, more access to be a part of a global economy. And I think we're all citizens of Earth. I'd like to believe that it shouldn't be just like country borders and stuff like that, and we're all kind of tapping into something that connects everyone. So that's like the grand vision, and I do think that we can get there. Everyone's going to have their different way to get into it, and I think for a lot of people, pop culture gaming is definitely going to be one for sure.
What a great way to end, guys. Thank you so much. This was really a great. I wish we had so much time, so much more time. But sadly, this is the only time that we have. Thank you so much.
No, thank you
guys.
so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
guys.
Thank you.
Great battle. And Alex Straza for a great session. We have more sessions all week with content creators aspiring to operate at peak levels. Now, from the current crop of content creators driving forward this emerging esports that brought popularity to competitive gaming. He is a 12-time world champion in competitive first-person shooter gaming and one of the first ever professional esports players playing Quake and Doom. Let's give it up for Fatality. Today, Fatality will be joined by Boo Styles, Chief Advisory Officer of FBS Nexus, to discuss the parallels of the early esports scene to the current state of Web3 gaming.
GM, everyone, GM Manila. Thank you for having us. So I just want to introduce myself. My name is Fu Styles. I've been full-time in this space since 2017. I actually have known Gabby before YGG, back when we were doing ICOs. So we go way back. So we're here today to really give you a history of where esports and before Web3 gaming came from. Like, this is, like, we have a legend here, guys. Like, he's one of the very first esports superstars and the very first video game millionaire, I would say. So, Fatality, please. Tell us your story. Like, how did it all start? When did you start playing video games? In the 90s? When did?
Well, first I want to say thank you for having me here, Gabby. Thank you very much. We were at Korea Blockchain Week, and so he was like, "You got to come out to my event in the Philippines." So I've been here a few times I've done Fatality shootouts here in the past, so it's nice to be back again. But I guess to get to your question. Kind of how it all started. I started at a pretty young age playing a game called NBA Jam. It was like a game I played when I was a kid, and it was a lot of fun. But I actually took first in my city for playing a video game, and I think I got like $20 of credit at the store or wherever it was. But my interest for competitive gaming and for competing kind of grew, and so when I turned 16, a game called Quake 1 came out, and I was a big fan of Quake, and they had tournaments in my area in Missouri. I'm from Kansas City in the U.S., and I started winning all these tournaments, and that's kind of got me really interested because the internet really became available to everyone in every living room. And so this is kind of how old I am, right? But for me, it was like I can play against the best players in the world from my home. And for me, playing against the best talents in the world was very important to me. And so being able to do that through video games was my outlet.
So when did you actually start competing?
So basically, since I was a teenager, from 16 to 18, for about 3 years, I played throughout the Midwest. I won tournaments for about 3 years. And my friend that I used to play video games with a lot, we were all on IRC, which is basically like the Discord nowadays. But basically, he said, "Hey, you're really good at this game. You might be the best player in the world." I'm like, "No way!" Like, didn't really think much of it. And he's like, "Dude, they're giving away 25 grand at this tournament in Texas. You need to go down there." And so I saved up $500 and drove to Texas. I slept on somebody's couch and went to the tournament, and I ended up winning $4,000 that weekend. So it was pretty cool. I made a handshake deal with my dad, and I told him if I don't win any money, I'm done. And so I think it's also kind of cool here at this event. People are coming here to play, anti-chess and playing Arena of Faith and obviously Parallel for a lot of money. And so it reminds me of like my beginning. And so I think that's why we're talking about this.
Yeah, I mean, back in those days, were these prizes even available? Like, what were the biggest prizes you were part of?
Yeah, so I mean, the 25K tournament was like the beginning. 2 weeks later, I got invited to go to Sweden to represent USA. So they had the top 12 players go to Sweden. I was just 18, turning 19 years old, and I won 18 games straight, losing 0 against the top 12 guys in the world. And so that's when I kind of got my start, and I went up to a sponsor. And when you're that young, and I think also you can relate, maybe you have an ultimatum from a parent, or you have an ultimatum from just life that you need to like either find out or go back down the other path. And so for me, I was very aggressive. I would walk up to the sponsor and I'd be, "Hey, you should sponsor me." And they're like, "Well, we already sponsored these 2 other guys." And I'm like, "Yeah, but I'm the best in the world." And so it was really funny. He was like, "Let me think about it." And so I won the tournament and everything. We flew back to Chicago from Sweden, and we're in the customs. And the manager of the company, he walked up to me and he goes, "Yeah, we're going to sponsor you." And so that basically started my career as being a professional gamer. And I really saw the potential of being a professional gamer, because back then it wasn't a thing yet. No one was making a full-time living from playing video games yet. So I was the first in that regard, and I made like $110,000 that year playing video games.
And that's what, 1999?
It was 2000, yeah.
2000,
yeah. 99,
That's a lot of
2000.
money back then, guys.
Yeah, it was really a lot of fun. I mean, obviously being the guy that basically broke the ground for showing the world that you can make a living playing video games. I had an aha moment where I was like, I'm really onto something, and this is something that I really thought would be the sport of the 21st century. And so at the beginning, I'm competing like a traditional athlete. I'm training, I trained for like 4 hours. Then I'd actually go for a run. I thought being physically fit was very important. So I ran 2-3 miles every day. And then I would train at least 8 hours a day, if not more. And I would spar against the best players in the world. I mean, you have your 15 top guys from the Wolves here, right? So you're sparring with people that you really enjoy being with, and also you get to do something you love and compete. So I feel like if you always surround yourself with people you really enjoy spending time with, it's like half work, half play. And that was really my cheat code.
So what were all the games that you were like a 12-time world champion, so for like 10 years straight? What were all the games you...
So my games are typically FPS deathmatch games. So I was a world champion on 4-on-4 team deathmatch, which is like more like Arena of Faith, but like that's a MOBA game. I played FPS games. And then I mostly dominated in duel 1-on-1. So it was just me and you like in a dungeon and battling it out. And so, basically I played games like Quake, Unreal Tournament, Painkiller, Doom 3, Alien vs Predator, Counter Strike, Call of Duty. Like, I played pretty much any shooting game. Any shooting game you want to play, I can play it.
And wasn't Painkiller like the first $1 million match in the world?
Yeah, so we had a $1 million world tour, and that was in New York City. And Intel put up $1 million, and my whole life I was waiting for that moment for like, man, someday there'll be a $1 million tournament, and I want to win it. And so that was kind of like my dream for a long time. And I was actually the underdog in the tournament. There was another player that was the #1 player at that game. So it was a really cool like storytelling where you had the #1 gamer in the world versus the #1 Painkiller player in the world. So it was a really good matchmaking. You know, it was real. Like it wasn't really matchmaking. Like this is like they planned it, but it worked out in a way where we had over 90 countries tuned in to watch our match, and this is the year 2005. So before Twitch, before all the logging on, watching live streams and so forth, we had 90 countries tuned in to watch our match, and I ended up beating him 4 games straight and winning the $1 million World Tour.
And also, when you're on MTV, I'm a gamer, True Life, and every.
Yeah, that was kind of like my breakout to like fame. You know, they did a 4-month documentary on my story, and just it showed me traveling to different cities, training, sleeping on couches. You know, kind of like just the real like grunt of like doing it. And you know, it was really cool way to be shown because it really showed how hard it is to be a top world professional gamer. A lot of people think you're just playing games or whatever deal is, and I was like, no, I really, this is my life. And so it was an amazing episode. That show literally re-aired for about 13 years. It was like one of the top 3 all-time True Lives ever recorded, and it was just a lot of fun, and that just led me on to starting my business and other things that really helped me, you know, really become the first gaming influencer that was able to monetize himself in that way.
Yeah, so that, and you got like the cover of Time magazine, and you were on 60 Minutes, and that parlayed into the first gaming brand, your Fatality brand. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, I think the MTV thing was like, one of my friends told me, is like, hey, sometimes when you get this mad PR, like you get like a lot of press, you gotta take advantage of it and you gotta launch something. And so I was like, what? Like, I've always wanted to make things for gamers, and I was already like a big advocate for these like large mouse pads. And so back in the day, everyone had these little square mouse pads. I'm like, dude, you can't even use a low sensitivity. Like, I keep running off the edge. So I found this company that made printer mats, literally printer mats. And I started using them in tournaments, and everyone was like kind of making fun of me at the tournaments, like, what the hell is this printer mat you're doing here? And I'm like, dude, it's like, I win a lot with this printer mat. And so then basically I called up the company and I said, hey, it was kind of a funny story, but I go, hey, how's your sales been? I called like the guy that makes the printer mats, right? And he's like, we've actually tripled in sales. And I'm like, you're welcome. and so I was like, you don't know why. You don't know why you're selling more printer mats. And then I explained to him how I'm on MTV and so forth. And I was like, to show thanks to me, because I'm the one that's pushing your printer mats, I want to make a Fatality mouse pad. And so he launched it, sold it to me for cost, and gave me a good deal. I created a PayPal website on fatality.com, and I basically started selling mouse pads with my brand on it. And I was making $5,000 to $10,000 a month selling printer mats now as mouse pads. Yeah, so that was the first large gaming mouse pad, and now you see them everywhere. But that was the origin story of mouse pads.
And then that parlayed into you inventing like the gamer headset and motherboard.
Yeah, so my brand got very popular in the scene, and then I started licensing my brand. So if you ever heard of like Creative Labs or Sound Blaster or ASRock, so I would go to manufacturers and basically present my brand as their gaming division. And basically they would say, okay, so, you know, there's a bigger story to it where I turned down a $200,000 contract, but like, it was just like I had a lot of confidence in myself, and basically I was like, I'm gonna find my own VC money. I'm gonna find my own thing. I'm gonna do it myself. I've already done it. I've already went this far doing it myself, and but then the company came back and says, okay, we're not gonna give you the 200 grand anymore, but we'll give you royalties of all sales worldwide, and that turned into a multi-million-dollar business like basically the next month. It was really remarkable getting my first check. I kind of showed my roommate, and my bill was about $250 a month for my rent, and the first check I got was 70 grand for 1 month, and so I was like, this is crazy, and the company calls me. It's like, yeah, there's more coming, and so that was the beginning of my career, licensing my brand to make products. But also I was working with the manufacturer to tell them, hey, I want this headphone to have this fabric, or I want these features on it, or this sound card needs to be designed so I can hear the footsteps in the game, or for motherboards, I want to make sure that it's really good for overclocking your computer and all these type of things. So that was basically how I launched the Fatality brand.
So, you know, it sounds all glamorous and you're such a huge star in this space, but you had a lot of backlash and naysayers, and even your own mother wasn't a fan of you playing video games for a living. Can you share about all that challenge you went through?
Yeah, I would say at the, like, you know, because we're at the infancy of Web3, I think, still, and that's what I can definitely relate to, like, people saying that this is not the thing, or like, you know, what are you doing? I did a lot of interviews where, you know, people thought I was violent because I'm playing shooting games. I'm like, no, I'm playing a sport. It's just electronic sports. And then obviously my mom didn't really agree with it. And so, you know, I made it, like I said, I made the handshake deal with my dad. And I basically started pursuing it. And, you know, it's just kind of like, if you know you're onto something and you know there's something that you really enjoy and you're happy, like, I think that's what you go for. And, you know, people can say whatever they want, but if you have a vision of where you're going and where you're going to end up at, you just go for it. I mean, I think that's kind of the message here, is that, you know, for me, I wanted to find out if I was a good gamer or not. Like, I really wanted to find out. Like, I had to go. And so I don't think I could have lived my life without knowing. And, you know, I'm down for someone telling me that, hey, I'm not the best gamer, or like, you're better, or whatever deal is. Like, I'm down for it. But it's not my parent that can tell me that. It has to be another person that's also on my level, and he says no, like, he beats me in the game. So then I can have respect for him, and I can understand, like, I need to move on.
So what would you say to all these people out here who are facing this same challenge? What advice do you have to all these Web3 gaming pioneers, where what we actually just want is not just Web3 gaming, we just want to be gaming. So what do you have to say to everybody?
Well, I think, you know, what I see is that you don't really know where you're going to end up at right now, right? Like, you're doing content creation, you're playing in tournaments and so forth, and you might win the Parallel tournament this weekend or whatever deal is, and the thing is, it's going to lead into other things. It's going to lead into, maybe you create a league, or you created like, you know, an empire in some other facet of Web3. So for me, it's I see the potential is, like, don't think that whatever you're doing today is what you're going to be doing in 5 years. You might find a path where you're working with conventions or events, or creating your own league, or whatever the deal is.
So, anyway, our time's running up, but we just wanted to make a couple of announcements. So we decided, because of his history and my history, that we joined together and formed an advisory group to help Web3 gaming with what he's up to, and helping them turn more mainstream. So that's one. And two, we're announcing the Fatality Guild. Do you want to give?
Yeah. So, you know, YGG's like obviously meeting at Korea Blockchain Week, and they were pushed me onto this. So definitely starting a guild, and I want to learn as much as possible about Web3 gaming. I want to be an authentic figure from where I came from, and I think I could be a great voice for Web3 going forward. And I'm really looking forward to learning as much as possible. So definitely come say hi to me. I'm always interested to learn and to help push this amazing new phenomenon.
And yeah. And just one little quick announcement. I talked to Gabby about this, but yes, I'm producing a $100,000 Doom tournament, and everyone in the guilds will be invited to participate in it. And we'll be sending some more information about that very soon. So, thank you so much, and
Thank you
have
very
a great
much.
day.
Thank you so much. Thank you for telling me your ship.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, great talk. OG Esports to the OG in Web3 game guilds. Let's embark on the new era of on-chain guilds and learn why reputation matters more than ever in this session with Guild Games co-founder Gabby Diesel. He will be joined by Director of Courses and Marcus columnist Leah Allen Butler.
All right.
So, Fatality Guild. I think Cairo better watch out.
Oh, okay. Gabby, oops. So glad to see you here. So much work has gone into this incredible week of content that is setting up. Congratulations.
We've done this every year for the last 3 years, and yeah, it just keeps on getting better. So I'm really excited.
It really does. The vibes in this room today are absolutely incredible. And they're about to get even better because we have a very big announcement today. So come in, grab a seat because you're not going to want to miss this one. But before we do get to that, I thought maybe we could do a little bit of context setting because we've got new and old friends in this room. We've also got quite a few media guests who are learning about Web3 for the first time. So for anyone who's not familiar, maybe you could give us the backstory in terms of how YGG began, but in particular, why you decided to focus on guilds. Because you could have made a Web3 game, but you focused on guilds. Why?
Yeah, that's right. So my background is as a game developer. So I was part of the team that made the first ever game in the Philippines in 2003. So that was over 20 years ago. And I had a mobile game studio. But I was really fascinated by blockchain, specifically Ethereum and smart contracts. And that's kind of how I really got into it. And then 2018, I discovered NFTs. And actually, it was 2018 that I joined the community of Axie Infinity as a player. So I really thought that NFTs would have the potential to really change gaming. And I was just being part of the community, breeding Axies. And Axie then wasn't really seen as a game for emerging markets. It was seen as a game that showcased what you could do with blockchain technology, both in NFTs and tokens. And everything changed during the pandemic. So in the pandemic here in the Philippines, a lot of people were stuck in their homes without jobs, without a means of income. And some of them, starting in the Cabanatuan city, they discovered Axie. And they started playing. And I think it was actually Jiho that coined the term play to earn in 2019. And just the term play to earn just really caught on. The idea that I could do an action in a game that could earn myself a virtual currency. And because of the magic of crypto and DeFi, that currency inside the game could be turned to Ethereum, and then Ethereum to Philippine pesos, US dollars. That was really magic back then. Right now, we're used to it. I don't think the rest of the world was used to it.
We take it for granted completely
Yeah, we
now.
take it for granted. But earning SLP, converting it to ETH on Uniswap, learning what the liquidity pair was, those were magical things in 2019 and 2020. And what happened, and the special thing that happened was that, so Axie started to catch on like wildfire in the Philippines. A lot of people were telling their family, telling their friends. And something magical happens that I think could not have happened with crypto. A lot of people here now know about like the scholarship system, lending. And what a lot of people don't know that it was something that was discovered organically by the community. So it wasn't something that the Sky Mavis team or the Axie founders thought of themselves. And it was a little quirk in the system where there's two types of ways you could log into your account. I could log in via usual username, password, or I could sign in with my wallet. And then someone from the community discovered that I could actually give somebody my username and password. They could log in and have access to the game, have access to the NFTs, play the game, earn SLP, but they couldn't run away with the assets because they didn't have access to the underlying wallet. So this kind of lending system kind of brought the trustless lending of assets that happened. And a lot of people just started their own guilds. Landfill had his own guild back then, and he's been part of the team for a few years. And a lot of people just started their guilds organically. I came at it in a different lens. I had a startup idea in mind. I wanted to have a platform that could grow these guilds and help them scale. So we applied it from a technology lens. And I was already doing yield farming with my co-founders, Beryl and Owl, who are here. I told them about the idea for this startup. So we gathered some of the community managers that had their scholarship guilds, and we decided to build some very janky software for like lending out access to them, and then helping these managers recruit and train people. And we would provide the assets, and so that they could just focus on like not having to put up capital, but just to onboard and to train people on crypto and Web3 and gaming. And that remains the hallmark of YGG today, that onboarding and education that we do for communities, to onboard them into blockchain technology, into Web3, give them essential skills where they can learn how to have valuable skills where you can earn and own your own assets.
And you've been part of the guild space for a really long time. You've got some great stories about World of Warcraft and things like that. What would you say are the biggest differences between a Web 2 guild and a Web 3 gaming guild?
Yeah, in a large way, YG was inspired by World of Warcraft guilds. So I was thinking then, what if you had something like a World of Warcraft guild, but it was a permanent guild that could go to different games, and then you can earn your yield. So that's where Yield Guild Games actually came from.
Love it. All right, well, that's a good backstory. Let's get to the future of guilds. If my clicker will work. Don't think it's going to work. Up. Can we maybe get some tech help
alpha
up here?
All right, let's.
All right, never mind. Let's just continue on. Oh.
All right.
You. Nope, don't think that one's going to work either. All right, let's keep chatting while they figure it out. So yeah, future of guilds. So guilds have really been instrumental in onboarding new players to Web3, as you said. How do you see this evolving? Because the industry has come a long way too since those early days, the early play to earn craze. So how do you see the guild model being essential today?
Yeah, so guilds became very popular as Axie was very popular in 2021. And a lot of startups formed around the guild phenomenon, YGG being the first of them. And guilds also took a real beating during the bear market. People were like, oh, guilds were the reason for the downfall of these games. They're very extractive. People are just here to extract money. So I think that, the guilds never actually went away. I think some interest died down during the bear market because people kind of looked somewhere else. But there were people that basically kept on their guilds. A lot of the guild leaders actually stayed with us, stayed with their own communities, stayed with YGG. And now what you've seen what the essence of guilds were, and even like what's the meaning of the World Guild. It's a group of people that are coming together for a specific cause. Usually guilds were formed around specific trades. You had a merchant's guild, you had a blacksmith's guild, or you had a guild playing a specific game. And it's kind of similar actually in Web3. So you have guilds that are maybe centered around specific games like Parallel or Axie, or you have games that are very competitive. You have games that are more social. And YGG itself, as a platform, we want to cater to all these types of guilds. And ourselves, we've also, I would say, transitioned a lot in the last market, where we want to be known more as a platform that can serve all guilds rather than as a guild ourselves.
And just one more thing on that before we move on. There are a lot of very well-established Web3 guilds now, but what do you think are some of the major challenges that still face them when they're trying to scale, like whether it's user acquisition or member retention, economic models, governance?
Yeah, I see guilds very much as the small to medium enterprises of the internet, not just of Web3, of the internet. These are people that are gathered together, and what makes Web3 special is that you have the ability to own assets as a group. And that's never really been possible on the internet before, except if you're in a specific video game. And now these guilds are coming together. They have different skills. Some guilds are creators, some guilds are players, some guilds do DeFi together and investing. But this phenomenon of us getting together on the internet and owning assets in a multiplayer way is really something that's cool.
All right, if we could have next slide, please. That would be great. Thank you very much. All right, so on-chain guilds. So earlier this year around GDC, YGG made the announcement that it was transitioning to become a guild protocol. And this is really the next step in that. So tell us, what is on-chain guilds? And maybe you can explain this little diagram that we've got here in terms of guilds, activity, and assets. What does it mean?
What are guilds, right? Guilds are a group of people coming together to do things together that get them to own these assets together collectively. And these are organic behaviors that we've already seen, we've already observed with our guild communities, starting from 2020. And we realized that one of the ways where we can make this really powerful is to really create its own on-chain primitive. I was really inspired by Farcaster and Base, actually. They've been trying to do decentralized social for years, but they created a unique on-chain primitive, which is a frame, which allowed them to really take off. And that was kind of the seed for it. Like, we've been serving these guilds all of this time, and people have different ideas of what a guild is. Like, they might just be in gaming, or they might be instructors, there's a group of players. But we wanted to create this on-chain primitive for them to really have their own on-chain identity. And that's where the inspiration for on-chain guilds came from. There's a lot of people doing different crypto primitives in DeFi, in NFTs. But what we want is to create this primitive for groups of people owning assets together.
Yeah, so Web3 reputation is a really big part of that, as you was just saying. But we've focused more on the guild side of things. How does building Web3 reputation actually help people on the other side? So, for example, games that might want to reach out to these guilds or other platforms and communities.
Yeah, so as gamers, for example, you do these quests, you earn your reputation. That doesn't apply just from a, I would say, individual perspective. It can also apply to a group perspective. So I, as a group, can come together and, for example, my team won the Parallel World Championship, and now I have that banner. In the same way that the Los Angeles Lakers have their own banners, the members of the team may change from year to year. Some people come in, some people go out, retire, but these teams remain constant and have their own identity. And I think that's a primitive that needs to exist as well for Web3.
Absolutely. Okay, so we might have the next slide, please. Thank you very much. So let's get practical in terms of implementation. I think what we've got here is a lot of different attributes in terms of how you might actually define an on-chain guild. So do you want to just walk us through that? How does it actually look when you start to put all these building blocks together?
Yeah, so it really depends on what you want to be doing as a guild. I can imagine, for example, Wolves DAO having its own on-chain guild, and there's different things they do. They're all about games, but they're not necessarily about playing the game. So they may be doing different things that are, I would say, valuable, that can be captured in terms of crypto assets. So, for example, if I work with Wolves DAO and then they do Wolves Den in Manila, maybe I can pay them in their on-chain guild, right? And Fatality said he's doing a Fatality guild, so that's probably an FPS guild competing at the highest levels. There are people that are probably guilds that are in their own city, in their own province. We saw some of the esports guilds yesterday competing. And so there's different things you do. And it doesn't just have to be gaming. And earlier this year, we started a division in YGG called Future Work, doing different tasks that can earn you crypto as a group that are outside of gaming. Things like data labeling, deepin, prompting. And yeah, these are very valid use cases. So while a lot of what YGG does is really centered on gaming, I think it goes way beyond that.
I think something else that has come up with this kind of framework is that the idea of interoperability, or the way that it's been discussed and understood in Web3, is really changing. So how does this idea of these kind of interoperable attributes change the way that you're thinking about?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of misconceptions on interoperability. People are thinking, okay, I have a gun in game A, can I use it in game B? But I think the magic of interoperability is I have an asset that is on-chain that people can take a look at, can use permissionlessly in any way that they want. So it's not just I can port an asset from game A to game B. One of the, I would say, still most underrated things about interoperability is that of reputation. So in YGG, when you finish a quest, you have a soulbound token, so it's not a financialized asset. It's a mark on your wallet that says, I have done this. Right, and that's great for you because as an individual, you're building reputation. But for the games and applications looking at your profile, looking at your wallet, they're also getting an informed opinion of what is it that you're about? What have you played? What do you have achievements in? What tournaments did you win? Are you potentially a good member or a valuable member of our community? Then, for example, if you come to a game with certain achievements, be it playing a tournament, doing questing, then I can customize what I'm offering you. If I know that Fatality is coming into an FPS game, I'm going to offer him a lot in-game so that he tries it out and he maybe creates content about it, right?
And I think also the fact that you're leveraging SBTs or soulbound tokens is a really big part of that too, right? In terms of making sure that those achievements are non-transferable and verifiable in that way. We can move on to the next slide now, please. So the next one, again, just getting practical. What are the next steps? So I'm sure everyone here is thinking, awesome, I want to create an on-chain guild. What do we do next?
Yeah, so this week we announced the beta of on-chain guilds. So now we have around 30 of the guilds that are trying out group quests. So this has been different from normal questing in that the guild enrolls for the quest and then the guild members do the quest. And then at the end, the payout goes to the guild wallet rather than the individuals. So I think this strengthens, I would say, like multiplayer Web3 actions in very meaningful ways rather than just doing things individually. If you're able to pay out to a group, then it means that I have more incentive to grow that group, to grow the skills of people in the group, and then to be able to get basically jobs or get assets that can really grow the group. So that's why I really think that the guilds are like the small to medium enterprise of Web3, and doing group quests, going to on-chain guilds means that we can grow and scale guilds further.
Yeah, the SME thing is a really good analogy for it. And I'm sure in the Philippines too, people love the idea of being an SME on-chain so you don't have to deal with middlemen. All right, next slide. And this will be our last slide before we have a bit of an announcement to share. So you did touch on this before, but I think this is possibly one of the most interesting things about on-chain guilds, that it really goes way beyond gaming. So who can create an on-chain guild? What are some of the examples? And what kind of communities do you expect to find these people in?
Yeah, so I'll start with the nearest use case because of where we are as YGG. So I expect the guilds that are already active within our community to create their own gaming guilds. And within that, there will be a lot of sub-specializations. We've seen some guilds that are in their own geographic communities. So for example, guilds in Batangas, in Cabanatuan, in Manila, in Nigeria, in Indonesia, from all over the world do so. There are those that might slice by interest. Oh, I'm an FPS guild, I'm a TCG guild. Or there might be people that be, for example, a content creator guild. I expect some guilds will be a mix of both. We'd have some players, we have esports, we have content creators. And what's really interesting when you gather people into groups is that it allows them to specialize. They're not just doing one thing, they're doing different things that make the group better than the sum of its parts.
All right, next slide, please. So, Gabby.
Now we have a special announcement.
We do. So tell us, On-Chain Guilds is launching where?
We're launching on Base.
You!
So I've been very fortunate to meet with Jesse Polak earlier this year. And we were talking about, Jesse's very passionate about bringing everyone around the world on chain. And of course, being Coinbase that started in America, but they've done a big push towards emerging markets in Africa, in India, in Southeast Asia. And we really bonded over just a shared mission of having equal opportunity and access to all of these different economic opportunities on chain. And I was telling Jesse about on-chain guilds, and he got really excited about it. And now we're pleased to announce today that on-chain guilds is launching on Base.
Amazing, congratulations. And with that, I would love to invite Jesse up onto the stage with us. Here he comes. He's running. Oh, yeah. Here, I'll give you mine.
Hello?
There we
Hello,
go.
everybody!
Thanks for coming here.
Oh, man. Thank you. I'm so excited about this. You know, we've been on this round the world tour. We started in Kenya, then we flew to India, then we flew to Bangkok, then we flew to Singapore, then Manila. And the whole time, I've been looking forward to being here in the Philippines at the YGG event, talking about on-chain guilds on Base and talking about how we're leading in with Filipinos who have been at the forefront of making on-chain gaming possible for the last 5 years. Shout out to all the Filipino gamers in the room. And talking about how we're entering the next era with new tools, with a new economy that's going to be better for gamers, going to be better for game builders, and it's going to be better for everyone. So I'm just super honored to be on stage, super grateful to be building with Gabby, and super excited to be here.
I want to hear a little bit about your mission. Since you started Base, you want to bring the entire world on chain. What does that mean, and why is it important?
Yeah, and maybe I can just start with some questions. So, like, indulge me, everybody. And if you could just raise your hand if you are a game player and you've been frustrated with not earning from playing games or games being not transparent. Keep your hand up. Keep your hand up. Raise your hand if you're a developer and you've been frustrated with an app review process or having to pay 30% of your revenue to a large corporation. Okay, I see some new people. Raise your hand if you're a creator and you've been frustrated because you take your creativity and you've put it into Web 2 platforms and then they haven't paid you basically anything. This is the system that we live in today. This is the online system, and it's broken. It's broken because it's controlled by a small number of companies in a small number of countries who discriminate against people and control people depending on where they're born, depending on where they live, depending on who they are. And it's time for change. And so when we're talking about Web3, when we're talking about on-chain, when we're talking about on-chain gaming, what we're talking about is a new economy, a new internet where if you're a game developer or a player, you actually know what's going on. And when you play and you bring value to the game, you earn money. When you're a developer, you can build on an open platform and you make 100% of the revenue. When you're a creator and you bring your creativity on chain, you're gonna make 90% instead of the less than 5% that you make today. And if you're just an everyday person, you're gonna actually get access to every app, to every financial service, regardless of where you're born, regardless of where you live, regardless of who you are, regardless of what phone you have, because you are building the new economy with us and you're gonna get to benefit from us. So then when we're talking about on-chain, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about a better future. We're talking about a better future for all of us, built by the people, built for the people, built by Filipinos, built for Filipinos, and built for the entire freaking world.
Wow. If that doesn't get you pumped up for the future of Web3, the future of Base, the future of on-chain guilds on Base, I don't know.
The future of
what
YGG.
Yeah. This is fantastic, Jesse. We're actually going to spend some more time chatting with Jesse right now. But thank you very much. We might get a photo op with
Yeah, let's do it.
Gabby and Jesse. Jesse Pollack of Base, everybody.
Okay, we gotta get one more photo because I gotta get a selfie on stage here. So if you're on this side of the room, can you just put your hands up and like make a little noise and say, woo! That's going on social media. Thanks everybody for having me. Thanks, Gabby.
You can stay here on the stage, and we're going to bring Chase.
Yeah. We're gonna do it.
To learn more about what Jesse and the base team have been up to, we invite Chase Frew, founder of OB Games, so they can talk about taking the gaming on chain.
Hey everyone, good afternoon, good morning. It's nice to have you here, Jesse. All right, I think at this point we want to know more about what's going on, about the stuff that you guys are working on, but I've noticed that most of the base team is currently here in Asia. How are things so far? What's the most interesting that has ever happened during this trip so far that you can share?
Yeah, I mean, today is day 21 on the road. It's the last day of the trip. Tomorrow I fly home. It's also my birthday, and so I'm going, thank you. It's gonna be the longest birthday of my life, because I leave Manila at 6 a.m. and I get into San Francisco at 7 a.m., get a 36-hour birthday. And we've been on the road for 21 days, but we've been in Southeast Asia for the last 10 days. We were in Bangkok, then we were in Singapore, we did a quick trip to Malaysia, and now we're here in the Philippines. And I think the thing that has been most exciting for me is just the level of energy from builders. Like literally every single city that we go to, we show up, and we've spent time and we've met people on the internet, but it's very hard to kind of capture things just through the internet. Like you connect with people on social media, but there is nothing like the experience of showing up in a city that, for me, I've never been to any of these cities before, and having hundreds of builders show up who are literally building the future, whether it's games or social or payments or real world assets or AI. The builders in this part of the world are so creative, so passionate, so hardworking, and so energetic. I mean, it gives me life. People ask me, Jesse, how do you get so much energy? And it's like, well, I'm kind of like a builder vampire. Like the builders say hello to me, they tell me about what they're working on, and it gives me energy and it gets me fired up to be here. So that's been the thing that's been most exciting.
Well, that's really nice to hear though, because like it kind of like leads into my next question on reception, right? Like, obviously we are on a trip here to not only evangelize, but also to meet builders who would eventually be the future of maybe the base ecosystem. But I think my question for you, Jesse, would be, it's probably is a good reception coming from the people that you've met. Are there still any resistance?
Yeah, well, I think, and this was kind of illustrated by the questions I asked and people raising their hands. I think that there is a very, very deeply held intuitive understanding that the current systems are broken and that they're not working for anyone, whether it's small businesses who are paying too high fees, or creators who are getting left out to dry, or gamers who aren't making money from all the time and energy they're putting into these incredible creative games. People feel that the systems are broken and they're looking for a solution. And I think when they hear about on-chain, and in particular, when they hear stories about how other people, whether they're builders or gamers or developers or creators, have come on chain and seen how it can change their lives for the better, it clicks. And they get it. And they're like, oh, you're talking about a new economy. And you're talking about a new system that's powered by technology, that's fundamentally global, that can actually work for me. And so I'd say that's the predominant experience we're having, is people seeing and feeling the energy of the new on-chain economy. Now, at the same time, we are also seeing, and this shows up in data, this shows up in anecdotal evidence, that there's still a lot of kind of like fear, uncertainty, and doubt about crypto. Right? We've now been in the space building for a decade, and through that time there have been things that have gone wrong. There have been scams, there has been fraud, there has been a lot of speculation with prices going up and down. And I think that in the kind of like broader public consciousness, that still is something that a lot of people like have in the back of their head, especially people who haven't been close to builders. And so a lot of what we're trying to do right now is we're trying to change the narrative. We're trying to tell a new story about on-chain, about the future, about this global economy that we're all building together. And we're trying to tell it in a way that everyday people can understand. And so it looks a little bit different than the last decade of crypto. Like, we're no longer looking at price charts. We're no longer just celebrating coins going up. Instead, we're doing vertical videos. You know, I did like 5 vertical video content conversations outside.
I saw you there.
We're just trying to meet people where they are on TikTok, on Instagram, and help them understand this isn't a scary thing. This is the future, and we want you to be a part of it.
That's amazing, though, because I do think that as far as like base is concerned, there's really this growing traction of fully on-chain games and on-chain games in general. How do you think this is going to help making things mainstream?
Yeah. Yeah, I you know, if I was gonna analogize where we are in the kind of like arc of adoption of on-chain, it feels kind of like 2007, 2008 Facebook like games, whereas like Farmville was coming out, and you had a lot of smaller developers who were building casual games that were starting to go viral. And I think like that's what we're seeing today on chain. You know, of course we have Axie, but on base more recently we have things like Cat Town, we have Friend Pet, we have Legends of Arcadia, we have Super Champs, which is, you know, launching their token today. There's all of these like game developers, game builders who are mostly small teams, who are mostly building fully on chain, who are realizing that if they build their game on chain, they can reach new audiences, they can monetize in new ways, and they can have an even bigger impact. And then we're starting to see distribution channels like Farcaster, like Twitter, like Zora, where people are actually being able to tap into social distribution, social viral distribution. And I think in the next 6 to 12 months, that's only going to accelerate. Like, we're only going to see more virality of consumer experiences, more virality of content, and more virality of on-chain native social. That's going to be a huge accelerant for these indie, smaller builder gamers and game developers to reach mass adoption.
I'm quite happy that you mentioned that, because we just had this talk just a while ago before we hopped on stage. But there's this resounding voice within game development in terms of who builds the best. You know, obviously smaller teams, bigger teams with funding and all that stuff. But you mentioned indies, right? And I do think that indies right now would have a home in base.
100%. 100%. Yeah, I mean, like, bases for builders. And indie game developers are like the ultimate form of builder. And they've been the ultimate form of builder for decades at this point. Like, you go back to even pre-internet and you think about the people who are you know, building games for their little local hardware devices, and it's people just doing it for the love of the game. Like, showing up because they love gaming and because they have a creative kind of energy that's inside of them, that the only way it can come out is through building games. And sometimes those games work, and sometimes they don't, but like, the game is the point. But I think if you look at the last 20 years, you've had those people building, but for the most part, like, the deck has been stacked against them. Like, in the centralized platforms of today and the off-chain platforms of today, if you're an indie gamer, an indie game developer, it's hard for you to get distribution. It's hard for you to get reach. It's hard for you to get funding. It's hard for you to actually like get access to build and to reach the people who are going to love your game. And I think really this is what base and the new on-chain economy is about. It's about putting everyone on a level playing field. So that if you are just building a game and you are at your house and you're a solo indie game developer, you can go viral. And when you go viral, you can earn, and it can change your life. And you're not going to be beholden to a studio or to a centralized platform or to a hardware device manufacturer. Instead, you're only beholden to your creativity. And we're not there yet entirely. We have a lot of work to do, but that's the vision, and it feels like every single day we get closer.
Have you been seeing games lately, fully on-chain games, that kind of like catching your attention? And you're like, I like this game. I'm
Yes.
enjoying this game.
Yes, a ton. I mean, I mentioned 2 of them, and I'll just dig deeper on them. One is Friend Pet, which was like really one of the first fully on-chain games on base. It's like Tamagotchi, but on-chain. You get a pet, you take care of it. People love it, and they play it. And you know, it's still small numbers. We're talking like thousands, tens of thousands of people who are playing it regularly. But like, the audience is small today. And so it's not crazy to think that over the next few years that could grow into a really, really big number of people. The other one that I think has a special place in my heart for being in the Philippines is Cat Town, which is like one of the fastest growing games in the Philippines right now. Incredible set of builders, incredible level of creativity. It's a fishing game. They have like little micro games that they build that kind of fit inside the broader game. I'm a longtime fisher, like in the real world. Like I love going fishing, and so it's like a personal thing for me. And I love cats, although I don't own a cat. I don't own a cat.
It's never too late.
What's the name? There's no name. No cat. But yeah, those are two that come to mind for me. And then I met with the Legends of Arcadia team right outside. What they're building is awesome. Super Champs has been like showing up for the last many years to build awesome games, and they're having a big day today. So shout out to them. And I like the rate at which new games are emerging is also just kind of like mind blowing at this point. It's hard for me to keep up, and I'm really excited to see more folks building like kind of game aggregators where they're making it easier for people to play games. And so this is things like The Basement, B3, this is things like Barrio. I'm sure I'm missing other ones, but like people who are really giving folks almost like an on-chain console that makes it easy for you to discover and engage with games, I think is really, really, really important infrastructure for getting distribution.
That's amazing. There has to be like a full-on ecosystem here, right? Because it's one thing for people to start making games, but it's also another thing. The distribution question is also going to be very crucial for success. It's not only that they make great games, but also distribute it in such a way where everybody is able to play it.
Yeah, and I think this is like, if I could really set one goal for 2025 for the base team, it is to make it so that builders can go viral. Because if you look at the last 20 years, the biggest kind of shift in the way the world works is that content creators have been able to go viral. Like 20 years ago, we didn't have social media in the same way. But now, if you make great content, you can go viral. But the same hasn't happened for builders. And it's because the platforms like Facebook, the feeds, they're locked down. Like literally, Farmville started to show that they could go viral, but then Facebook shut down the platform. And I think what we're seeing open up with this new on-chain economy and on-chain platforms like Base is a reopening of these platforms. And with that, I think we're bringing about the possibility that for the first time, we're going to create a level playing field for builders where if you build something great, if you build a great game, it can go viral. And that, I think, is going to be kind of like the final frontier for our global economy. We've solved the virality of content. Now we need to solve the virality of builders and the apps and games that they create, and I think it's happening right in front of our eyes.
That's extremely attractive, quite honestly, coming from a game developer perspective who's been very challenged on the Google Play Store, on the App Store, even on Steam, even on itch.io, where most of the indies congregate. Having a much more equitable way of being able to actually earn something for the games that they've created is a dream come true for a lot of devs.
Yeah, and I think it's also just going to massively simplify the experience for game players, right? Like right now, best case scenario, you see a game that you're excited about in Twitter, it's like you're clicking out of Twitter, you're going to another website, you're like connecting your wallet, like you're having to go muck around and do a bunch of stuff. Lots of people churn throughout there. I think that where we'll be in the next kind of like 6 months or so is something will show up in your feed, you'll tap and you'll just start playing. And like everything will just work. And it's going to be powered by this composable nature of on-chain, where we can bring your identity, we can bring your wallet into the feed, and then we can bring the actual game into the feed using mini apps like we're seeing on Telegram and Farcaster. And I think that shift in kind of how games show up and how apps show up is going to be one of the big structural changes that enables builders to go viral.
You mentioned something about builders getting viral, right? Because as you mentioned, a lot of times it's mostly creators that are, getting viral. But builders, to some degree, are also creators, just a different kind of creator, right? They're creating the actual content that creators are creating. And so in terms of like what Base is working on right now, are there anything specific to kind of like bring in more virality for these game developers, not just the one that we've talked about, but also those that want to be part of the Base ecosystem?
Yeah, so there's a lot of things we're working on. I can't talk about all of them, but I can say that the things that we're most focused on is kind of the two sides of the market. One is we're investing in things like On-Chain Kit that provide developers really easy tools for building on-chain products, whether they're games or social or other, and then also making sure that those on-chain products show up in a really easy way in mini apps. On Telegram, on Farcaster, in other places. And so that's really about enabling builders to build in a really easy way so that they can go viral. And then the other side is about building the eyeballs and the distribution channels where the builders can actually go viral. And we've been cooking on that for a little while. We've been seeing kind of Coinbase Wallet experiment with that. We've been seeing Farcaster and Warpcast experiment with that, Telegram with their mini apps. And we are working to kind of bring all that together and to make some pretty big investments that we think are going to make it even easier for builders to go viral across millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people.
I really like that idea. You now have incumbents, platforms where distribution can be amazing in terms of volume, supporting that via Base and giving all of these game developers that infrastructure to just bring their games over, whether it's Farcaster, whether it's Telegram, and just have a huge user acquisition potential. I think that's really smart.
I think it's going to be huge. And I think one of the most powerful things is going to be every person who's going to be showing up to these games as they're going viral is going to have a fully baked identity with a social graph that you can pull into your game so it feels like connected and personal to you. And they're going to have a funded wallet that's global, like a globally available funded wallet that anyone in the world can use. And if you could like just randomly sample game developers and were like, how valuable would it be to have all of the social graph and all of the identity and a fully funded wallet that could reach every person everywhere in the world if they have an internet connection?
It's amazing.
It's going to be amazing.
It's going to be amazing, man.
Like, it is amazing, and it's only going to get more and more powerful, and that's really what we're focused on enabling with Base.
Well, speaking of, having... Come on, thanks, Icy. I love that. So, speaking of amazing, right? We talk about fully on-chain games and the initiatives that Base is doing right now. I guess I'm gonna put you more in like a prediction hat here. How do you see it moving along next year?
Yeah, so I think one of the big shifts is going to be this kind of builders going viral. That's going to be a big change, and we think it's going to happen faster than people expect. And it's going to happen at a scale that's much bigger than people expect. And so we're super excited about that. The other one, and it's I think really relevant to why we're here and why GG is, I think we're going to see a lot more people coming together to play games. People coming together to earn as they play games. And kind of the next generation of these guilds that we've seen, be an emergent phenomenon over the last 20 years, but not really maybe ever achieve their fullest potential because the tooling's been kind of lackluster. Because if you wanted to bring people together to play games, you had to deal with people being in different countries and them not having the same payment systems. And most of the time, those payment systems not interacting with the games. And all of that meaning that you couldn't actually get people working together in their fullest, best selves with all of the existing infrastructure. And so I think as we see this like massive increase in builder virality, on the other side, we're gonna see this massive increase in the kind of connective tissue between gamers and the ability for gamers to come together to accomplish more together. Because at the end of the day, we can always do more working together than we can alone. And I think it's tools like the on-chain guilds that YGG is announcing and building that's going to enable that. It's tools that are on-chain native, that can pool on-chain assets, that can set up permissions and roles so that people can actually grow their guild, can grow their community, and then can enable them to play these games or to even do other things like create or build together with the superpower of a community. And so I think those two sides, like supply side kind of amping up how well we can work together, and then demand side really creating pipelines for virality, are going to create like a reckoning in 2025. And it's going to be a good reckoning where builders are going to be able to build better and earn more, and everyday people and gamers are going to be able to play funner games with their friends, with their communities, and earn more as well.
That's good, because another thing that I've kind of like really thought about in terms of how Base is sort of like transitioning over and doing all these initiatives. to bring in more game developers and game creators into the space, right? Is number one your Asia tour and your tour in Africa as well, kind of like really melded together different projects, really cool ones at the very least as well, to work with you guys. But here in the Philippines, is there anything specific that you guys have been working on? I know you've been working with Gabby and the team regarding on-chain guilds, but are there anything else that we're going to be expecting from Base?
Yeah, I think if you look at the Philippines, what you see is that it is like right now one of the largest adopters globally of crypto, both for gaming and for payments. It is an incredibly like hardworking and creative set of people. And I'll just use this. There's a very special someone in the audience right now who's from the Philippines, who I've been working with for the last 6 years, who is very close to me. And through working with her, I've gotten a little bit of a lens into the Philippines, although this is my first time visiting. And I can honestly say that like I would not be here, Base would not be here without her. And the level of creativity, passion, hard work that she brings every day is an inspiration to me. And every single Filipino that I've met on this tour thus far, and I've met in my time, with Gabby and others, like has shown up in a similar way. And so that combination, the combination of the most forward thinking in the world on crypto adoption and like some of the most talented creative people in the world, that's a powerful combination. And when we were thinking about where we wanted to be spending our time, that brought it to the top of the list. And I think as we're looking towards 2025, there's a few things we're doing. One is, Coinbase already has a big presence in the Philippines. I think we employ something like 400 people here. But Base doesn't yet. But we're actually right now hiring a leader for Based Philippines.
You heard that.
Which is basically going to be the country leader for all the Philippines, who's going to be doing marketing and DevRel and technology and business and partnerships and policy to basically figure out how can we support the Philippines economy to come on chain. Because the best version of the global economy is an economy where every country comes on chain and where it's built by Filipinos, built for Filipinos, and built for the world. And so that going into the next year is our top focus. It's about building a local presence, hiring local leaders, helping them hire other local Filipino developers and engineers and marketers and business people to figure out how can we use this technology to make Manila and Baguio and other Philippine cities in the entire Philippine country to be a leader from a global economy perspective, from an on-chain perspective.
Woo! If you're not excited for that, I don't know why.
And I just gotta say, I am so honored and grateful to be here. I'm so honored that Gabby invited us here, and I'm so grateful that we got to bring, I think, 15 members from the core Base team here. Raise your hand if you're from the Base team. Some people sitting over here, yeah, on the front. It's such a joy, and we're just super grateful that everyone welcomed us with open arms. And if you're not done having fun at the end of this event, we are hosting a Base meetup. That's the final stop on Based Around the World at 5 p.m. tonight. 5 p.m. at the Palace at Revel. And we'd love to see you there because we're going to be having fun. We got drinks, we got food. I'm going to be giving a hype speech. We're going to be talking about the Philippines and builders, and we'd love to see you there.
Fantastic. You heard it from Jesse. There's a lot of stuff coming in from the Philippines for Base, and I just want to make sure you guys keep abreast on what's going on with Base because there's so many things to expect from them. Another question for you, Jesse, before I guess we have a little bit of time, but what does it take for developers to succeed on Base?
Yeah, really, there's three things about how people build, and then there's one way people show up. So on the how people build, when we're talking to developers and we're talking about how can you be successful on Base, it's really just how do you build good products? And how do you help us grow the on-chain economy? And we kind of consistently tell them three things. The first thing is you gotta make something people want. Because I think at times we've been distracted in crypto. We've been distracted by the prices and the tokens and all these other things. And we've lost sight of the fact that if we do not build things that solve real problems for real people and real businesses that people actually want, none of it matters. So the first thing is we gotta build things people want. The second thing is we gotta make the things that we build really, really easy to use. Like so easy that our parents and our grandparents and our friends and the random person on the street can use it. Because I think we've for too long said, oh yeah, this is good for crypto. This is easy to use for crypto. But that's just not cutting it anymore. If we want to build a global economy that brings the world on chain, we need to be better than the Web 2 products that have spent hundreds of billions of dollars optimizing their experience. We need to be 10x better. And the only way we're going to do that is if we build things that are really, really, really easy to use. And then the third thing is that we gotta bring people on chain. Like take your app and give it to your friend and watch them. Say one sentence. You get to give one sentence. Here's what this app is. And then you just have to sit there and watch them. Try and use your app to come on chain. And my gut tells me that if you do that with your friends and you do it with your family and maybe you do it with a random person on the street, you are going to learn so much about how we can build better. And you're gonna contribute to the ultimate cause, which is welcoming people into a new economy that works better for them. And every person that you bring on chain is gonna look back to that moment where you onboarded them, and they're gonna remember, this was the person that introduced me. So those are the three things that we really think about for how people build. The last thing, and we say this a lot, is when you're building, you gotta stay based.
Stay based, everyone.
And what that means is actually kind of specific. It means that you do the right thing, even when it's tough. It means that you work hard because it's not going to be easy to change the world. It means that you bring creativity. It means that you stay optimistic because the future is bright, but we have to lead us there. And then finally, and this has been a theme, and I think it's a theme with on-chain guilds, is it means that you put the team over the individual. It means that you put the guild over the individual. It means that you put the world over a single country or a single company or a single corporation. It means all of us coming together to build a better future. Because if we do that, we are going to be able to go so much further together than we can go alone. And so when we say stay based, that's what we mean. And when we ask you to keep building and stay based, we hope that you'll join us.
Woo! All right. Really great nuggets of wisdom here, Jesse. And it's fairly easy to remember, right? From what Jesse mentioned, make something that people want or like or love. Keep it simple. Make sure it's on-chain and stay based. And obviously, build on base too. I mean,
woo!
Fantastic.
That's good.
Well,
it's rare that we got it down to 4 things, and that means you were able to comprehend them and then repeat them back, and that's a good sign. One of the things that I actually think that we've done very well with Base, and this is maybe another tip to builders, is figuring out how you can get not just your user experience simple, but also your messaging simple is so important. Like one of the things that we do with Base very, very consistently is we try and figure out how do we distill a message down to its absolute core. Things like Base is for everyone. Like raise your hand if you've heard the term Base is for everyone before. Lots of people. Like it's because we realize that's a message that resonates and it reflects our values, and then we say it again and again and again and again and again. Because when you feel like you've said something so many times that you're nauseous from saying it, you gotta say it like 1,000 more times. And so that's what we're doing with Base.
all right, I think let's not make this opportunity at a loss by saying Base is for everyone. So I want to hear it from everybody. Base is for everyone. There you go.
Keep building. Keep building.
Stay based. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you,
appreciate
everybody.
your time.
Come on by this evening.
Thank you,
it's
Jesse.
so great. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being with me today, Jesse and James. Now, to bring all people on chain, what does that mean for traditional skills that for the young people coming through today? How do we ensure that they're getting skilled up and being highly valued members of that economy? And so, we have the team from YGG who are working hard to onboard and educate gamers with future-forward technologies like blockchain and AI. We have here Trish Mazan, head of YGG's Future Report, and the co-founder of Yield Guild Games, Barrett Lee. Joining them is Tommy Manala, who was the business manager for the Halo 3 years. And then we also have Luke Lopez of Navigate, a decentralized AI training data collection
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. That was a very interesting panel. And in this panel, we will be discussing the future of AI in the workplace. The speedy rise of generative artificial intelligence, or AI, in the workplace presents many potential benefits for the future of work. Companies can now use workplace AI to improve various processes, from communication and security initiatives to better space planning and a more inclusive company culture. Of course, this assumes that they fully understand these new technologies in the workplace and implement and use them correctly. But with all the excitement, what's the future of generative AI, and how can we create an effective impact across an entire enterprise? To deep dive into the conversation of how the future of AI in the workplace, we have a very interesting panelist. We have here Trish Rosal, who has 28 years of experience in global IT, 18 years of which were spent in Accenture, 10 years at World Vision, a non-profit with a mission to help the most vulnerable communities. And of course, Mr. Milton Lopez. Milton has 15 years of exposure to tech startups, 10 of which were spent in AI, which focuses on design and user experience. His experience also includes designing aerospace and industrial data-driven. Of course, on my left is Beryl, the co-founder, one of the co-founders of YGG. So, to start our conversation, can you give us a backstory of the partnership between Navigate and YGG and this future of work program? And how will this partnership empower users to take back ownership of their data? And how will this merger open more opportunities in the metaverse?
Okay, so we recently launched the Future of Work earlier this year. And one of the early partners that we had in this space was Navigate. We worked with them to make data labeling available to our YGG community members. And what's really interesting is they have a game. It looks like a pixel Pokemon kind of game. And while playing the game, you're actually doing data labeling. And that opens up to the community a way to earn points. We've given YGG tokens to complete these data labeling tasks. And so we just want to keep opening up these tasks to our community members.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll echo that. So the whole point of Navigate is for the people to take back their data. And the business model has been proven again and again. You see all these tech giants. The way they become tech giants is by monetizing the data. And so our approach is we can do the same thing, only when we become the giants, it's really the people that are contributing the data that actually earn from it. And so as more data is contributed in the way of annotations in this game, or passively through a Chrome extension, the user gets to earn rewards. They then convert these rewards to potential tokens in the future or in-game purchases. But ultimately, they are providing the data that's going to be sold back to those companies that today monetize all of our data. And so the partnership with YGG was a perfect fit because we have the system in place that allows us to capture that data. And now we have the human in the loop now that's able to augment that data so that we can really harness the value out of it. And in that position, we all win.
Would you like to add to that, Ms. Beryl?
Absolutely, yes. I think the most important part here is really gamifying the experience of data labeling, right? A lot of us actually, really learning like how to sort data, how to reinforce learning, learning how to use like Excel might be very difficult for a really big population, but to be able to really onboard a number of users, right, to be able to take part in the future of AI, we need to simplify those tasks, and through repurposing our tech stack, which is our questing platform, we've actually used it as a way to really gamify these task-based quests, and these task-based quests involves data labeling. This is how we actually started working with Navigate.
So we've been hearing about data labeling, data annotation, and we all know that data labeling is the backbone of AI models. Without it, AI will not function effectively. So can you walk us through what is data labeling and why is it important?
Absolutely. So if you think about data, it is knowledge that exists. However, if you take data as it is raw, there's not as much value as you can harness from it because it is all of the answers, but there's no context. And so when you come with data labeling, you're contextualizing that data for the specific use. And so think of cats, pictures of cats. You can have all the pictures of cats in the world, but if you don't label it as a cat to begin with, there's no concept. It's just this is a picture of a creature, and this other picture is a creature that looks like it. So the labeling of this data, the annotation of this data, is what brings the context in to where you can now develop these large language models that are very good at responding to pretty much anything you can answer them. But the fact that the human needs to come in and contextualize the data is what really sets apart raw data, which is interesting, from enhanced annotated data, which is much more valuable.
Milton actually answered it really like perfectly, right? Like to be able to really like advance into like all the generative stuff within AI, we really need to start in the basics, which is really like labeling, right? And reinforcing. If your algorithm starts hallucinating, like if there's a picture of a dog and then you name it the cat, right? You need to step in and really like reinforce that, hey, this is actually not the cat, right? So so we need to, that is part of like the data.
By adding context to these images, by labeling and annotating these images, it actually offers economic opportunities. In fact, there are data labeling factories in the Philippines, India, and Pakistan, and in fact, China is trying to be the hub of data labeling.
Yeah, I'll add one other thing to that. The fact that we're in this space, in the Web3 space, is specifically because of the community. And it's because the systems that we built, the data that we create, it is from the community, it's built by the community, and it's very important for everybody to feel that way, because the labeling part is useless if you're just trying to game the system. And you look at traditional methods of labeling this data, it's not fun. I mean, you got to grind and you've got to label it, but it's work that has to be done. If there's no attachment to the overall organization, you're just going to put garbage in, and when you put garbage in, you're going to get garbage out, and there goes your whole value proposition. So I think the thing about Navigate, and specifically working with YGG, is to ensure that everybody feels like this is a part of their community, and they themselves are building this together, so that they take a little more care in the work that they're trying to get to it, and they're not just trying to extract the value. Because ultimately, the better the data, the better we can monetize it, and the better we can reward the community again and again after we're able to monetize that.
Can I add? Yeah, and let me take you back one step to even data collection. So where the community comes in is we want democratized data collection. So for example, if you have an AI model about trees, if no one's collecting information about Chinese or Indonesian or Philippine trees, then there's no AI intelligence around that. So we have to also make sure that we're contributing in a democratized manner to training the AI.
And this question is for Beryl and Ms. Trish and Mr. Wilton can also chime in. We've been hearing about reskilling because of the adoption of AI. People has to reskill, upskill, and even repurpose their skill set so that they can adopt to the new demands of the AI induced industries. And with this FOW, or Future of Work platform, how will this provide or offer economic opportunities for the communities and your partners? And are there communities that are already testing or trialing the platform?
So Future for Work is actually a new initiative within YGG, and we've been, we've been harnessing our community, upskilling them through, like the gaming side. But then we want to offer them income generating opportunities and through emerging technologies. And this would be in the likes of like AI, the centralized physical infrastructure, robotics. But then within AI, it actually, it's just like perfect for emerging markets like the Philippines, where I'd say like 10% of our GDP is actually through business process outsourcing, right? And like at the moment, like the BPO industry is in fears that a lot of the call centers, like that's bringing in over like almost $40 billion within our GDP in the Philippines alone, right? Will lose their jobs over like these call centers because of AI, right? So I've been thinking a lot, like we've been thinking this through, and instead of really fearing it, we should really be embracing it. And this is where we actually need them to start doing data labeling, reinforcing that learning. And this is when humans are actually always needed to do this. And I believe that this is an angle for other income opportunities for these task-based activities.
Correct me if I'm wrong. This is my understanding that most of these call centers or BPOs, some of them are mostly focused on voice services or customer services. That they through FOW they can reskill themselves and be data labelers. Is that one of the directions?
Yeah, so data labeling is actually kind of like the process to kind of like get there. So maybe I'll just give another example, data AI agents. So just imagine people in the community, whether you're a moderator or you're actually part of a, part of the call center. You'd actually be able to really launch like your AI agent, and then you actually use these task-based quests to be able to train that AI agent to be exactly like you. And then instead, for example, I'm being paid 30,000 pesos per month, right? Just being in the call center. I can launch my AI agent like 3 times, right? 3, 6, 90. So making 90,000 pesos instead of 30,000 pesos, maybe even less, right? Maybe it might be 20,000 pesos for each, but 2, 4, 60,000 pesos is still more than 30,000 pesos, right? So this is an opportunity for our community members when they look at it that way.
How do you train yourself?
So this is where the task-based quest actually comes in, because they actually show you how exactly you should be training it up until like launching your AI agent in the market. So it would be like a step-by-step kind of process to teach you on how to train it, right? Reinforce learning, and then up until launching it
Mr. Do you have a thought on that?
Yeah, so one, we also have our education arm, Metaversity. So Metaversity actually does modules, and we have people who have already graduated from these modules and have started earning livings in the Web3 ecosystem, starting on the game side, like as community moderators or content creators, and now we're expanding on the AI side. So how does 40,000 YGG tokens sound? It's big, it's a huge number, and that's the amount that people have earned through our AI tasks, future of work tasks, just in the past few months. So we're here to upskill, and with the on-chain guilds and the reputation system that we have on our platform, so you can say like, okay, I've learned English labeling skill level 1 or skill level 3, or I'm a medical doctor and I can identify cancer on an image, that's level 5. And so if I'm this proficient, I can earn a higher rate actually on these data labeling skills. And it's because you were asking about the AI labeling farms here in the Philippines and China. So typically when you're in these companies, you work 40 hours a week and maybe you're on shift, right? It's really a machine. When you're part of the Web3 decentralized world, maybe it's more like a gig. I want to work 5 hours this week, 60 next week, 20 the next week. It's really up to you what you want to do. It's up to you how much you want to learn to level up so that you're earning more per hour because you're able to learn more complex tasks.
Yeah, I'll add to that. What's really exciting to me is the synergy here, because we talk about education, we talk about upskilling. All of that is valuable for the data labeling side. All of that means that your data is better than your competitor's data. And what I mean by that is we heard about guilds. We heard about how you put people together that have a shared interest, that have a shared specialization. it's the same with data labeling. If you can upskill in a specific direction, then all of the jobs that come out of the Navigate platform will be directed towards that guild, because not all labeling is created equally. You have to have some understanding of the topic at hand, of the type of data that you're looking at. And so as you develop specialization in a specific area, those are the types of data labeling projects, jobs that are going to be offered to you within the Navigate platform. And so as we build up the skill, we're also building up the quality of the data. And so we see this as mutually beneficial, because on the one hand, you're increasing your knowledge, you're increasing your skill level. On the other hand, the data that we're now able to offer the world is much, much higher quality than you can find elsewhere. And so that same quality of data is monetized, and in turn is used to pay for that upskilling. And it's used to reward you for focusing on a specific area.
You mentioned about,
Can I add also that we're actually looking at this very holistically. So tomorrow, for example, we have a roundtable where we have our AI partners, government, education, community leaders coming together to see how do we shape this AI ecosystem moving forward. So rather than fearing it, we're taking it on.
yeah, and to push on that subject more, especially the mentioned by Milton about reskilling in the right direction. That's why you have a partnership with the academe, policymakers. So if you don't reskill in the right direction, you will be displaced. Is that correct?
Absolutely. We're seeing this in any industry today with the rise of Gen AI. This idea that now this system can do the job of pretty much anybody in the world. Is the reality? That's not the reality. You can answer a question, but without having the deep understanding of that industry or that specialization, that answer may be completely false, may be completely inaccurate. You could have hallucination occur, but you have no idea. You just got an answer. That's not new. I mean, if you ask me about medicine, I can give you an answer. It is 100% going to be incorrect, and you should not listen to me, but I can give you an answer. And so the magic, however, is that now you have a system that can generate all these answers for you, and you think that they're good. And so now you don't need anybody else. You don't need this individual that's worked in this industry for 20 years and has built this level of understanding, because the system can now answer the question for you. It's not accurate, but it is the reality of where we live. And so the method of advancing in the world of the future is now partnering with the AI. And there's multiple ways of doing it. If you're an individual contributor, you can learn enough for you to be able to identify the false from the truth in terms of the answers you're getting. Okay, now you're multiplied as an individual contributor. If you're on the side of the gig economy, as an example, and your work relies on content creation, your work relies on outsourced work, you're going to be displaced. There's a lot of individuals that are already seeing that. And so what happens when one source of revenue goes away? Well, you need to find an additional one, an alternative one. And that is what we're looking to create with Navigate, which is a source for you to now take that understanding, that knowledge, and harness it in a different direction that still yields revenue for you, a livelihood for you. And now it's in the fueling of these AI systems by generating that quality data that now is in turn going to train these systems. But you as the individual are now creating that data that is going to make that system better. And so we see that as a way to keep the players still in the game, even if their core job has been displaced.
Yeah, this topic is very much close to my heart because I'm from the media. My industry is one of the most displaced, one of the most disrupted industries because of technology. Every time a new technology comes or develops, industries are always disrupted. But usually, with new technology, only the skilled workers were disrupted. But with AI, even the highly skilled workers are disrupted and are threatened. So with this data labeling and data accreditation that we're discussing right now, how will this now offer alternative income for those who will be displaced or disrupted because of the generative AI? For Milton.
Sure. So the same way that they're being displaced today, we're looking at that as an opportunity for them to be the ones that are fueling those systems. And the success of those systems means the rewarding for them. And so as I mentioned before, you label the data, you contribute the data, and once Navigate monetizes that data, that money is not, I mean, we are in Web3, so that money is not going to be used to build a massive tech giant as we see today. That money is going to be used to give back to the community, to take back some of those tokens, to reward the contributors. There's a ton of different ways that we're looking at using that revenue that's generated from that same data and putting it back into the community, so that the more you contribute, the more you provide valuable data to the system, the more earnings you're going to get again and again and again, because that data won't just be used once. That data will continue to be used by all these organizations, and the more we can succeed as an organization Navigate, the more we have to give back into the community of contributors.
And Mr. Beryl, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So someone told me this, 40% of jobs today did not exist in the 1900s. So meaning to say that our jobs, for example, in media, your job will just be repurposed into something different, right? Maybe you're just going to be managing your own AI bots, your own AI bots, and spending more time with us, right? So, so you know, like the job role will actually be repurposed. That's what I believe in.
Yeah.
But upskilling is necessary. As well.
That's what, because I believe I'm a firm believer of AI and technology. That's why I used to be the business manager for Daily Tribune. It's a print newspaper. So now I'm managing a digital newspaper because I believe that's the direction that the media is going. And we're using AI. In fact, we are saving 70% of our workforce because of AI. And would you like to add to my last question, Ms.
I think, yeah, it's gonna make you super productive. Like, for example, if journalists now, instead of churning out how many articles per week, I don't know how long it takes you to create an article, you could be more curating, editing, saying, I want it about this topic with this style, and you're like making it suit your style and your tone more, and it's generating the words for you to edit. So it actually frees up your time maybe to do more investigation or deep research about the topics that you care about.
And it's also applicable within gaming, right? Like I'd say that it costs around like $30 million to produce like a AAA like game, and then they say that because of generative AI that could actually create content for games, right? Automate the content through AI. That cost would actually be reduced to 10 million, and most of that cost will be through because of IP. Yeah, the royalties from IP.
Yeah, I want to point out, you have to have that knowledge, you have to have that human in the mix to be augmented. If you just rely on the AI system, you're going to find that it's going to produce a thing, but over time, it's not going to produce the thing that you used to produce. It's just going to be acceptable. And the more of this that we rely on, the less of this that we kind of, as humans, we contribute to that. And so it's very important for us to ensure that the human is still valued in this equation. It is not just that now the AI is able to replace everybody, and it's able to replace somebody who has a lot of experience, because there's still the human element that cannot be replaced by the AI today.
Yeah, AI will actually complement humans.
And I have an example. So for example, you can create music now just with your PC. But when you hear an expert pianist or an orchestra perform, you still appreciate them. You appreciate the art. You know that they have very high levels of performance. So it may be like that too when it comes to writing or other forms of expression.
So, Ms. Trish, would you like to invite our audience for tomorrow's FOW workshop?
Okay, so as Beryl mentioned, Future of Work is a new vertical in YGG. So we hope that you share some more with your guilds that we are doing this, and that you participate in our activities. We've got Milton here and a few other partners. We've got booths tomorrow and workshops line up, an AI primer, Frodobots workshop, Navigate workshop. So let's all just head into this AI world together.
Thank you very much. We ran out of time. So it's a very interesting discussion. And thank you, Ms. Beryl, Ms. Trish, and Milton.
Yeah, thank you, Comfy.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trish, Carol, Milton, and Comfy. That was indeed something we have to look forward to. take this opportunity to once again acknowledge our partners for this year's YTG Play Summits. Hyperplay, official game store partner. Mantle, our diamond sponsors, Points.pa. By Point Telegraph's president, left-wing gamer columnist, and market supporter, Karen Lyon.
Hello, everyone. We've got Luke and Heidi here from Pixels. Heidi, the CMO, and Luke, CEO and founder. Thanks for joining us. Look, today's panel is on navigating community growth. And I think, if there's one game that's had hyper growth recently, it is Pixels. So you guys know better guys to talk to us about it. But I guess what would be a really interesting point to kick it off is you guys recently clocked over 1 million daily users per day. So when a game gets that big, how important is it to maintain the focus on community growth?
Yeah, so community is the most important thing in a game in general, and especially inside of Web3. One thing that we've been learning too, though, is just sheer number of users is also not the most important metric all the time too. If you have a community that doesn't care about what you're building, that community is kind of useless. A lot of the work at Pixels is making sure that we can identify the best community members, making sure that we're building for that community that actually has that same long-term vision as us inside of the game, and doing a lot of work around that. So that's kind of been the focus and the core of the Pixels tech over the last 6 to 8 months, really figuring out who the best players are, how we align the incentives between players and us, and then how do we align our strategy towards making sure that we're listening to the players who actually care about what we're doing as well.
Yeah, and I can hop in on that. Basically what he's getting at is you said how important is community growth, and we turn around and say community retention is more important, because you can keep growing, you can keep getting new players, you can keep getting more bots, but you really want to be able to identify your strong players and keep them there and happy and continuing to build the community, and then organic growth just comes along with it.
Amazing. And I know, Luke, you said earlier this year in an interview that one of the biggest challenges is, as the game grows, is kind of trying to maintain that balance between listening to community feedback and also game development. So how is Pixels managing that challenge now as the game's just growing more and more?
Yeah, I mean, that's the tricky thing about having a live game, right? It's really, really easy to talk about the right things to do before a game is live, and you can criticize what games are doing in the arena. I think that's one thing that I really respect about Axie Infinity for a long time. I saw Axie Infinity come up, and I saw a lot of people trying to say a lot of bad things about Axie Infinity for a while, silently, we were in the arena building a game, and we realized how hard it was to have a live game out and all the work that it takes to do to get there and actually like innovate in the space. The real innovation in Web3 gaming happens when you have a live game and you're in the arena. I wouldn't trust the opinions of people who haven't launched a game, to be honest, in this space. But there are some battle-tested teams out in the last year now, which is great. And I love seeing more and more people getting into Web3 gaming also and finally releasing their games, because it means that there's going to be more innovation in Web3 gaming too, right? Web3 gaming's not so fun when there's just one or two games out there doing all the experimentation and then there's nothing else out there. I'm excited to see other people come in and try new things and actually move the space in other ways besides us. What we've been trying to do is focus on new innovative game mechanics that our community loves. We've been focusing a lot on the metrics lately that matter to us. And our metrics have shifted from what we've cared about. Like at first we were all about DAU. We've started to realize that DAU is not the most important metric for us right now. It really is around like that core audience retention. It's about monetization. It's about our users actually using the tokens in a way that we think is healthy for the ecosystem. And ecosystem growth to us looks a lot more like the use of the token. Basically, like money kind of talks when it talks to retention inside of the ecosystem. If people aren't sticking around, if people aren't actually like participating in the ecosystem and having skin in the game, it's not really long-term community-minded at all.
Do you have anything to add to that as well, Heidi?
No, I think you nailed it.
I think as well, you both mentioned core audience retention as well as a word. And that's super interesting because I think it must be a challenge in itself as the game gets bigger, community management, like just managing the community as well, going from a game that might just have a Discord or a Telegram and a couple of thousand users to like the beast that Pixels has become. I mean, how do you guys manage that now, and what's the challenges that come along with that?
It's a lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of commitment. I would say what we did right was set a really strong foundation right from the beginning. When Luke and I first joined forces and Pixels was brand new, we decided the kind of culture we wanted, which kind of went against the grain of crypto at the time. We wanted something wholesome, family-friendly, childlike, nostalgic, which the previous bull market was none of the above, right? But people really aligned with that. And when you find those people that align with your culture, it becomes their home, their safe space. So we just honed in really hard on that, and we still have a huge player base that were here 3 years ago with us. And so that's just like proving our point, right? Okay, there's people here that want this too. So then from there, we were able to continue to do what I said earlier, empower our users to help us with this organic growth. And then through that, when we go through growth spurts, also growth is never linear. That's another thing people always ask, like, how do you grow like this? We don't, we go like this, right? And so during these extreme growth periods is when we implement strong changes. So like when our first huge growth period, I'll never forget, we have these volunteer moderators in our Discord called the Farm Hands, and I was making that role literally in like the Mexico airport because it was just, okay, we need more help. And now some of them are here managing our booth, right? And 2 years later, which is really cool. So basically what I'm getting at is setting that solid foundation has allowed us to sustain the community culture through all of these growth periods and rely on our community members to continue to keep our culture farmer-friendly, happy, healthy, and all the things that we really want it to be.
Yeah, communities are formed around a couple of things. One is shared values and shared missions. And if you don't have those things from the very beginning, the community won't ever be able to form organically, right? You're kind of trying to force a community that way too. So we did some things that were really counter-narrative at the time in 2021. Like we didn't allow swearing in our Discord, which if you guys remember the 2021 bull run, there were like a lot of these crypto bro, degen people that we could clearly see had no interest in the game or any of the values of what we had at Pixels and what we wanted the community to look like. And we didn't really allow them to participate in the community at the very beginning. And it was one of those things that was painful at the beginning because we probably could have failed a Discord with like tens of thousands of people like this who were very interested in floor price of the NFT and like quick ROI at the time was like a really big one for them. But we instead wanted the people to like joined a community who believed in the long term of Web3 gaming, who had like a bit more of a patient mindset, who liked the game that we were building, and it was really, really intentional at the beginning. And the thing that Heidi's done really well at Pixels too is basically bringing those people who shared the like most aligned values inside of the community, allowed them to be leaders inside of the community too. Basically, it creates better systems at scale because you're bringing like the true believers in and giving them opportunities to help culture and foster the community and scale it to like hundreds of thousands as well.
Yeah, I found it really interesting. You said, you know, people that are in the chat at the start now are working for you guys full time. It's almost like if you join in early on, you can have an opportunity at the end. I think it just goes to show as well with the strength of your community. I mean, recently a couple just got married in September, Cloud White and his partner Laura as well. So, I mean, did that just reaffirm how strong your community is?
Yeah, I actually would love to speak to that moment because imagine, you know, I'm sitting on my parents' patio and we're just watching these two people we've never met get married. My parents have no idea what's going on, but we're all watching and sharing this beautiful moment together. And so are so many people. Thousands of people are coming together to watch this marriage of people that met at AxiCon, right? And so it felt so heartwarming and just so lovely. And there were multiple signs to that occasion because it was proving the strength of our community, of the Ronin and Axie community, and all of this coming together. And then on the Pixel side, it was also proving like we're an incredible place to host events where thousands of people can come together and share this wholesome moment together. So it was just all around like just a beautiful moment for Pixels and the greater community.
And I think it's important too to recognize that our community is kind of bigger than us as well. And our community will come with asks to us. And if we want to actually own it and, you know, actually tell the community that we care about them, we have to also listen to what they're bringing to us. And this is one of the things that like community members brought to us.
Binance came to us.
Mm-hmm.
I went to YGG.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah, that's one of those asks where it's like, oh, we don't have time for this. Like, we could have easily been like, oh, this doesn't fit into our roadmap. But we prioritized it because we think it's something cool, and we want to show the community that, hey, if you guys have ideas like this, or if you want to get involved, like, we're going to have a space for you to do that.
So if anyone wants to get married in Pixels, it's an open offer?
That's a standing offer. I'll say it, yeah. If you want to have...
We have the map.
Yeah.
Awesome. And I guess, did you guys expect the rapid growth that you guys have had over the last couple of years?
I mean, no and yes, right? Like, when you build a company, you obviously want to have high ambitions for this, right? Like, my mission statement coming into Web3 gaming is I don't like to view us in competition with Web3 games. I think it's a really small scope and view of Web3 gaming, and I think a lot of founders get caught up in that. I think it's a really easy early founder mistake to see the space that you're in as competitive rather than blue ocean. And, you know, my aspiration here is we're trying to build a company in an industry that goes and competes with the Web2 giants. Like, you should really consider your competition in Web3 gaming to be Scopely or Zynga or Voodoo, like some of these, you know, gaming giants that are making billions a year, right? So, you know, that's what we came in and set to do. And then when it comes to growth, right, we were building a foundation that we thought would be able to get there, right? And we've been focused on fundamentals for the longest time too. We haven't really been trend chasing here at Pixels. Obviously, when trends come, you should go and like ride them if you can. But also, it's really easy to get distracted quite easily as well. So the thing we did at Pixels, we built a game first before we started pushing more of the Web3 components. And we also had a game that could retain users, was fun, and live before we started to introduce new growth channels. Like, before we moved to Ronin, our game was live for a year and a half, right? And we had been putting a lot of work in the live economy to like iterating with player feedback for a year and a half. There was a lot of work behind the scenes before we went and like showed the game to more people that allowed for that growth, right? And that's kind of how I view every single stage, right? Now we're like in a good spot with a Web3 audience. We want to start expanding to a new user base. There's more changes that we need to make to the core product in order to get that Web2 growth. Like, for example, if you played Pixels, our onboarding is not very good, right? That's okay for a Web3 audience. Web3 people are very okay with jumping through hoops, and it's not something you need to do to get to the first million DAU, in my opinion. When you're trying to expand and get hyper-competitive against the Web2 things, maybe it's time to start looking into that again, right? So that's kind of the game plan for us, right? Basically, get ready for that next stage of growth, and make sure you have the fundamentals down before you even try to push that.
Yeah, and I guess just looking back, like more broadly at the last 12 months for Web3 gaming now, where we are now, did you expect where we are now would be, you know, when it was January time? Like, how has it played out to what you were kind of predicting at the start of the year?
It's crazy because I think people forget really quickly. 12 months ago, people thought Web3 gaming was dead. Yeah, and look where we're at now. Like, this event is super lively. There's no industry belief that Web3 gaming is dead now. There's still a lot of questions on like what's going to work in the long run. But like the space now believes in Web3 gaming fully. Even the Web2 people are getting a little scared. We're not quite there yet. I think there's still a lot of work and like growth that the Web3 gaming industry needs to get to. But I think we're kind of showing that Web3 gaming is legitimate. There are good quality games out here. There's more coming out into the space. And the belief is really different, which is a great spot to be in. Now we kind of have to go improve ourselves. I'm always in a prove yourself mindset, right? You know, we can't say that we're competing with Web2 games until we actually are. And I don't think many people are there yet or even quite ready. But that's going to be the next stage of growth for this industry.
I guess, you know, we've seen a lot of Web2 gaming guys, similar to TradFi, people jumping over to crypto. It's kind of been similar with Web2 gaming, jumping over to Web3 as well. Have you seen a lot of that recently, especially within Pixels? Have you managed to convert any
So it's interesting because I think the Web2 people have a really different mindset in how they built their businesses. And that's great. Like, they've obviously have built stuff that's worked for them. But this is also, I think it's like somewhat of a generational thing too, where it's like, okay, the previous generation that went and built companies, they learned their own methods to do it. They don't want to grind in the same way as what it takes to go and build something completely new and innovative, right? Which is a really good opportunity for like young and hungry people in the space who have that energy, that drive to build something new and innovative, to come in and innovate, right? So that's where the Web3 game founders who didn't come from the Web2 industry actually have a good advantage in the early stages, because they're willing to try new things that maybe didn't work in Web2 but can work in a different way inside of Web3. They're willing to kind of break the rules in different ways as well. We did a lot of things that are not standard practice inside of Web2. Like, for example, our build in public approach and our like, you know, perpetual live ops mode is a big no-no inside of Web2 gaming. In Web2 gaming, you're supposed to build your game for years and not really show people until it's perfect and ready. And Web3 gaming, we never really had that approach, right? Like, we like to build more like a startup at Pixels than a Web2 studio would, where that means we break things really often or release not perfectly polished updates, because we're still in a stage where we need to be trying things out and we need to be taking risk, right? These Web2 companies can't really afford to take risk in the same way, so that's a great opportunity for us. So the Web2 people, we're starting to hire more of that talent, and we're starting to train them in Web3 basically off of the things that we've learned. But having a complete Web2 mindset and trying to come into Web3, we haven't really seen work, even from people who have built great games inside of Web2. What we've learned is basically you can't just build a Web2 game and slap Web3 on it. It's just not going to work. You have to have a different approach. It requires new methods, and that's where like this mix of like the Web3 and the Web2 come together really well.
Yeah, and I know you've previously said as well, like 80% done, better than perfect in interviews before as well. And I think most people in Web3 can agree with that. It's just putting it out there as opposed to waiting. And that brings us to, I guess, talking about like open betas and, you know, early release games, which provide great opportunities for building growth, but at the same time can be a pain point for like impatient gamers as well. So where do you see that going over the next couple of years now as Web3 gaming evolves?
I mean, I think the reality is the industry is still early, so people have to be getting stuff out more often and earlier, because we still don't know all the methods that will work for scaling Web3 games, right? If Web3 gaming was as mature as Web2 gaming is right now, that would probably not be the right approach. But we still haven't all figured out the right user acquisition channels. A lot of the core infrastructure still isn't built. Especially when it comes to like earnings tech. Like, this is an area that we're innovating on a lot right now, of kind of figuring out who to give earnings to, how we can grow games without ads. But these are like entirely new UA channels that have none of the infra built. Like, there's no like Web3 equivalent of like AppLovin or any of these companies that have like great ad networks, right? So in this stage, it's still the time to experiment, and you can't figure out what's going to work when you're, you know, locked in your office and not shipping anything. right? Like you need to actually get stuff out in the open, get some feedback, take experiments, take risks, and then maybe in 5 years when the industry has like some best practices and standards, you can take your time, build in stealth, and release something great. But we're not on that stage yet. That's the reality.
I guess like from more working with inside the company and being able to take more risks, like surely that's got more adrenaline, right? Like putting out something early and not knowing exactly how it's going to go, as opposed to, doing the Grand Theft Auto route and waiting years and years to put something out. I mean, do you want it to go to that way? Like, do you want to be waiting years, or do you kind of enjoy putting things out and see how it goes?
I mean,
it's a mixture.
Yeah, we're gonna get some like dissenting opinions just even on this panel between me and Heidi, because Heidi has to deal with when we make mistakes. Now the thing with like taking risks is you're gonna get some things wrong, and you're gonna get some things wrong often. But the thing is, if you're not getting things wrong, you're not taking enough risk, you're not releasing enough, and then you're probably not innovating enough, right? But then that also means that we'll release some things that haven't gone the way that we want it to sometimes, and the community management is not always the easiest there.
Yeah, you have to have a thick skin, but it's also, you have to kind of set an understanding with your community that like you're a part of something new here too, and we're innovating and we're creating something that's never been done before. And with that comes these risks that we're taking, and this 80-20% mentality and whatnot. So yeah, community management takes a lot of work, and I think, yeah, like he was suggesting earlier, some Web 2 folks might not understand that. In my opinion, the biggest difference between Web 2 and Web 3 gaming is the community element and that building in public opportunity. I can't even imagine doing it without that, if I'm being totally honest. So yeah, it's a lot of extra work, I would say. But yes, the adrenaline is absolutely there.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that too. That's also the cool thing about building a Web 3. There's better incentive alignment around this as well too. What's cool is a lot of our core audience is actually totally in line with the fact that they're in something new and innovative. They also get to participate in helping us as well. Like a lot of our community is very actively involved in giving feedback on game design. They're actually building out tools that help fill in some of the gaps that we might not have released ourselves. Like one of the best examples is this tool called Pixels.tips that we have. It's a community-built tool that is so essential for playing Pixels right now. It basically gives you like a live view of the marketplace inside of the game. It's kind of like a marketplace stock market in a way. And yeah, almost every player of our game uses it. Community built completely, and they get to be involved in that. And they also have aligned incentives through all the Web3 components as well. It's cool.
Yeah, if I ever get a complaint from anyone ever, it's a screenshot from that website showing some data points. I'm like, yep, yeah, okay. But it's something you touched on too is, yeah, that feedback loop, right? So our players are essential in this feedback and helping us build the game, which goes back to empowering our users, which makes them feel like they're actually a part of something, because they literally are. And 2 years ago, if you submitted a request and we implemented it into the game, they're still here because they feel like they own part of that, because they really do. Like they're the reason that got implemented in the game. Like the claim all button in the marketplace, for instance, I was hounded by so many people on that, and we finally got that in, and then it was like a parade for all of the users that had been asking for it, right? So that's like a very simple instance of that feedback that got implemented into the game, and now it's like couldn't live without it, right? So
I guess it'd be actually interesting to hear your perspective on the marketing side. I mean, how important is it as the CMO to really understand the core voice of the gamers who are actually playing Pixels?
Oh, I think that's my entire job. It's really funny too, because whenever I talk to like CMOs from like the most typical Web 2 companies, we don't speak the same language. They're asking me these like I went to university for this questions, and I'm like, I don't know what you're saying. Because marketing in Web 3 is so community oriented and so different to, just like, I don't know, like normal, normal jobs, that it just doesn't even compare. I think understanding your community, their voice, their needs, their wants, and empowering them and standing up for them too. Like you should see some of our internal conversations where I'm hounding our designers for something, right? Because it's my job too. So yeah, I think that's key.
Yeah, and our
Absolutely.
growth strategy is community too.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit different, because in Web 2, what you'll do is you'll raise a ton of money and you'll spend all of that money on ads, barely any of that money on game development. And our difference here inside of Web3 is we want to figure out ways to help our community help us grow. So without that community, it doesn't work. And a lot of our growth is either product driven or incentive driven, or like through the experience of being in the Pixels community. And we're always looking for aligned incentives. So it really helps to think about things through community, through that core fan base, and giving reasons for these people to help us, basically.
I guess, for those people that might be starting up a game or working on a game yet to be released now, I mean, what advice would you have for them on building community, like a very strong core community?
Okay, you know what's something that I think we've done right, and I would love to hear from our users in the audience, our weekly AMAs. Do any of you come to them?
My normie friend watches them.
Your normie friend watches them. I love, this is Gio, guys. This is literally the founder of Axie, and his normie friend wife watches our AMAs. Okay, so I'm shocked more companies haven't copied us, because I think that was one of our strongest community building things we could have done, and we did. So do that for new community builders. I will say it's very hard, and I think that's also why we haven't been copied as much in that case. And then also figure out what kind of culture you want, and don't stray from it. I mean, make sure that there are other people that agree with you, but if you want it, there will be other people too, right? 2 years ago, can you imagine me sitting there behind my screen telling grown men not to swear? Okay, because that's what I was doing, but it worked. And, no sexism, no homophobia, no racism, none of that is allowed at all. And because of that, I actually think we have one of the biggest female player bases in the industry, which I love. So just stick to your gut, stick to the culture that you want, and you'll find others that want it too.
Yeah, and a reminder, the fundamentals of community building, it's shared vision and shared goals, right? And shared values. So it's funny because Pixels only didn't have a game for like a month of its community.
I remember when we launched farming.
Yeah, and it is so much easier to build community if they all have something to do together and talk about together.
Yeah.
Trying to have it and maintain and retain a community when there's no activity for them to do together, it gets really, really difficult. So just shift the game.
And empower them too. Like, you all are so creative in the ideas that you come up with. You're live streaming and doing an activity together that I would have never even thought of doing. It's incredible. So really just empower everyone in your community to be leaders and do whatever they want and come together and find their communities. We have thousands and thousands of micro communities within Pixels that, that's their safe space, that's their home. And I bring this up in probably every single interview ever, but why are users spending their precious hours with you on your platform?
Yeah.
Why?
And it's funny, the startup mindset too, like if you go to like Silicon Valley, is like the startup mindset that's very prevalent is you should be pretty embarrassed about your first product. And if you aren't, then you've waited a little too long to release it. That's not the mentality in gaming, but I really think it should be, especially when you're in a really early experimental industry like us. Yeah, release it even if you're embarrassed. The first version of our game was so bad, but it was still something for people to do and talk about, and that helped the community building 10x.
I guess, just wrapping it up, what can people expect from Pixels over the next 12 months? You guys sizzling up anything exciting, or what's on the roadmap?
Yeah, so there's a few things. One, we're continuing to make the game better and better. So expect consistent updates and improvements just in core gameplay of Pixels. We have a really great team that's getting even better ideas out, and there's some cool stuff there. Two, we're really innovating on some of our play to earn tech. A lot of the core stuff and innovation that we're doing is essentially targeted rewards. So basically, how do we give out less rewards to bots? How do we give them out to good ecosystem players? And then the other thing that we're also figuring out is how can we 10x improvements in gameplay, not necessarily through us as well. So we're also working on acquisition and publishing deals too. Like if there's a certain mechanic that we're missing in Pixels, we might be able to get it into the game quicker by just acquiring a team or acquiring a game or publishing a game as well too. We'll probably have some announcements about that kind of stuff pretty soon, but it gets really interesting when we start to do that and build more of a mesh of different experiences, all powered by the same data layer, the same earnings engine, same reputation system. There's a lot of cool stuff coming.
And we are doing a live AMA on Saturday. I think it's at 10:30. I don't know what the venue is, but it's here, so it'll be really cool. So come hang out with us on Saturday.
Awesome. Well, thanks, Luke and Heidi. Give it up for those.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Karen, Luke, and Heidi. For those who wanting to learn more about Pixels, Luke and Heidi are hosting a live AMA on this stage and in Terra Luna simultaneously on Saturday at 10:30 a.m. as part of the Play Summit. We now delve into open gaming powered by B3 with Victoria Hyatt, co-founder of B3.
All right, let's test this. Cool. Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for attending. Super excited to be here. Big thank you to Gabby and Mensch for having us. I'm Victoria Hein. I'm one of the co-founders of NPC Labs, who's a core contributor to B3. And I'm super excited to be here today because this is the country that put on-chain gaming on the map. It's the people of this country that really were the visionaries behind seeing what gaming could be. You were well ahead of your time, well ahead of anyone else. And so coming here, I thought it would be an absolute waste to actually just be up here and tell you about B3 or Basement Fun, things you could look up yourself. And instead, I'm going to do something a little unorthodox. I'm going to talk about something we actually haven't launched yet. It's brand new. It's not live on our site. We haven't posted across social media. We haven't talked about it to anyone. Actually, our investors don't even know about it. They have slight context, but not all of it. And shout out to Franklin from Pantera and Greg from Makers. You guys are absolute killers. We will give you the full lowdown and update next week in our investor call. But for the time being, it's this crowd that I want to get in front of and share our vision. And so we want to tell you about open gaming. Before I dive into open gaming, though, I think we need to set the stage. I think it's very important for us to kind of have the context here. So big gaming is our present gaming reality. We are currently living in this world where big corps are in control of both the developer experience and the player experience. They choose what gets built, what gets funded, what gets published, and what gets played. And so the mandate for them always has been and will be to maximize their profit. That said, they've lost the magic. They don't care about winning our hearts anymore. And what this means specifically for all of us is that there's this lack of bold ideas. We don't have innovation. We don't have cool projects coming our way. Instead, it's this slew of remakes and sequels and tired mechanics. The bottom line is games lack soul. And it's almost like we're in this game culture stagnation. We all feel it. It's this feeling where, to cope with it, we kind of either look towards the future and hope that things are going to get better, or we actually look towards the past or back to the past and we reminisce about the good old days, about when things were great. And instead of really living in the moment, we're in this midst of a nostalgia play. And this nostalgia is fueling the world around us. It's not just gaming. We have, folks renouncing digital cameras and going towards film cameras. We're moving away from smartphones and turning to flip phones. We're moving away from, we're actually coming back to iPods. There's a resurgence of people playing music on their iPods versus on their phone. And so through this, our entire reality and our entire world is kind of either looking forward or backwards, never in the moment. And it's just a lot more prevalent in games. But things weren't always like that. Just looking at the screen here, things weren't so bleak. There was a time when we were living in the moment, and that moment was happier than ever. We would gather with our friends, we would beat new levels, we would defeat tough bosses, we would have these experiences that would really create freedom through the immersion of games. And games brought us together, and they won our hearts. And honestly, I actually think that the why behind on-chain gaming is all of those feelings. It's the lack of being able to really have these experiences. And so with on-chain gaming, we sought to usher in this new era for gamers. We wanted to bring indie game devs from talented studios to the masses. We want to bring communities together and really empower players. And we want to create robust economies where studios and game devs aren't beholden to big gaming. And so our intentions were in the right place. We're just not there yet. And that's simply because of the way the space has evolved and has been built. And so looking at today's world of on-chain gaming, there's a million issues, and we all know them and we face them on a daily basis, but they really can get bucketed into these 4 areas. So anything you can come up with is one of these 4. There's a problem with UX. Gamers just want a game. They don't want to navigate the maze or face the issues with the interconnection of chains and wallets and tokens. There's no easy way to just play on-chain games. Next, there's this isolation. In order to combat the poor user experience, game developers are now turning to app chains and side chains in order to control the entire experience. If I control the entire experience, I can make the user experience easy. But the reality is you start fragmenting the ecosystem even further. All of a sudden, you're now a chain, and you're an island, and all of your users are on this island, and so you've essentially isolated yourself. There's also a fragmentation of incentives. Right now, there's no real reason for games to share users. You almost want to build a moat around your users. You don't want to lose them. You want them to play your game and never leave. And so it's this zero-sum game where you fight for the same players and fight for the same users. And then last but not least, there's also the vanity metrics first and fun last. And what I mean by that is we all know that games are incredibly expensive to fund and build. And so game devs and studios turn to tokens, as launching a token as a way to fund their efforts. When you launch a token, you have to work with a centralized exchange because they are really the gatekeeper behind liquidity and distribution. And centralized exchanges have metrics that they need you to hit. And so you pivot from being a game studio that's developing fun games, and instead you now have to artificially inflate your numbers. You're in the early stages of your game. You don't have the users, you don't have the followers, but you have to get them somehow, and you turn to bots. And all of a sudden, fun goes out the window, and as a developer, you're prioritizing the wrong things. So how do we fix things? How do we actually push gaming forward? And how do we actually move into this better on-chain gaming world? And so, super excited to share B3 Open Gaming. What we have done is create a secure, scalable gaming ecosystem of game chains that restore economic and creative freedom to game developers and players. So let's revisit the 4 issues, the 4 buckets of pain points that we just covered and how B3 Open Gaming solves all 3. So with the poor user experience, we have actually built Basement.Fun to combat this. Basement.Fun, and it's actually called Basement because you play video games in your basement, but Basement.Fun is really a way for a player to come on and be able to see all the available games on any chain across any ecosystem. And that's important. It's this collaboration over competition approach that if there are enough users, we can all succeed. Instead of isolated island chains, devs are still getting their own game chain. They still have that full control, but thanks to our chain abstraction tech, we are able to unite liquidity. And then in that case, games and game studios and game chains are actually able to share their users and power a connected ecosystem where they win together. In terms of the fragmented incentives, we have a very novel shared incentive program. So with our program, as you develop your app chain, and you don't want to lose your users, within B3 Open Gaming, we provide this interconnected world where the pie is bigger than ever. Games can cross-pollinate their users and earn revenue in perpetuity from that. What I mean by this is if, for example, a parallel player comes into the ecosystem and plays Nifty Island, in Nifty Island, that player transacts, buys some NFTs, does some swaps. Parallel would get a revenue share of that transaction issued to them in B3 token. And so the more players you bring in, regardless of if they're making the transactions in your game or in other games, you're making revenue and you're able to fund yourself. We are also jump-starting this growth with a dedicated fund of B3 tokens funded by our foundation. And next, there's the Vanity Metrics Fund Last Issue. So what we're building here is a gaming voting block. So think GoFundMe meets a publishing model, where real gamers are actually able to fund, create, and support devs, allowing for fun to be the leader here for the experience rather than vanity metrics and arbitrary pieces. So really for the first time, there exists this gaming ecosystem, this B3 Open Gaming ecosystem that's designed to work together and to grow together and to ultimately succeed together. Our goal is a new system that funds and empowers creative game developers, a new emphasis on real gamers and real fun, a new tech stack that unlocks novel experiences, a new ecosystem that harnesses the full on-chain gaming community instead of dividing it, and a new future of gaming owned and decided by you. And so if you scan this QR code, you are actually going to land on our manifesto. You can read some of our big bullet points, and at the very bottom, you get a really cool signature experience with a wallet experience that actually powers Basement.Fun and solves some of those UX complexities that I mentioned previously. So sign and join us. We're very excited to see all the signatures on chain. Our team is all here. We're super pumped to talk to every one of you. We have been around for quite some time and can't wait to get your feedback, to have you join Open Gaming. And before I leave the stage, I would actually love to get Bu from the Echelon Foundation to come on, because B3 Open Gaming only works with a multitude of game chains launching. We've launched the first, being B3, and we now have a second and 4 more launching soon. Let's take a look. There's no sound. Awesome. So as a part of our B3 Open Gaming ecosystem, Prime Chain is going to be launching shortly. Super excited.
I'll say a few words. At Echelon, we've always been guided by North Star of developing infrastructure and tooling that really pushes our space forward. We sort of believe that the table stakes of taking the next big step as an industry is making blockchain easy, not just for developers, but also for gamers. And to this end, B3 is the perfect partner to take this step with. So we're really excited for this next chapter of, together with Parallel Studios and our amazing community, taking that step. So stay tuned. There's going to be more information in the coming weeks. And yeah, we're super pumped.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Check, check, check. Oh. What's going on, everyone? How's everyone doing? Hope we're all vibing. We're gonna have some interesting stuff for you today. I'm Alec. I'm head of product at Hyperplay. And I'm gonna go ahead and hopefully click the slides next here. Somewhere. They're on that screen, I can see it. I know they're there. All right. Anyway, the title of our talk today is called The Power of Your Publishing Partners. Later in this talk, I'm going to bring up Simon here. But first, I want to get through a couple things here. So we are Hyperplay. This thing is going here. There we go. Oh. Can we go back to the beginning by chance? Sorry about that. Cool. All right. Just kidding. All right, anyway, so we are Hyperplay. We are a Web3 native game store. And first and foremost, some of the things that we have to cover, the elephant in the room. Actually, funny enough, some of our friends here touched on that already. But Web2 platforms are not your friend. Okay, cool. We're at the beginning. Excellent. Thank you so much. All right, so we're the game store from the future. We allow you freedom to game, freedom to build. And I'm going to go ahead to the next slide here. Okay, there we go. All right, thank you, thank you. Okay, so the Web2 platforms are not your friend. As we've all said here, Web3, we're all friends. We're all building together. But really, the big thing here is some of these traditional platforms that really they take a harmful 30% transaction fee from a lot of your games, and they don't let you use the tools that actually make your user experience ideal. And honestly, even the more Web3 friendly stores, they kind of bury the Web3 games, and you know, it's just a little bit oppressive in our opinion. So the thing that we need to solve for our whole space to win in general, to get to mass market, is a couple things. So first off, censorship-resistant distribution. If you're building censorship-resistant games, you should also probably distribute on a censorship-resistant platform. We need to provide really nice Web3 native tooling that makes it really easy for everyone. Interoperability by default, everything like that as well, to provide a nice user experience. Our app includes our own Hyperplay store where we don't charge any developer fees. We make it extremely easy to get started. And we also have Epic Games and GOG in the same app. So as a player, you get really everything all in one, and it's a really nice experience. In fact, we also have a nice cross-OS compatibility layer as well. So if you're a Mac or Linux user, if you're into using a Steam Deck, we also let you play Windows games on those platforms with no modifications. And if you're a game developer, you don't even have to worry about cutting a new build for those platforms. And so at the end of the day, these legacy game stores just are monopolies that don't allow you in-game transactions, whereas these next generation game stores will empower an even better user experience for these transactions. And that starts with our overlay. So if you're familiar with products like Steam or Epic, when you play the game and you hit Shift-Tab, an overlay will pop up on top of your screen. We bring your wallet to both browser and native games automatically. So you don't have to worry about creating a new wallet for every single game. If you're a game developer, you definitely don't have to reinvent the wheel on that either. So we have a really nice API there, and it brings it right on top, and it makes it super easy to use. And there's also really nice integrations with Quest and things like that as well. So the wallet API, actually, if you're already using window.ethereum, it's the exact same JSON RPC. And if you're a native game, we actually have a local API that you can talk to that window.ethereum, same API as well. And we actually bring the MetaMask extension to native games through our Electron app. So it's the same exact interface that you're used to building with already, and you don't have to worry about learning something new. We're also building out really nice progressive onboarding features as well. So if you've never had a wallet, and if you're new to Web3 in general, we're making your players' onboarding experience so much easier so that you don't have to focus on that yourself, right? As far as the way that our Hyperplay store works, we are completely free to build on. We actually monetize consumer features and things like that. But we are, in fact, the most developer-friendly platform that you can build on today, both in Web3 and in traditional gaming. We don't charge any in-game transaction fees. no listing fees or anything like that. All of our monetization is optional on the consumer side. Everything is open source with some proprietary hosting, but both native and browser games are supported, and WebGPU is enabled as well, so you can basically get a native-like feeling for your browser games. So we power a lot of this through the developer portal, one-stop shop for everything. If you're a dev, you can upload your games, your updates, you can manage token gating for a beta branch. If you want to test it out with a subset of your community, you could go ahead and give them a download if they have one of your tokens. So that's a really cool thing there. If you don't have tokens yet, you could also do access codes, super easy, and we have a new patching system as well that's extremely efficient. It's actually based on IPFS, if anyone's familiar. Extremely good patching algorithm built right into the client that you don't have to do anything with. Another important aspect that we believe is extremely important for all of us to get right in this space is the security model. And so if you're used to using Steam, you don't really have to think about viruses or anything like that. But a lot of the times in Web3, we're encouraging people to download EXEs from random websites they've never been to. And then we're also asking them to connect their wallets to those EXEs that they've never had any sort of scanning or anything like that as well. So what we do is we built something called HyperGuardian. And what that does is it scans every build that goes through the system. We do a lot of dynamic and static analysis. We could detect suspicious behavior. And a lot of things are here. The space is targeted by some bad actors. And even a good team can be compromised without realizing it. So again, if something were to happen at mass scale, it would make the entire industry look really bad. So this is what we try to do to make the player feel extremely safe, even though they're using new technology. Again, with our overlay, we bring really awesome things too, like the quests, right into the game itself. And from the developer portal, you can also set everything up, deposit rewards, no problem. Most of the quest types actually don't require any of the engineering. And we're integrating many partners there as well. So come talk to us if you're into quests. It's also another alternative way to look at your marketing budget as well. Typically, as Luke actually mentioned from Pixels, Web 2 games would spend a lot of money on ads. Whereas with this, you can actually directly incentivize your players with in-game tokens, point systems, anything like that automatically. And it is instantly available within the client. Another aspect that allows us to help you go to market is we are partnered with MetaMask as well. We're the first gaming partner that they partnered with actually as well. And we power the MetaMask Portfolio Game Directory. So if you go into MetaMask, you click Portfolio, you click Games, that is being served by the Hyperplay store. And if you want to get in there, basically, come talk to us. As long as you have some in-game transactions going, some form of using our overlay, we can get you in there. And it gets your game in front of a lot of eyeballs and, frankly, increases the legitimacy. So this is a really great thing there. And we have, speaking of many partners, I'm about to bring on Simon here from Mantle. But we have a very vast network. We're extremely hands-on, very helpful. I've probably if you're a game studio that works with us, I'm sure I've spoken with you directly. Our whole team is very hands-on there. And so we're very invested in your success. And with that, I'm going to bring on Simon from Mantle, who helps run the gaming ecosystem.
Thank you, Alec. Thank you, Alec. Really amazing people, really professional team at Hyperplay. If you are looking forward to launch your game into 1 million plus users, they are the go-tos. So yeah, Mantle. Just 1 second. All right, so we are a Ethereum layer 2, but I guess not many of us are interested to hear about EVM compatible, restaking, EigenLayer, and all that. So I would just be really concise and talk about why I think we are uniquely positioned in the gaming market and how we have been adding value to all these games on Mantle. I'll also give you some case study. Right, so yeah, we are a Ethereum layer 2. And I think one of the biggest differentiator of us is that we still have one of the biggest on-chain treasury across so many protocols. We have something close to 2.5 billions, and that means we will be able to support you financially if you are looking for it. And then we also have a really strong and vivid gaming ecosystems. We have more than 15 plus games building on Mantle currently, and there is more coming out in the next quarter. And all of these games are high quality games that have a really good track records in Web 2. So I'm pretty sure those games are gonna create really good hypes on Mantle gaming. Yeah, so here's some of the highlights of the campaigns we have done with all these games and the games building on Mantle. So we have Metascene building on Mantle and Ranger. We have Cadison building on Mantle and Taunt. We have Party Icon building on Mantle and Ronin. So what I'm trying to show here is that all these games building on Mantle, they still maintain a pretty strong presence on other gaming ecosystem, on their native ecosystem. We actually very encourage projects to explore a multi-chain strategy. We are really open-minded to that. And also in terms of Telegram games, we have 20 plus Telegram games that's gonna be launched in the next few quarters. All these games we're gonna receive support from Mantle and also from the Cadison Game Center and Hyperplay as well. Yeah, so here's a showcase examples of Cadison. Cadison is quite a success, isn't it? It's the highest revenue generating TG game in history, and it has something close to 2 million on-chain users, and a large portions of it still maintain pretty active till recently. And this is and over 170 millions of Caddy token have been airdropped to user on Mantle. And the Caddy token is being listed on Binance, Bybit, and OKX. The listing is also quite a success. I think the highest FTV is something close to 1 billion. And we are, Mantle as our ecosystem partner, are deeply engaged in the listing process. We facilitate a lot of the conversations with exchanges. And why we are able to add value to Cadison, first of all, is that the Mantle team is actually have a really extensive background experience working on social-based games since 2017. We have launched several games which reach 100 million players on WeChat in China. So we're able to leverage all those knowledge and know-hows and inject those into the Cadison team. And we basically worked hands-on-hands with the Cadison team and co-designed a lot of marketing campaigns and gameplay mechanics with the Cadison team. We even designed a quest center within Cadison. If you open up the app, you will see the quest center is actually quite similar to TapTap. So we are able to participate deeply in the creation of the game, and because and all these campaigns we run with them are actually very battle tested over in WeChat. So the campaigns results are pretty good, as you can see on the right hand. Those numbers are pretty good. It benefits Cadison's in terms of UA, and it benefits Mantle in terms of branding and bringing in more on-chain users. Yeah, so it's a win-win for both parties. Yeah, so this is our takes on TG games in the future. For time's sake, I would just skip this part. Basically, I'm trying to say we see the market is evolving. There is more generals coming out, and there is more players coming in. And Mantle is well prepared for that. We have 20 plus pipelines that's gonna launch in the future. Yeah, so this page sums it up why we are uniquely positioned in the gaming market. So first of all, it's the co-creation strategy we leverage. Because our team is from the gaming background. Myself, I work at Tencent and helped the company to launch several very successful mobile titles into Southeast Asia market. And I also got colleagues coming from League of Legends, coming from TapTap, IOSG. So we are able to leverage all these resources and connections we have to co-create the games with you. And so we can engage in tokenomic design, UA and and user growth, and also co-create a lot of campaigns together. And in some cases, we are even engaged in the team structuring and fundraising. And all of this is on top of what a gaming ecosystem typically offer, like sex listing support and write-out grants. So do keep in mind that we still have the biggest treasury, so we don't have problem writing out checks. Last is the collaboration mindset I mentioned. We are really open-minded toward multi-trend strategy. We actually encourage our projects to go out and explore more. And we just think the market is very still very early. It would be too narrow-minded to choose an exclusive way to do things. That will be it for the Mentos introduction. And we will have a booth with Hyperplay tomorrow at the Expo. Both Alec and myself will be there. So if you have interesting projects, if you are looking for collaborations, you know where to find us. All right? See you. Thank you.
I can't believe they gave me a microphone twice in one day. I don't know who decided that, but Gabby, you should fire them. No, I'm blessed to be up here again. Thanks so much for having me, guys. And with Jiho's, one of the god kings of Web3 gaming, man, such an honor. We did a panel in Singapore as well, and it was a pleasure. So great to be back with you again. I want to kick off by asking, how has YGG specifically, I know you mentioned you've been to all 3 of the YGG summits to date. How has that impacted Axie, Ronin, your journey to this point?
The story of Axie and Ronin is inextricably linked to the story of YGG. Oftentimes I'll meet people and they'll say that, hey, I found out about Axie through the documentary that YGG put out. I think it's been really important over the years through like the trials, the tribulations, to have a base of people, right? I can't be here, like Scott Davis is not gonna be here in the Philippines all the time. And YGG has just held it down and created this culture that has become super resilient and is based on, there's nothing else like the Philippines in all of Web3, right? It's a place where the average user is a totally different archetype of person, right? And I think there's like been a huge disconnect between where the capital allocators and the speculators are and where the actual users of Web3 are. And that's why this is such an important pilgrimage to come out to every single year, right? This is my 3rd time at this event, and it's always rejuvenating. It's a reminder of who we're building for. And I think like things can get PvP, a little too PvP, or just like focused on the speculation. But when you come here, you see the faces of the users, the people who have been holding it down. It's always just a great reminder, and it's really rejuvenated.
I know we're going to get an Axie show match a little bit later, which I'm excited about. And obviously Ronin started with Axie. We just saw Parallel announce that they're going to have Prime Chain, which is really exciting. I'm curious how back in 2021, you guys already knew that the evolution of Axie involved becoming Ronin Chain, and how you felt about that at the time and all the lessons that you've learned between then and now.
We've been thinking about scaling and long-term scaling approaches since day one. Why? Because we came from the CryptoKitties community. And that was a big issue, right? They clogged the entire Ethereum network. So from day one, we were thinking about, hey, if we're successful, we're gonna have to think about our scaling solution right off the bat, right? And so we didn't initially even want to or consider making our own chain. We use something called Loom Network. But we learned that, hey, it was too early. You can't build your startup on top of another startup. And that was something that really molded us, right? So I think when it comes to scaling, we have a big advantage because we've been in the space since 2018. We've been figuring out what the users actually need when it comes to a gaming chain. And right, the deployment of Ronin perfectly coincided with the explosion of Axie. And we're like, hey, we showed that this works, this technology, this stack. It was pretty basic in 2021, but it worked for Axie, and it would make perfect sense to allow and to attract other game developers to build on Ronin. So that's really where it came from. And I think even now, right, I was just at DevCon in Bangkok, and all of the different scaling solutions, right, there's like a war between the different layer 2s. They're all really interested in hearing our perspective because we have the requirements of, hey, this is what we believe our users need based on real experience in the trenches.
Yeah, speaking of scaling, you guys have had a bunch of really big game launches over the past 12 months and even a little bit before that. And now you're introducing Ronin Forge, which I believe is more of an incubator approach. You've also recently signed Fableborn, which I'll get into in a second. How do you think about all of those different ways of interacting with Web3 games and supporting them and bringing them onto the ecosystem that you're building in order to scale?
So we think about this as a Web3 games publishing model, right? And what does that mean? That's something that we're exploring alongside our partners. And our approach so far has been to first work with a few select partners, figure out what we need to do, figure out what type of support they need, and then to scale it out, right? So initially we were working very, very, very closely with a select number of games. Forge is part of our initiative to open up Ronin a bit and to be a bit more aggressive with the onboarding of games. Eventually, we will just let it rip and totally open up the Ronin chain and have hundreds of simultaneous experiments and ecosystems building on the chain. But when it comes to content aggregation, I believe that, and we believe that, the initial genesis is very important. You need to start with the right content. So if you think about like iTunes, right? Like what did Steve Jobs personally onboarded Beatles to iTunes, right? So in the beginning, I believe it's better to go for like quality over quantity, prove it out, and then scale over time, because you don't want to scale something that you don't understand how it works yet, right? So our approach is to figure it out, learn, and then scale step by step.
And speaking of being selective and bringing the right partners in, you guys just signed Fableborn, like I mentioned. Congratulations, by the way. I'm a fan.
Thank you.
Shout out. I'm curious why you guys saw what they were doing and said, like, we really need to bring them over. It seemed very intentional.
It's very rare to find a team that has 5+ years in both Web3 and gaming. And so yeah, the team over there, Cam, they're super, super thoughtful, both when it comes to like the Web3 mechanics, but also the gameplay. The gameplay is kind of like Clash of Clans meets Diablo. So they're not just innovating when it comes to Web3, and they're not just copying something and slapping Web3 on top of it. They've created a net new play pattern that we believe is super interesting, and right, they're enhancing that with Web3. So I grew up playing both Clash of Clans and Diablo, so yeah, I think they're a super good fit. And of course, they had traction, right? They already had a ton of traction in their last playtest. And when it comes to Ronin, we're looking for teams and games that are going to be synergistic with us, right? It can't just be this relationship where you come to Ronin and we introduce you to our users, right? Like there has to be some other thing that they're adding to the network. And for Fableborn, they already had this really passionate community, and we thought that, hey, when we have this marriage of these two communities, something really special could happen, right? So it was also like the data. They already had the data to prove to us that something really special could happen when combined with the Ronin effect.
The Ronin effect, I love that. I know that there's a lot of game founders in the room with us today, and I heard Luke from Pixels on his panel Shout out to Luke and Heidi, they were amazing. Mentioned something that really stuck out to me. He said, community, the pillars of community are shared vision, shared goals, and shared values. And I really liked that way of putting it. Can you give me perspective on both how you think about finding that alignment with community specifically, but also whenever you're going and finding these games, how do you make sure that they have that alignment so that they can integrate well into the community that you guys have already built and that you guys feel like there's that mutual relationship that you just mentioned?
People come into Web3 because they're looking for a sense of belonging. For so much of human history, we've been limited to bonding with the people in our immediate vicinity, in our village, in our school, in our country. The thing that stood out to me, and this was also me, right? So when I was getting into Web3, I was living in New York. I had just quit my job. I was actually pretty lonely. Like all my friends, I thought that I'm gonna quit my job. I'm gonna have a lot of time to hang out. But all my friends were working. And they weren't really interested in a lot of the things that I was into at that moment in time. And then I found Web3, I found NFTs, and I was suddenly transported into this place where people were interested in the same things as me. So I think like Web3 does a lot to already aggregate people with shared values and shared interests. But I think with gaming, you create this way for them to have these daily interactions with each other, right? To create these social and economic relationships that are compounded over time, right? So it's like, you know, long-term games with long-term people. I think there's no better place for that to manifest than Web3 gaming. So, you know, when we're looking at teams, right? Of course, like we're looking for teams that have that X factor where, you know, a lot of their community efforts are driven by a founder, right, who's a great communicator, who can make clear agreements with the community. I think a lot of the problems that we see come in the space is when you have expectations. When the community has expectations, and you know, we're not perfect at this, right? We're not perfect, but a lot of it is like finding founders that are great communicators that can rally people behind them and make clear agreements on what needs to be done and what they're going to do together, right? Like founders that are able to clearly articulate what people can do to help them, right? You need to be great at asking for help because you cannot do this, or you can't just give money to Google and Apple and get users. You need to coordinate the behavior of getting people into the network, referring, sharing, making content. That coordination is just so important, and it's a really small group of people in this world that know how to do that.
I know that there's a lot of really incredible founders who maybe aren't as charismatic as they would hope to be. We see these incredible vision communicators that are so successful, but there's also a lot of programmers and developers that have incredible product ideas. They might be great in the trenches and they can code better than anybody else, and for whatever reason they were the person to raise the money to build the vision. Do you have a recommendation for somebody that isn't great at communicating that vision and leading a community the way that Web3, I mean, it's necessary in Web 2 as well, but it seems like in Web 3 there's such a emphasis on being able to do that and being on Twitter and doing that stuff that frankly just isn't in a lot of people's repertoire skill set.
This is a brutal space, right? There's a lot of competition. You got to be able to build, you got to be able to sell, right? There are a lot of people who know how to build in Web3. There's less, in my opinion, of the people who know how to articulate their visions and rally people behind them. And, you know, I am not the original founder of Axie Infinity of Ronin. I think it was like a great testament to Trung's vision where he was like, hey, like we need to find someone who can help communicate our value proposition to the outside world, right? So I think, yes, you know, founders need to up-level themselves and they need to become well-balanced when it comes to building and selling, but, you know, there's also routes where you can enroll and onboard someone into your founding team that can also help with that, right? So one of the things that I suspect is that, yeah, like you might have like one more technical founder and then one more like, you know, a founder who's a little bit more closer to the community. But one conviction that I do have is that there should be one founder that is, right, the direct point of contact and like the owner of the community relations.
Yeah, it's a great point. It doesn't necessarily need to be a single person. Again, using the Parallel example, they've got like 5 founders and they all kind of fill different gaps.
I think you'll see that. I think you'll see larger founding teams in crypto because there's just so much. This is not a journey that is for the faint of heart. Right? You need to have a lot, hugely aligned incentives. You need people who are like thinking in terms of decades, and oftentimes, right, having like a founder level of ownership and attachment to a product, to a project. That's kind of what's needed to do the really heavy lifting of the day to day.
I hear this phrase a lot in Web3, and I'm sure you do too, which is like skate where the puck is going, which is weirdly a hockey analogy that made its way into Web3 gaming. But to put it simply, it's don't just chase the metrics that people are looking at today, try to see what metrics they're going to value 6 months from now, build for that kind of thing. We see with centralized exchanges and VCs and stuff, the meta is always evolving. One day they want 200,000 Twitter followers, the next day they want 5,000 cash tags per day, and then the next day they want a bunch of daily active users or a certain floor price or volume on an NFT collection. How do you guys think about not chasing those short-term things that people want and putting yourself in a position to succeed for the long term, but also you're advising a bunch of games, you're bringing games on, you must look for certain things in them so that they can have long-term success as well. How do you think about all that?
One of Sky Mavis's core value is iteration, right? So the ability to be experimental and to try new things, to not just chase the last meta, right? We want to be the thing that other people are chasing, and we need to put ourselves right constantly in that position, or we're going to get outcompeted, and we'll just be an asterisk in the history books. So, yeah, you need to cultivate this culture of trying new things, taking risks. And yeah, like you also, right, like cannot just be taking inputs from outside, from VCs or from exchanges, right? Like you need to be authentic. You need to be authentic and figure out your own flywheel, right? Like what is the flywheel that's going to get us to where we need to be? If you can think like almost in terms of like mechanical engineering and the way that your like protocol or your game works. Right, you should be able to figure out like, okay, like if we focus on doing this thing, that's going to cause this like second order effect of this, and right, that will get us to eventually where we need to be, right? So yeah, you got to be based. Based means based on yourself. You can't be taking like requirements, inputs from others, and dedicating your life to it. That's just irresponsible. That's unfair to yourself. It's unfair to your community. It's easier said than done.
Way easier said than done. That's a good way to summarize it. Earlier we were talking about what you're excited about with Ronin, which I'm sure is a lot of things, some of which you might not be able to talk about. But Pixel Heroes stuck out as something that you just got super enthusiastic about whenever it came out. We also brought up Moku. Shout out to Han Tao if he's in the room right now. I know they're doing a lot on the questing side, but they're also trying to innovate with meme coins on Ronin. What excites you about those products, and also maybe some other stuff that we haven't heard as much about?
Yeah, so whenever I come out here, people are like, what are you interested in on Ronin right now? And it's becoming increasingly difficult to answer that question succinctly as the years go on. I believe that's a good thing. I believe that's the way that it should be. We just had Lumiterra launch its CBT, so make sure to check that out. They're putting up huge volume on the Mavis market as well. That's like this Chinese MMO. Definitely check it out if you haven't. Pixel Heroes, right? So Pixel Heroes is one of the Forge games, and they really came out of nowhere and have really taken the community by storm. Fableborn, right? Fableborn is launching its next playtest this week, so keep an eye on X and Twitter, Discord for announcements around that. We just have so many teams that are grinding, right? Like Moku, I have a soft spot for Moku. Why? Because they came totally out of the Axie and the Ronin community, right? Like they were at AxieCon, and that's where a lot of the ideas were formed, right? And they helped run the creator program, and that's where a lot of the ideas from like social questing, for example, came out of. And now, right, they're just always getting to the next level. They're definitely a great example of a team that's like not pigeonholing themselves into one niche and like always coming up with something fresh. So yeah, huge shout out to Moku. yeah, Kydro, I believe still has their pilot NFT raffle mint on the Mavis Market. I think you can still participate. So that's go check that out. That team has been grinding as well.
Whenever you're seeing gaming sort of lag behind what we're seeing with Bitcoin and with memes and stuff like that, how do you sort of rally your community and make sure that they're anchored in something that isn't just price driven and that there's a larger mission driven kind of thesis that not only you hold as the founder, which of course you should, but also that it's communicated and permeated throughout the entire community?
Whenever there's something hot in crypto, it's tempting to be like, hey, like, we need to do more of that, right? Right now, that's like, okay, Bitcoin and memes are doing well. You know, there's different approaches. Like, you know, I like to zoom out. If you look at where we were 4 years ago, you know, ETH is actually outperforming relative to Bitcoin where it was at this point in the last cycle. And I believe that President Trump is a huge catalyst for both gaming and alts, because you had this like regulatory moat that was basically applying to Bitcoin and memes, where you weren't able to really comfortably experiment with tokenomic design. And if you cannot experiment with tokenomics if you're afraid of experimenting with tokenomics, then how can you, right, like what we were just talking about, create the next meta when, right, the toolbook and the things that you're able to actually test are being limited by some outside force. So, you know, I believe that recent developments, you know, are also really bullish for gaming, for alts, and basically like not just the distribution of tokens, but also how tokens are spent and used as sinks within these digital economies.
How do you respond, speaking of the temptation to overreact, how do you respond to people who might see what happened with Off the Grid and they get all these streamers, they have a lot of success on the timeline, there's a lot of hype. I'm sure you have some partners within the ecosystem that are like, hey, why aren't we doing, you know, why aren't you doing that for us? What could we do, you know, in the next month to kind of take attention away back from them? How do you sort of keep a cool head, and what do you take as a lesson and try to adopt, but without overreacting and losing that vision?
Well, you know, there's this tendency to want a PvP, like, hey, like we need to have 100% market share within Web3 gaming, right? And this is definitely like part of our kind of personality and the way that we think about it. But you know, as things start to percolate and as the market starts to heat up, like I believe that anyone who's pushing the space forward and trying net new experiments is adding, right? So okay, like they were able to onboard some really well-known streamers. You get some data. You get to see how that goes. We'll be able to see, like, are they actually able to onboard net new people? So yeah, you want to have like as many experiments going on as possible, and you want to be learning from as many inputs as possible. And the more people that we have like trying something that's net new or hasn't really been attempted for the space, the better that's going to be. So we're really leaving, I believe, like this PvP thing where we're just all like scrambling for market share within the existing Web3 gaming user base. To now, you know, hopefully like pushing the space forward, trying net new things and learning from each other.
You mentioned trying new things like a couple of different times in different capacities, and I think it's super important, but I'm curious if you've seen teams that have tried so many new things that they end up spreading themselves too thin and they don't really double down in the important areas and end up, you know, folding or suffering as a consequence. How do you consolidate those two ideologies of, you know, doubling down whenever you find what works without overdoing it, I guess?
Yeah, so I see Quinn in the audience. Quinn was on my team, right? He knows that like and one of the things that we do is we use the ICE framework, right? I don't even know what that stands for. It's basically basically a framework for trying new experiments. And one of the things that you have in there is like, what is the total lift, right? If you need to do a lot on the technical side or on the product side to try out this net new thing, you have to be very careful before you actually start doing that. So, you know, they're going to be, you want to have like a lot of different bets, a lot of experiments, and you have to be, right, like, of course, careful with your capacity, because if you try and do a bunch of things that are very technically complex simultaneously, then you're not going to be able to even know whether, you know, some of them failed because you're just spread too thin, or whether you're actually giving that experiment enough breathing room.
We talked a lot about the founder's perspective and how you approach things from a business perspective. I want to finish off with one question about Axie and one question about YGG. First with Axie, what's the biggest misconception you see, 3 years from the penultimate, 2021 peak of hype? What's the misconception you still see that people have about Axie?
Well, in Web3, people are always looking for the next new thing, the next hot thing, the next 1000x. Axie, I believe, is the most mature Web3 gaming IP. Axie is the next Axie. Axie, when you look at it, is generating more revenue on a monthly basis than basically anything else in the space aside from Pixels. We introduced something called the Bounty Board, which was great for engagement. So, Axie continues to be this laboratory for experimentation. And, I think that people don't really know how to react to Axie because they're not used to seeing mature NFT-based IPs. And so, yeah, there's, without, the Axie community is still very, very, very core to the Ronin network, right? It's contributed so much, and it continues to really be like one of the core pillars of everything that's happening on Ronin.
I'm curious, with YGG being so dominant in the Philippines, from an outsider looking in sometimes, and I'm looking at Gabby as I say this, it's sometimes hard for me to imagine it even growing more in the Philippines because it seems so successful and so ubiquitous across everybody in the space already. What do you see for Web3 gaming in the Philippines if we fast forward 5 or 10 years from now? What do you think that looks like?
So the Philippines is undeniably the beating heart of Web3 gaming. And I believe that the advantage that the Philippines will see over the next 30 years, because they were so early to actually using crypto, it's just gonna have second order effects that are hard to comprehend. I'm half Korean. And a lot of the reason that Korea invested heavily into semiconductors was because they were a nation of gamers. They needed high-speed internet, and now so Korea has gone from defaulting on their IMF loans in 1996 and asking people to lend them gold to being this super ascendant nation with one of the highest quality of lives in the world, right? So I believe that, and this is something that I've repeated over the last couple of years, is that Philippines has this opportunity to be the South Korea of Web3 gaming because you have so many people that were introduced to the technology. You go around and you see the founders of different projects that are building in the Philippines, people who are working in exchanges, and the talent here is very mature when it comes to actually understanding the use cases because they've been on-chain, right? There haven't been just, right, in Korea, for example, the average, even though so many people in Korea have actually traded crypto, they're just using BitHub and Upbit and Bithumb, right? They're just trading on sexes. They're not actually on-chain. This was actually markedly a huge thing a couple years ago, right? Because I came and it was right after FTX had collapsed, and I was like, "Hey, are you guys okay?" I was asking people about it. They're like, "Yeah, of course. We're not using sexes for the most part, right?" So yeah, I think that the Philippines probably has the largest percentage of people in the population that have actually self-custodied and used a dApp.
If I can add one more bonus question in there, because you alluded to it, how do you feel about the centralized exchange versus fully decentralized exchange launch strategy? And as somebody who's incubating and therefore advising and looking after a lot of projects, is this something you would advise some of your own projects to do, to just go fully DEX, or what do you think?
I think there's different teams will have different approaches that make sense for their projects depending on how long they've been working on them. I do believe that right now, there's limited, gaming is not the hot narrative, right? So sexes will be laggards when it comes to this, unless some of them are skating to where the puck is going, and they should be. But let's assume that sex listings are going to be a little bit muted for a bit. Totally makes sense, right? Just to go on a DEX. That's one of the big reasons that we have our own native DEX Katana on the Ronin network, because we anticipated that, right, having a DEX, having something like the Ronin Launchpad as well for token launches, that's going to be a really important tool or offering for these games. And yeah, like people are fed up with this, low float, high FTV meta. So right, if there's a benefit for meme coins, is that it's applying a lot of pressure to founders to really think about how they're launching their tokens, how they're getting it out to the community. And let me remind you that the Axis token, AXS, launched at a $27 million FTV. Although it launched on Binance, it did launch at a 27 mil FTV, and it stayed there for a couple of days. People were like, oh, like, what's going on? What's going on? It's like, no, this is good. We're getting our community in at the correct price, the price that they need to be in at, and this is going to pay off in the long run. People thought that that was just lip service, but yeah, history was able to validate that thinking.
That was awesome.
I have an announcement. We're going to have a meetup tomorrow, so make sure to sign up. I want to get at least 1,000 people there. I will also be delivering my keynote on Friday, so make sure to come out there. It's going to be my 3rd consecutive keynote. I always save a little gift for that. So yeah, please join me on Friday. I believe it's at around 5 p.m.
That's incredible. Truly one of the legends of the industry. Thanks so much for joining us, Gio. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, brother.
Hi everyone, awesome to be here in Manila for YGG Play Summit. I'm Mel from Blockchain Game Alliance, and welcome to my panelists. Jonathan's stuck in Manila traffic, but hopefully be here to join us soon. Firstly, welcome, and maybe you can give a quick intro about yourselves and who you are.
Hello, hi everyone. This is Anne from IVC Infinity Venture Crypto. I think our name should be familiar on a lot of gaming portfolios cap table. It's actually my first time being in Manila and being the YGG Summit thanks to Gabby's invitations. Yeah, we try to support for Web3 gaming since 2021. Throughout the past 3 years, we've been very dedicated investing into the Web3 gaming space. By so far, we probably have around more than 100 gamings, Web3 gamings, and also game infra portfolios. Our recent winner takes, including Aether, Carve, Zai. We are pretty much the first investor into any of the deals that we just mentioned, such as we got into Aether at the 60 million rounds, Carve at 40 million rounds, and they've been providing quite a good return. And I think that in terms of the pure gamings, I think a lot of games you're about to see in the upcoming 1 to 2 years, or even if you were participated at the tournament, esport tournament this morning in the Super Gaming was our investment back in 2 years ago. So we've been very dedicated in the Web3 gaming space. So if you're really still building really good quality Web3 gamings, we are really always happy to support. And every year we hosted the largest Web3 conference in Japan called IVS. This year we were doing it in Kyoto. Next year is also in Kyoto. we attracted a crowd of like 13,000 people. So Japan is definitely a big hub for like gamers. And this is a high ARPU place. So if you're building like a good quality game that you think your game is competitive and good enough to be landing in Japan, we are happy for a chat.
Hi, Junie Koo from SkyGG. We are a partner DAO of YGG with presence in South Korea with some expertise in esports. And we do invest small checks into Web3 gaming. So for us, we've been continuously changing a little bit of our scope in this industry. But I have a lot of backgrounds. So I've been in gaming since 2006, and I jumped into crypto 17. Been shilling blockchain games since end of 2017, starting with Sandbox and Axie Infinity and whatnot, including YGG and so forth. So have been in the trenches since then. What SkyGG kind of represents is we're a team that's always in the trenches. So right now we're jumping into meme coins, and we think it's also a big part of the Web3 gaming as a stretch. And also we're looking into pushing some of the selective games that we've kind of noticed within this space. And hopefully they're not a high FTV, low float.
Great to have you here, thanks. So in such a fast-paced environment, games and gamers are always looking for the next trend, opportunity, and navigating this ever-evolving landscape. So in this panel, Discovering Web3 Gaming's Next Wave of Opportunities, we're going to unpack some of the key topics. So to kick off with the first question, what are some of the current trends that you guys are seeing in Web3 gaming right now? And what have we seen in the past that is a no-no?
Yeah, I think until today, like Web3 gaming is still on the experimental stage. I think a lot of people are still trying out different kind of like the business model and also the token model. Of course, I started with like the Axie who kick off like the Web3 gaming start was like the play to earn models, and later people being talking about like the free to play, and people are like working out with like the NFT, doing the airdrop of the tokens. And this year's trend is, I think that starting off was like the Tong ecosystem like taking off with a lot of like mini games, and now people are looking to the new ecosystem such as like Kaya, like the Line Next corporation to see if this is a better like distribution channel for a lot of games. But within like our thesis, I think that like us for the kind of like the games that we look into these days, because like as an investor, we are usually with the game portfolio stuck with them for at least like 3 years. Because I don't know if like most of the like the people know that as for VC, we have much longer lockup period than most people out there. Like average, we have 6 months up to a year of lockup period, and then like the vesting is usually like at least like 1 to 3 years. So usually we were on the journey together with like the gaming portfolio for at least like 3 to 4 years. So, and throughout this kind of period that we provided any kind of like strategic support, either connecting with all the kind of like resources beside the founding part. So usually we would wanted to see a sustainable model, and also the product life cycle will at least last for like 3 years until the day that like we are fully vested, that we feel like very comfortable with the journey that we are riding with the game portfolio. It's not that just like on the day one we are unlocked, we dump all the tokens, and then we quit and leave and hop onto another in the game. So our core thesis is like we always try to help like gamers. So I think like this is a much more healthier community. So like for the past like 1 or 2 years, we've been investing into quite a few like platforms, such as like on the Tong ecosystem. We've been invested into like the Tong Play, which is the Play Deck, the official like the gaming platform on the Tong like Telegram ecosystems. We didn't do much of any of the like the Cataclysm or like Hamster Combat because we feel like this is a one-way dump of the tokens. And like once VC you enter, and I think as a founder yourself, like once there's not much of the utility on the tokens, like all your investor, whether it's retails, like your gamers, or like VC, once it's dumped, like they leave, and without providing much of the ecosystem support there. So I think that for the latest trend, even though we are seeing like the Tom, the go-to-market strategy from Kaya, or like the new ecosystems such as like Sony, backed up by the Sony groups, we still like really highly value on the like the gamers like the game quality itself. So I think despite on the trend of like the Web3 gamings, it's just like a matter of like time that as long as your game is actually in good quality, the tokenomic part, like the VC or any of the ecosystem, will help you to work that part out. So I think no matter how the trend is actually moving into, but you should be focusing on your core game loops and also the core products. Narrative, of course, that is great. But from the VC perspective, sometimes we don't really think that this will be riding with us like for 3 to 4 years. So I think that for certainly like no, at least like for IVC side, it's just like the concept or two narrative or one time like pump and dump. And because after, by the time that we start getting unlocked, we won't be like profiting being much. So we will actually prefer to be staying with the products for quite some time. Yeah.
Hi. Yeah, so for us it's very simple because we're a guild, and we're like a guild of elites. So we don't have a lot of members in our guild, but they're either on the border of like semi-pros in gaming, or they've been looking into these gaming alphas for a long period of time. So and like as a guild that also does investments, it's we need to kind of place it where it kind of satisfies both ends. And like I think we're kind of entering into this cycle, so it's like end of the cycle. And right now, probably, so the ones that we don't look into are the ones that do not understand the cycle. So if they're building up a game for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, for us, we don't have the bandwidth to look into them. And if the team is a team that cannot really resonate with all the stuff that's going around in the market right now, like for instance, meme coins, and they don't understand where a lot of the retails that invest in meme coins come from, or they're really slow on reacting to why that doesn't make sense, or they're starting with a judgment on why that doesn't make sense, then that's a team that we don't look into. Instead, we want teams that who are always in the trenches. They're looking for different alphas that are going around the market, and teams that can actually address these things and make sense of it within the product. Then they're killer teams. So we're always looking for that. Yeah.
Hi, Jonathan. Welcome to the panel.
Hello.
We're just looking at the current trends that you're seeing in Web3 gaming right now.
Cool. I will just quickly self-introduce. My name is Jonathan. I'm with Bikra Ventures. I'm a principal here, and I lead the APAC investments. So in terms of what we look for investments, I think it may be quite similar to what Anne has said, so maybe some overlap. I think the first and foremost, the most important thing is the scale of the outcome. Are you building something where we can potentially get 100x, 1000x, 10,000x? To simplify a little bit, you really are in the business when you're in venture of looking for the next MiHoYo, so to speak. So that's number one. Number two is the founder quality. When I say founder quality, I mean, does this person, if you're in the Web3 gaming space, you really need to understand both the gaming side of things as well as the crypto side of things. I think the last 3-4 years have proven to the market that if you are just like a seasoned game developer on the Web2 side, it's not immediately clear that that means you're well positioned to win in the market. Things move very quickly in crypto, as we all know. So if you're not in the trenches, if you don't know what's crypto Twitter is thinking, you won't be able to capitalize on these trends nor address that Web3 user base. And then the last thing is, do you understand who are the people that you are addressing with your product? Now you realize I never really mentioned product because I think that is secondary to who you are actually trying to address with your product. It's okay if you come and tell us that, hey, I only want to address like the Web3 degens. That's fine, but being able to communicate that clearly is something that we don't see that often. And in that regard, for example, if you tell us that, hey, we only want to like address like the play to earn crowd, and then the potentially contrarian view is Play to Earn never died. I actually think Play to Earn is just going to stay on forever. And a fun anecdote for you. In China, what's happening is Play to Earn has been going on for the last 6-7 years, and in fact, it's an emerging form of distribution. In what they've been doing is, if you go to TikTok and then you want to do marketing, what happens is like this influencer comes on and then he says, hey, if you play our game, you stand to win a chance of winning an iPhone 16. That is Play to Earn. There's no token involved, but like the human-based need to want to win something and get something by pure luck and chance and get rewarded for the efforts is persistent. It's very persistent. And that will change over time how that manifests in games, right? But so going back to the original point, if you tell us that I want to address like the Play to Earn crowd and like the more Web3 native crowd, totally fair. Now the next question will be, how big can this get, and why are you the right person to build in this category and win in that category? Yeah, so I think those are some of like the 3 key factors that we look for.
Great. And you mentioned sustainable models and also the communities that you want to address. So what are VCs looking for when it comes to investing in a project? And at what stage do you think projects need to launch a token, because many games feel that they need to when maybe they're not ready to do so?
Yeah, I think at this point that most of the token model that we are being seen in the market right now in terms of like any of the Web3 application, it's not just for games. It's still like a lot, it's like for the speculation purpose. It's actually for marketing, it's for user acquisition, like you are using token to incentivizing, like to get users at the beginning. So I think that that's totally understandable, because I think that the Web3 is still in the evolutions in either like Web3 gaming or any of the Web3 application. We are still like on the experimental stage, looking for a much more like sustainable model in the future. So I think that this is the right mindset about that. You're actually saying what the market is thinking about. You are creating the speculation, such as like people are coming out with all kind of like the meme. People are trying to create the kind of like the cults and also the religion about their products. So at first, like to get the resonance, like from the community to stay with your products. So this kind of like model is totally fine, because I think it also existing like for Web 2 world, like even Web 1 for like ages, that you use the money pretty much as a marketing expense for the user acquisition. But after a year, like you needed to find a way of converting the like sort of your marketing expense users to the like the real users, and also turn them later into the pay user in order for your product to be sustainable like for a long time. So even like for us, like investing into like Carve or Aether, like they were actually still like working on their business. It's not really just like on the speculation. So they're actually on the DID like narrative since the day one. They actually integrated with like a lot of like Web 2 or Web 3 games. Now these days they have integrated over like 800 games. They created their own like questing system, like the platforms, and the DID they have created actually 3 million. And even like without the initial like a token incentivizations, that 3 million users just stay with them like until today. So, and of course that they still needed to find the right narrative like to get the market favor. So that's why they come up with this like data availability, like a data layer for the platform. And that is actually fitting for like the right trend with the market right now, which is actually the DePIN, and getting in favor with the Korean exchange and also a lot of exchange. So even for the exchange like listing fee, surprisingly enough, they didn't pay much for the listing fee. Versus a lot of like project these days, they probably complain about like, oh, exchange are charging so much for the listing fee. So I think the fundamental issue is like, first, like try to find a sustainable like products that you could be like looking for sustainable like users. And of course that like tokens or like any kind of like meme speculation you are created alongside is actually for the first engagements, but you need to find a way for retentions, and the retention will be helping you to be long lasting, which is actually the second phase, is finding the right narrative that this like crypto market likes, that you will have like the bargaining power when you actually come to negotiate with like exchange. So these are actually the kind of like some of the factors that we're actually suggesting to some of the Web3 founders, like finding your product market fits and using the token model to incentivizing from the beginning, but later on people need to love your products. It's not just like here for the token, the airdrops, like incentivization, like play to earn, and then you need to convert their mindsets. Like even like you are getting the speculator, that's totally okay, as long as you are creating that kind of value that after your token is listed and people still find there's value on your platform in a way that this is a more healthy like loop that your FDV, like if you're creating something big and you have a bigger dream, that your FDV could be still like more or less sustaining at like above like 500 like millions FDV levels. Yeah, this is just one kind of trend that we've been seeing.
For me, this is very complex. I don't think I can give a straightforward answer on this because every product is different. And I think, like, I can probably add a few things to what Anne said. Is I think like we're entering into a phase where actually you could get pretty good liquidity without actually listing on CEXs. So like centralized exchanges are, you know, you always want to have your tokens there. That's correct. But at the same time, you don't really need to start with them. So like I think there's a big diversification coming right now because the DEXs are doing incredibly well and there's a lot of liquidity going into that market. And you know, it's related to all these meme coins popping up here and there. So related to the tokens, so like I think the one key that you need to grab is that you have a community base that you need to make you know, happy. And that could be a lot of the VCs that's holding your tokens, and it could be a group of like a large group of users that's playing your games every day. But like that token distribution needs to be fixated based on that understanding of how that's gonna make them happy, because based on that, or the returns they get from that token distribution is what's gonna keep them around. And like you'll need that user base to continuously deliver your product to them and increase your audience. So yeah.
I think the answer is it depends. It's so hard to answer because it's like there's so many facets, and it really depends on what product, what timing of the market. I almost want all my projects to launch at very low FDVs, and then so you know the VC and retail, we are on the same level ground, and then we go in together. I think the best ways to convince community is when people make money together. And if you were there 4 or 5 years ago and Treasure was just starting out, I think a lot of people became very rich off of Treasure, and that's why Treasure became such a strong community, just like YGG. And I think in the past what we have seen is people want to launch a token ASAP, and then it's like a very high FDV, and that meta has basically screwed over the industry, and then now all the tokens just like down only when they list on SEX. So I really don't, and then people start like losing faith in gaming, blah blah blah. So actually I think we need to reverse that trend. I actually don't mind if all my projects launch at like sub 100, and then like let's put money where our mouth is and see if you really believe in the project.
I can add one more to that, because there are projects who launch with a very, very high FDV, and through the bear market, they'll basically need to prove their FDV, which is really hard. But there are definitely projects who are able to do that by continuously providing content. And at the end of it, you know, like all cycles, it'll tank and it'll come back again. And if they can make that curve, then on the next cycle, you're with people who came in at minus 99%, and they're back up again, and they're riding the flow, you know, because they saw this project that's been building for ages and ages and ages, and they've been continuously putting money into it. And like, you know, like if you think about it, Axie Infinity was in the trenches back in 19, you know, it's like the VCs weren't touching it, right? So it's a good proof of like, hey, it could turn out like that, but can you really push that through during the bear market is another piece of integrity that we need to kind of look into and drill down more, so it's a bit more difficult.
And what is the secret sauce you think a Web3 game needs to succeed in a sustainable way? What are the key ingredients, or what is the secret sauce a Web3 game needs to succeed?
Yeah, I think first you have to have like a good balance of the real gamers and also the speculator. Of course, like the token is definitely like in terms of liquidity, it's actually very important. So you shouldn't be neglecting on that. But at the same time, you still need the real gamer to keep your product ongoing. So it's not like one of like people like coming here for airdrop and then they leave. So yeah, back to like I think our core thesis, like I think we are still like a very product first, but then you still need the crypto native like people in your team. So I think this is like you need to find a good balance between the two, like the core product itself, so you can actually attract like people really staying on your platform, and probably some people just are not really here for the token. They're actually really here even for spin, and that this is a kind of like model we've been seeing like in Web2 for ages. So yeah, but then like you still need that liquidity. So you still need the speculation part, like in order for people for providing that liquidity. So I think that like for Web3 gaming, in order to work, you still need to get a sense about like the Web3 elements and how you are designing for your token flow, and also like if you are doing the in-game like pieces, you're building the economy right there. Yeah, you needed to be thinking about like kind of like the Web3 elements factors. Beside like and most importantly, it's about the product itself. Like the game has to be like in good quality, good enough to have like the real users up there.
Great.
For me, it's in the end the founder. So if we're investing early, then everything is about the founder. And I have some experience with this. So every successful founder are people who bounce back like crazy. So for instance, Gabby, who just left right now, so I can talk about him. I've been shit-talking on Gabby since 17 on a lot of his projects, and he always sprang back up. Until YGG, right? And he's always been able to come back with something. Jiho, I've been shitting on him. Like when I first met him in Philippines in 18, he had 147 users, and he called him Chief Growth Officer. He's not in the room, so I can talk about this too. And I was like saying, dude, that Axie is not gonna, that character's not gonna fly with a lot of the gamers, because back then, you know, it's like the character based on all the mobile gamings out there. The quality wasn't on par, and this is me coming from gaming. You know, I've been doing gaming since 2006. So, but he's been bouncing back all the time. Like he always has an answer for something, and he's always on top of everything. And he's like saying he always has a solution to kind of cater to my questions. And if you're a founder like that, and you can bounce back, maybe if you're not a founder like that, make sure you bounce back, because if you continuously bounce back, the VCs are like, okay, this guy, I might actually have that founder mentality that you just cannot disregard. Yeah.
Great. Just very quickly, Jonathan.
My takeaway is that after this, he's going to start shit-talking me too. No, I think for me, the most important thing is there's a way of thinking in more traditional equity investment markets where the market of painkillers is a lot more, it's far larger than the market of supplements or vitamins. So if you are if you're building a product, you have to ask yourself, what is the problem that you're solving? And I'll give a very quick example. There's something called like the rise of a parasocial relationship, where people increasingly have one-sided relationships with someone else. Like I have a relationship with Taylor Swift, she doesn't know I exist, but I'm a big fanboy, like a parasocial relationship. And you see this happening with like K-pop and whatnot, and Hashed has this very interesting application where you can buy like the cards, like the character cards of famous K-pop idols using fiat, using $2. The interesting part about this is when you buy it in fiat, you basically get points. And when you have the points, you can vote. I want my character to be the next to travel to Seoul for a performance, or the Bangkok, right? So you actually enhances like the relationship that someone wants to have with that fan. Can't really do this in Web 2. So if you find like a use case using crypto to unlock, could be very powerful. If you go to the Dune Analytics dashboard for that app, like it's crazy, it's just like up and to the right. So I think that's impressive. Like finding new use cases and solving pain points that Web 2 causes using Web 3 typically is like how you generate more enterprise value.
Awesome. I'm going to have to wrap us up, but thank you very much for your insights and joining the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So good afternoon, everybody. Corey, Julio, Marielle, thank you for joining us this afternoon. I know it's 3 p.m., so maybe energy levels are a little low, and Gabby is here, so I hope you guys help me out. Can I hear how excited you are to hear about this, hear from these three leaders right now? Woo! Okay, great. Wow, look at that. My own background music. I'll be taking advantage of that for the rest of the talk. Okay, anyway. All right, so as it was introduced today, we'll be diving into a topic that is, I would say, perfectly fitting of the setting we are in and the very spirit of this event. I think when we think about YGG, the first word that comes to mind is community, and rightfully so. Today, we're about to get a masterclass from, I would say, three of the best in the space who have defined in their own ways how community building looks like in Web3 gaming. So to start things off, obviously these three guys need no introduction, but for formality's sake, maybe you guys can introduce yourself, the project you're working on. Corey, maybe we can start with you.
Wow, okay. Corey Wilton, one of the co-founders of Mirai Labs. You guys you guys may know us from Pegasus or Petopia or Pocket Waifu as of recent. Everyone's coming up talking about waifus to me, so amazing. Or Merge Pals, a bunch of them, so yes, very glad to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi everybody, Julio. I'm the co-founder of Mon Protocol, and we acquired Pixelmon, an NFT collection a few years ago. We are a monster collecting IP, NFT native.
I think your biggest fan is in the audience, right?
Oh, I am his biggest fan. It's the other way around. Hey, Kev.
Marielle.
I'm Marielle Noble. I'm from the YGG Global team, and I look after our GAP and SuperQuest programs.
Fantastic. All right. So just to kick things off, I'm curious, what community or communities maybe you were a part of that really kind of jump-started your journey into Web3 or made you excited about Web3?
Sure. I actually started this all as a player. I joined F1 Delta Time, if you guys remember it, very long ago, from Animoca. I was just playing, I got in there, and it was in its most early stage, and it was just a Discord community. Someone tried to help me in, I didn't know what I was doing, and one thing led to another. I'm still friends with them today, and a couple of frustrations from it being very early made me decide to build Pegasus. So I owe it a lot. I owe basically the entirety of Mirai Labs to Animoca and F1 Delta Time and that community for pushing me to do it.
I'll answer this twisting it a bit. I'll tell you the first time I heard about blockchain gaming. I was working in a company called Zalora, which is an e-commerce player here in Southeast Asia. And Zalora had its largest offices in Vietnam and the Philippines. In the Philippines, we had our big shared service center, so customer service and finance. In Vietnam, we had our tech center for around 12 countries. One day, HR comes to us with a report that our churn rate was through the churn, employees leaving, was through the roof in Vietnam and in the Philippines. And then they tell us they're all going to the same company. And I'm like, okay, what company is this? And apparently, trying to get it out of the HR team, they had understood that everybody was actually going to play video games. And anyways, dig. We were losing developers to Sky Mavis really fast. And we were losing a big part of our workforce in the Philippines to full-time, probably YGG playtime. And that was the first time I heard about it. And I was in that kind of period where a founder is exiting, thinking what to do next. I think that was the moment the spark came up and that maybe I should look at this blockchain gaming intersection more closely. Yeah.
Much earlier in my career, I spent time working in traditional content creation, early days of YouTube with the early MSNs. And so content and creator and just general power of community to drive projects forward has always been at the forefront of my mind. And a very good friend introduced me to Gabby, and I was instantly sold on the YGG mission. So here I am.
Gotcha. Right. Very interesting starts. So I know each of your projects sort of incorporate mechanisms that reward community members, desired kinds of behaviors from community members. Being in this space for many years already, I believe iterating in the different mechanisms on how to build community. So I'm curious, how do you see this approach change the way you're able to build your communities now, relative to maybe how you did it before, or what you've seen in this space? Anybody can take the question first.
I'll go first. So I'll address this question a bit also over the history of our project. We were born about after the acquisition of Pixelmon, but we were an NFT collection first before being a gaming type collection. And by that I mean we were an ERC20 high price point NFT collection where while the interest is towards gaming, the actual collective community purchasing is, yes, creating community, but we see this in the ERC20 top 20, top 30 collections in NFTs. It's actually a lot of it is also status symbol posturing, so which is a step different than the typical lower entry price point gaming community. So the beginning of our journey was actually we had to nurture that status symbol aspect of the different NFTs within the collection, so between themselves and towards other collections. So a lot of our community building was actually also built on creating classes, creating ranks of different holders, and so on. Now, as we started building real games, the topic starts becoming very different, because instead what you want to do is level the playing field a lot more, make it a lot more inclusive across the spectrum, and not about status symbol of how much can I spend, but about status symbol of how much do I play, how well do I play, how much do I know about the IP. And this has big impacts in even just how you structure your Discord, how you structure the way you treat your different community members. What is a whale? Is he the biggest spender in the game, or is he the one with a lot of NFTs that is passive? And this is where we are transitioning as a project. And I think in many ways, a lot of the ERC20 layer 1 native NFT collections that are gaming in nature have to transition towards.
I guess if we're comparing from 21 until now for us, I wouldn't say a lot is different, because we've always been the type to build games for those who love to play with money. This is just content that I made like when we first came out. I would always talk about like, why are we pushing away the idea that people love to play with money, and what is fun, I guess, is the big question here. So a little bit unconventional, I guess you would say. We really like to just build community for people who are a little bit on the degenerate side, and I guess that makes sense why some of our products like Waifu and stuff are attractive to our existing community. And while fundamentally things have changed, you know, users' standards and what they deem acceptable and unacceptable, I would say foundationally, our community has typically remained the same and just continued to grow over time.
And for us, we're really focused on growth and creating new opportunities for the YGG community. The community is vast, it's regional, it's all over the world, and so really it's about tapping into the specific things that each community cares about. And I think growing particularly with reputation, on-chain reputation, and now opening that up into the guild protocol, I think just is expanding what we can do and what we can bring to the community in a very different way.
Got it. All right. Very interesting. So you talk about what you think works. I'm going to ask a semi-controversial question. What are some of the community growth strategies you're seeing in 2024 that you feel like should be put to rest? Like, no need to name names, just, you know.
Well, look, I think I'll do this. I'll answer this question very honestly, while also probably being the biggest culprit of it as a company. So, I think the questing meta should never have existed, and it should be. It's over. Hopefully, it can't happen fast enough. First of all, I think, you know, nothing against questers, but what you end up doing, and this is our experience having over-utilized that lever, particularly in 2024. First of all, I think no users are intrinsically bad users, but the behaviors you incentivize can create negative user bases. And I think just the mere concept of social type questing, so not sophisticated questing, I think that's different. What Moku and others do with in-game questing, I think is a much more interesting approach. But the pure social questing aspect, I think effectively it creates a community that is mercenary but at a very superficial level that doesn't allow them to actually metabolize your product while questing, which is what instead guilds do at a deeper level. And that, in my opinion, has that meta, and jumping into that meta has hurt a lot of projects, including ourselves. It has created, probably for a couple of them that were at the very early on, like Portal and others, a pathway to TGE, but then closing it to everybody else. I'd say social questing or superficial questing, I don't know how maybe you would call it compared to your type, is something that, I hope we've all learned from and can step away from.
I would agree with you. I think that superficial transactional questing, right, at that surface level, it can give you a great surge, but the users don't really engage the way that you want them to. So it's really more about designing quests, if you're going to go that route, that actually push the user to engage in the way that they will enjoy and form a connection with the product itself.
I echo those sentiments for sure. However, from our side, we don't pay too much attention to like really what's not working or what we should stop unless the metrics or it's something that we were doing that is just very bad. We're always just trying to look at what potentially can happen next, where we can stand out. Personally, I mean, this might be a little bit off topic. The one thing that I just don't like is doing stuff for like pre-product or very, very early when the product is going to launch in 12 months or something like that. That's always going to set an unfortunate expectation for the community. And it might feel good as a founder, and sometimes VCs will push you in this direction to, or ask why you don't have a community yet or something like this. But unfortunately, I think this just sets up founders to have a lot of pain. And I think this is what Giulio was speaking about earlier, is like superficial expectations. Everything goes wrong in those situations, unfortunately, and it's a very short-term situation.
Yeah, I think focusing more on creating opportunity to collaborate and contribute as a community is really powerful and takes you away from just that kind of very transactional sign-up.
Got it. So it's not so much the questing format, but the quality of quests that you implement.
I mean, I would just explain it as, is there a chance that by questing they will find a reason to come back even if questing weren't there? And when you're doing pure social questing, the answer is obviously no. You're not creating hooks. You're not capturing even a single-digit percentage for later. You're actually potentially ruining the experience of somebody that if they had approached the IP, in our case, from a non-questing standpoint, would have been hooked. But the mere incentive of questing is to always stay superficial. So you might actually be losing retention rate via.
Got it. So it's more of thinking about it in a conversion standpoint. How do you actually attract a crowd and then convert them down the funnel? Very interesting. All right, so we talked about, I think you touched upon it a while ago, Giulio, the difference between building NFT-based communities and gaming communities. And I think maybe a lot of builders here can relate, starting off maybe launching an NFT collection and then eventually launching their game, potentially attracting crowds that might not be, not necessarily directly port over from one to another. So given your experience in Mon Protocol, how would you advise these games to transform their communities or bring their communities down their roadmap, starting from an NFT and then building out a game?
So I think the difference is, at least for me, particularly perceivable when you have essentially the vanity and status symbol type NFT collections, because the NFT spectrum is also very, very wide. So let's think about the collections that have specific rarity steps and typically prices that vary highly by rarity steps and prices that are very likely at least 4-digit USD and above. Now, those are collections where the mentality of the participants is certainly buying into a certain community culture. It certainly is buying into a common mission, maybe make a game or an anime chain or whatnot, or a metaverse. But the difference is that layered on top of all that, there is a society that is split by classes of the asset you hold gives you a different posture within the ecosystem. No? Are you a whale? Do you own a dragon? Do you have a golden ape? Or do you have a normal ape? Do you have a mutant? Or do you have an original? Do you have a bean? Or do you have an Azuki? Or do you have a spirit? And that is something that mentality, while I think has a lot of value, and it is ultimately at the core of those ERC20 collections, doesn't port very well instead into the class system you would create in a pure gaming environment, where instead you'd focus on the gaming whales and on scores and contributions to the game and ecosystem, etc. I don't have clear advice other than understanding the split of the two. We're even considering splitting Discords down the road, or trying to split collections so that you have layer 2 collections that operate on mechanics very different than the layer 1 collection.
Interesting. So is that alpha? Is a new collection coming out? No, sorry. All right. So, a personal curious question for me, actually, I just wanted to ask. Given what you said about those challenges, we all know, I guess most of the people in this room know the storied history of Pixelmon, wherein you basically acquired it after the end of Team Mint. I wonder why you decided to acquire an existing IP versus starting your own or starting from scratch, given, I would say, the initial backlash that Pixelmon had in the beginning.
So we were a small gaming studio in 2021, and we started realizing by looking at NFT collections and guilds that building with a community seemed to create a better feedback loop and potentially de-risk the building process. A little bit like the theories that Kickstarter-based projects would have a higher probability of success versus a pure indie project at parity of funding because they're building with the community. Look, me and my co-founder are what you call second or third time founders. We looked at the process by which NFT collections were launched, and I must say, this is 2021. It looked to us like very opaque, and pretty much it was stuff from Mars to two guys coming out of Web 2. So while looking at it, we realized probably the best way for us to leverage our core skills is to acquire one. Because my impression from a million miles away, and that goes with a big compliment to the founders in the NFT space that are still around, but my impression in 2021 was that the vast majority of NFT founders just wanted to get out, but they wanted an excuse to get out without being called a rug. And M&A was the perfect excuse. And you would inherit a concept, a community, and potentially a small treasury because it was sometimes transparently on chain in a multi-sig or whatnot. So for us, that instead in 2021, hyped market, we had a high capacity of raising money because of our previous experience. This seemed the easiest way to get to a community. We didn't imagine that the target would be anything as big or controversial as Pixelmon. We went through dozens of them, and when Pixelmon arrived, it just made a ton of sense. It's not just about the funding or the size of the community, because it was the biggest community with the biggest funding. It's that it actually was, in my opinion, the biggest TAM. And by TAM, I mean target addressable market, because it was targeting Pokemon nostalgics. And with Pokemon being the biggest consumer IP in the world by a factor of 2 to Mickey Mouse, which is number 2, and a factor of 10 to Star Trek, and most of the monetization stopping at 16 years old, well, but everybody after 16 still remembers it with fondness. I call them nostalgics. we always thought that was a huge TAM within the IP space, compared to, say, apes or lizards or whatnot. So that was what drove us to the acquisition.
Very interesting. So now moving on from Pokemon to waifus. I'm curious. So obviously part of community building is moderation, right? And with Pocket Waifus, I think it's pretty clear to everybody it's not safe for work. Yes, there's some explicit content over there. So how have you been navigating that, managing moderation, making sure that, you're not getting banned? Or
Sure. It's quite difficult, of course. I guess we're going into like uncharted territory, but it just was fitting timing as well. There's a lot of waifu energy around. And at some point, I think maybe the only one that might accept us is Anime Chain at this stage. But yeah, honestly, the idea originally came from the fact that Telegram doesn't have many rules and regulations. And there was clearly an opportunity within Telegram, a lot of users there that want to play games. And we recognize you can deploy a game in there without App Store approval. And I was like, how far can we take this? So I took it like all the way. Yeah, like I was like, let's just do it. And everyone's like, are you crazy? But we did it anyway.
you took it far enough.
Yeah, we took it far enough. And it got a lot of attention, of course. We're not ready to do marketing or anything like that, but it's a bit late. Everyone found out anyway. And
Oh,
yeah.
no marketing.
No, not yet, not
Oh,
yet.
wow.
But I'm sure some of you guys have played it. And yeah, honestly, moderation was difficult. We didn't go on Discord for obvious reasons. Just talking to Julio about that one. Likely the account will disappear overnight. Telegram, on the other hand, is a little bit more lenient. Our community channel did disappear overnight one time. Still don't know why. But this one, 20,000 users in there. Still going pretty strong. Fairly explicit. We try to keep it pretty chill. We've got 24-hour moderation. We do the best we can. No crazy stuff. Just some guys and girls enjoying the vibes. That's about it.
I'm curious, actually. You said it at the end. What's the gender split? Do you have any data?
Do you have to ask?
Not a lot. You'd be surprised.
He said guys and girls, and I
Yeah.
think you'd be surprised.
There's honestly, like, it's like a traditional split. Like, it's not that different to a normal game. There's a lot of girls in there asking for something called husbandos, which is the same thing but guys. But it's difficult as well because.
So when's equality coming, Corey?
I don't know. But definitely it's on the roadmap. That's not my expertise. A bit better at waifus, but plenty of girls at the company will be able to handle that. And yeah, that's a little bit of alpha, I guess, right there. Husbandos on the roadmap.
All right, so now moving on from games to now guilds. We all know, well, personally, I've seen the impact that YGG has given individual players in the Philippines and all over the world. I'm curious though, with the on-chain reputation system that you're building, how can games capitalize that to grow their communities and to grow their user base?
Yeah, so reputation and opportunity are intrinsically linked, and having on-chain opportunity, particularly expanding to guilds, right, gives you the ability to have a group of people with a verified, real proof of work, proof of achievement that just opens up so many new opportunities. And so whether it's games looking to bring in a certain type or level of player, right, now we can, right, at this huge scale that we're seeing, within the guilds themselves as opposed to individual players. So content creation to game testing to, kind of anything under the sun, it just creates, a whole new world of possibilities.
Gotcha. All right, and we have about a minute left, so a bit of a rapid fire. But personally, I guess in your experience working in the space, within your games, within the YGG, what's one thing that you've experienced or implemented that you can confidently say really built loyalty over cycles for your game, for YGG?
I mean, transparency. So for us, the entire turnaround of the Pixelmon community was just being ultra transparent to the most extreme level. And when I mean transparency, I don't mean, okay, when we do something, we're going to come out and make an announcement about doing it. Every day, we give a status update on how things are going. including when they're not going super well. And that can be in an active way, but also in a passive way. So ask us questions, and in the framework of efficiency, but we will answer, and we will transparently answer. So opposite to the potential other framework, which is the framework of, say, posturing versus your community. I think that always works, transparency. Takes more time.
Same on this side. I guess just being totally blunt, totally honest, and just yourself. I think a lot of the community does actually still bet on the founders. They're really invested in the founders. They want the founders to be present. They want the founders to talk to them. So for sure, the projects are cool. Everything is great. But it's not very often that you see an anonymous studio build a game that goes insanely big. They really do bet on the founders, so you've got to be active. Has helped for us.
I agree with what they said, but I think also at a YGG level, implementing our community programs has been really impactful and really powerful, particularly here in the Philippines, right? Starting at the grassroots level with our Metaversity program, and helping onboard new users into the Web3 ecosystem, and creating opportunities within the larger community team for people to grow into different roles that they find interesting, from community mods to to guild leaders.
All right, and that's our last question for today. Thank you so much to the three of you, and thank you everybody for listening. Let's give them a round of applause again.
Hello, everybody. Apologies for anyone that was expecting big founder energy of Omar. He is delayed. He is still coming, but you're going to have to put up with me. And we're going to be with James here. So, James, firstly, just who are you and a little bit about yourself before we get into it.
My name is James. I'm a pretty old man. I think I'm as old as Hilmar. I've been in this gaming industry for 25 years. I used to be a professor in psychology and loved games. Played games overnight. And my specialty was motivation. And I was always curious about my motivation. When I read books or study or practice, I can never do it for 20 hours in a row. But games, I can do it. Well, what is it? What's the motivation behind? So I started a gaming studio with my students, sophomores, and we were very poor, didn't have enough money, fund, and we started developing a feature phone. A lot of people here do not understand feature phone. It's a flip phone your grandfather, grandma used. And we developed the games on feature phone, and most of the feature phone games at the time was, Nokia is a feature phone, Samsung Anycall is a feature phone. And we have to make a game the size of 128 kilobyte. It's a small game. But we developed an action RPG game, progressive game. At the time, it was 2002. And most of the feature phone games were very simple, casual, hyper-casual kind of puzzle games. So we are lucky. We made a big hit 2003. We had a 30 million download out of 15 million population in Korea. And it was the world's first real-time PvP RPG game. And Nexon came over and they want to acquire us. And I sold my first company to Nexon. It was lucky 2005. And I had a lockup for 3 years. And the founder of Nexon asked me to be a CEO of Nexon and also Nexon Mobile. So, I have to stay there for 3 years. So why not? So I stayed one more year, 4 years, and yeah, that's the brief history of myself.
That's awesome. So with your first game, you said it did 30 million in Korea. Did it ever manage to break out of Korea, or at that time was it harder to get games to break out of Korea into other Asian countries or even to the West?
Yeah, that's a really good question. We could not, because Korea is much earlier in terms of technology, in terms of the hardware, in terms of infra. So my second company is called 433. It's a mother company of D-Labs. We developed the first Unreal smartphone game. It's an action RPG game called Blade for Kakao. And for 2 years, we could not export. We could not service it globally because the spec was too high. Yeah.
And that's a thing to think about now, because back at that time, the spec also would be considered considerably low to this time as well. So with that experience that you had and the struggle of trying to break out spec-wise, as you've gone through your career, which obviously started a lot longer than some of us have been doing this, have you noticed that the issues have changed from a spec way more into a game type to try and branch out of, say, Korea to other countries in Asia, and then further from Asia into the Western gaming market? Do you feel there's differences, there are struggles there now that aren't just technically based, but more genre based, and what the players in these areas might be expecting?
Yeah, I think that is a really big question. But when I look back, Korea is one of the first country who introduced online gaming and esports, and also like a 24-hour, a cable game channel, and also free to play. Because we had a leapfrog. Because Korea introduced the internet, the high-speed internet, for the first time, in the world. So penetration rate was really high. In year of 2000, we had about 30,000, internet cafe all over the world, all over Korea. So that's the infra is the reason why we had early adoption of innovations of a game industry, online games and this social free-to-play games. And all these innovations. I think the leapfrog is the most important. And also, second is, Koreans are very early adopters. When there's I think they change the handset much faster than the other area, the Westerns. Yeah, when there's a new, handsets coming out, or like a new GPU is coming out, Koreans buy first. Yeah.
Yeah, so with that, you've mentioned free-to-play, and I want to come back to that later, but the idea of infra, I'm currently based out of Thailand, and internet cafes are still huge there. And then we recently went over to Dubai for the Dubai token, and we held an event ourselves in an internet cafe. But coming from like England and other places that I've been in Europe and over in the West when I was living in Canada, it wasn't common to really see internet cafes. So potentially that might be just due to the timing and my age compared to your age. But in Korea, when I was there for the Korean Blockchain Week, it seemed like internet cafes and gaming cafes were still thriving and a big thing, and people weren't playing just at home. They were gathering at these spots to continue going. So is the infrastructure still there, as large as it was back then for the internet cafes? Is it dying down, or is it just built into the gaming culture within Korea that you will go and play in one of these cafes?
Yeah, that's a great question. They want to play together, the teenagers, especially like PUBG. They want to get, they shout, and also like esports is a big thing. So I think we have a little less internet cafe than before, but still doing good business because they promote esports. So the internet cafe become a training place for the esports players, and also the place for the esports tournament. So internet cafe evolve into like esports kind of party place, that kind of things. So it's exciting how internet cafe evolve in Korea.
Yeah, it's something I didn't get to experience as a youth, but as I got older and we were old enough men to buy our computers ourselves, we would bring them to rooms ourselves to basically live that same thing because we didn't have as much access to these type of internet cafes. And when you mentioned free-to-play, like obviously going to the internet cafe isn't for the free-to-play games, I found. It can be for some of the larger PC free-to-plays, but thinking specifically around free-to-play in the mobile, Korea was one of the first ones to be adopting this. Do you think there's any particular reason why they are more inclined to adopt a free-to-play model when maybe some of the other nations were a bit more hesitant to be giving up a game for free and then expecting to earn their money from the amount of players they managed to lure into the free-to-play game?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I discussed this with Hilmar this morning, and I think online game by nature you need massive users. If you make, and also you need good concurrent users. It's called CCU. Otherwise, you cannot match. You cannot, have a raid together, party play together. You cannot, maintain the guild because a lot of online games are social. You need users. So if it's a paid play, you cannot have that many users. And also, free to play is also a marketing slogan. Okay, come here. It's a free. Yes.
So with it being a marketing slogan, I live still in Thailand. Gonna keep mentioning that because people will assume I'm in England, so what I say won't make sense. A lot of the people, when I am streaming to my Thai audience, they will ask me, is the game free? If I say no, and a game is maybe like 200 baht, and I'm talking like bottom of the level Steam game jank is 200 baht, you're thinking $5 to $7. They won't go in and they won't play that game. If I say this game is free to play, they will come into a free to play game and they will spend more than 200 baht in a free to play game. But it's always the front facing cost of paying for the game that seems to turn them off. Have you noticed that, like, in Asia, this might be something that is more accepted? Because coming from England, we always would pay for the game first, and then I would never expect to do any microtransactions in the game. But I've noticed the complete opposite over in Asia, mainly Thailand, because that's where I can speak of myself. But is this something you're noticing is like regionally based, or is it something that's just evolving now that maybe these younger players are used to the idea of games are free, but then I pay in the game if I'm liking the game enough to keep playing it?
Yeah, there are differences. Westerners and Asians. Westerners they don't mind playing by themselves. They level up. Clearing up, level up and clearing the stages and achievements by yourself is okay. But Asians are more like social. They want to play together, party play and guild, and showing off is important, and your social status is important. Most of the whales, they spend a lot because of their social status in the game. Because a lot of times these whales, they don't get enough recognition in the real world. So in this virtual world, even though I'm not really famous in the real world, here I'm a superstar. So that's why they spend a lot of money and they spend a lot of time in this virtual world. I don't say this is negative. What's the difference between this real world and virtual world? And they needed this social recognition. So I'm saying that's why Asians tend to spend much more. I mean, Koreans and Chinese. And the whales spend a lot. We had a concierge service for the whales. If they have any problem, they have a direct call to our company, and what can I do for you? It's like hotel concierge. I mean, the whales, they occupy about 80% of the revenue. So who are these whales? We went to meet them, and we have a regular meetings. So what's your problem? What can I do for you? And a lot of time they have money, but they don't have enough social recognition. So this is a very social part of Asian gamers.
Yeah, I 100% agree. One of the first terms I had to learn to read was "Tamai kun len kon diao nakap." Why are you playing by yourself? And they would all be very sad and send sad emojis. And instantly offer to play with me because they thought I would be sad that I was playing these games alone. And like you said, free to play gets rid of the first barrier into a game, and 200 baht to them is, to some of them, is a lot of money. And if you're spending that on a game and it turns out none of your friends are playing that with you, they don't have that it needs to be when you're playing with your friends here in Asia. And then you're speaking about the whales that are the ones that are funding these people that are being the free-to-play ones. And previously you mentioned on the idea of if there's no players, then people aren't going to be paying to play because they've got no one to play with. So my question is kind of a two-part question of how much player liquidity do you need that's on the lower end compared to the whales? And do you think, with some of the stuff we're seeing now around bots and bots playing in the games, do you think that's an adequate solution for the player liquidity problem that may keep whales involved? Or because these aren't real people to see this social status you talked of, that bots are not going to give them the same feeling that's going to drive the whales to spend in some of these games if you're playing the lower level?
That's a really good question. I've been fighting with for bots for all my life. I mean, bots are not really bad, but stupid bots are. If the users can, recognize this is bot, that's we don't need that. It's very negative. So, people say that we need non-paying users for the whales, but maybe small fish for the whales. But a lot of times I think the opposite. We need the whales first. Then we have enough revenue. Then we can promote more, and we can have more small fishes. I mean, we can hire streamers like you, and introduce our games to the mass, so we have more users. Then the whales are willing to spend more. So I think it's both way. Well, the whales to show you don't need a Louis Vuitton bag when you are alone in the island.
If no one can see you being a whale, what's the point in being a whale? Exactly. And I would completely agree with the idea of a bot. I also push for having bots in a game, especially when they're in this early stage that we face in Web3, where you're having to come in and maybe there's not the player liquidity for you to even test the game. I'd say put bots in your game. The idea around a stupid bot, would you prefer games to label their bots as this is a bot so people know, or similarly to how I play PUBG Mobile, it's one of the main games I go in, I can instantly spot a bot I'm playing against because they're running into a wall or they're just popping out and shooting and it's nowhere near me and it's ridiculous. And I honestly find that more frustrating that they're trying to make me believe that I'm better than this other person when it's just a bot. So someone that's been fighting for bots, do you think it needs to be clear that this is a bot, or do you prefer the idea of trying to sneak them in just to be a lower player liquidity?
Yeah, we tried all kinds of things, but now we have AI bots, and the bots even pay. So it's really hard. Okay, I usually play my game, and let me test who are the bots. I just write down the names, but now I cannot tell the difference because the bots are so smart, and they even pay. And they even social interact. So.
Is there a fear that your bots might get too smart and you won't be able to bring players in because the bots are going to keep winning?
Yeah, I don't know. It is important to have real users because we have communities. They complain, they write, and so bots. They know. The users can tell how smart we make it. We make the bot. They can tell.
Yeah, of course. So to try and get us back on track before we just stop talking about bots the whole time, you previously been doing gaming, like you mentioned, for a long time in Web 2. What made you make the switch into Web 3? What was kind of like the catalyst where you thought, I've liked doing this Web 2 gaming after being in psychology before moving into normal traditional gaming? What was then, I want to get into Web 3 gaming. What kind of made you want to shift?
I always ask myself, well, what do I do here? Every time when there are innovation in technology, there are innovations in the game industry. For example, internet, online gaming, it's changed the whole game industry. So free to play occupies 75% of the total market size of the gaming industry, and introduce the social aspect, online gaming, because of the technology of internet and high-speed internet connection, and also like change the BM into free-to-play. It used to be pay for download or pay for the package.
Yeah.
So every time there's big innovations in technology, there's exciting changes in the game industry. Think about smartphone games. This Steve Jobs iPhone made a huge change in the game industry. So now we have 3.3 billion gamers in the world because of smartphone. When first the smartphone came, I thought, oh, this is not a phone. This is a gaming console in everybody's hand. This is amazing. So, and when I look at the blockchain technology, it was amazing, because I've been in the gaming industry for 25 years, been into progressive games, MMORPGs, FPS. I've seen this game items been trading. The market size is about 40 billion, and it's always not transparent and not secure. I try to sell my items. I want to buy really good items. It's always make me insecure. And also, like in Korea, there's account trading, and if you are over 60 and try to sell your account, your game account, like let's say Clash of Clans account, you get like 90% discount because you are old. Because you die, then the account goes back to the company. So these digital assets are not yours. It's just a rental from the centralized big company. So this is a really big problem, pain you can solve with the blockchain.
I would completely agree that that's one of the definite issues that I've faced. I know I've definitely bought WoW Gold back in my time, and it was on some shady website that I'm clicking on. I'm like, my computer has so many viruses now, but I need this WoW Gold. So I think, like, if that is your shift over, then that is definitely a good reason to go through. And I know when people often talk about blockchain gaming, it started off with there was a lot of just browser games that were basically just reskin DeFi stuff, and then everything's moving into like it needs to be a PC game. Now you've spoke a lot of mobile game already, and currently everyone is pushing for mobile game. I push everybody that I advise to build at least a mobile game or a companion on the mobile for their main PC game. Do you think there's going to be a time coming soon where people regard mobile gaming with the same level of respect that they regard PC gaming or console gaming? Because the way I've always come up, it's always been a tier system of PC master race at the top, consoles, and then mobile gaming is for people that aren't really gamers. But like we've mentioned already, they're the ones spending all the money. They're playing a lot of time on their phone because it's just in their hand. It's a lot easier than a PC. Do you think the mobile time to be given the respect it's deserved is coming? And do you think Web3 gaming might assist that with the amount of people it can bring in and showing how people can be swapping their stuff within this mobile game?
Yeah, I think, the quality of mobile game these days is so good. In Korea, most of the MMOG are like on mobile, and they're using Unreal 5. So this is amazing. But we don't need to differentiate the mobile or PC. It's most of the games are cross-platform. So you can use a much higher graphic games on PC, but you can also enjoy through mobile, and it's much easier to pay, right? And also, it's everywhere, every time. So it should be a cross-platform. I think it's an old generation to try to separate this by the platform.
Yeah, I think it's something that's. I feel my generation and maybe people a little bit younger than myself. I'm 36. I know I look super young, guys. I am 36, so I have been doing this gaming thing for a while. I think I'm kind of in the last sort of era that regards it this way, because if I'm playing a mobile game cross-platform, 100% I'm losing to the person playing on PC. But then when I'm playing with my audience, they're six-finger claw gripping their phone to play PUBG with me. They're accusing me of being bad because I can't use the gyroscope. So I would completely agree that I think this is slowly just going to fade away because they're becoming good enough players to compete against the PC cross-plays already. To kind of circle back around to the idea of we're here in Asia, we're doing the Philippines, we're doing the YGG event here. When people are trying to bring their games to different regions, do you think that's a struggle that is in Web3 or gaming in general due to like different regions preferring genres? Because one thing I've noticed a lot in Web3 gaming is the Western games are a lot more proud in trumpeting that they're the best game, they're the greatest game, they're doing this and the other. And the Asian games are more subtle and shy about it and more like just letting the product speak for itself. Do you think there's a struggle in both directions to export an Asian game into the West because they're not championing themselves, and maybe West games coming into Asia because they kind of seem a bit obnoxious that they're talking about we're the best game coming in this direction?
Yeah, there are subtle, very subtle like differences in culture. You know what kind of genre they like. I mean, different countries. In India, we talk about Leapfrog in India. It's hard to find the PCs in India. I mean, compared with the mobile platform, it's much less PC platform, and their like preference is very different. And Latam, Brazil is very different, and but when we publish, we just launch globally and see. We cannot predict actually. We have a boxing game. It's the #1 boxing game in the world, but we just launch all over the world. But some culture like it, some culture do not take it. So I don't know. I cannot predict, but there's some subtle differences.
Have you noticed a pattern on what regions prefer what genres, say this boxing game? Is it popular globally, or is there a specific area that's just after
it is most popular in the United States. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy because a lot of paying users there.
That is a very good place to be popular in as well. Thinking of how gaming's moving now, especially in the Web3 era, and everyone always talking about play to earn being dead, what type of thing do you believe, and you guys might be doing yourselves at your company already, if you're managing to get the #1 boxing game, what is your lure to get people to come in and play your games? Are you championing like, oh, if you get the gloves of fire, I don't know what's in your game, I'm sorry, the gloves of fire, you can sell it? Or are you just trying to let the game sell itself and let people see that they get the potential of getting something as an after effect and not the initial reason they're playing the game?
Yeah, that is a very good question. I'm very negative about play to earn and play and earn. That is the fundamental problem of Web3 gaming. I don't even like the Web3 gaming because there's no Web2 gaming. We didn't call like a MapleStory is a Web2 game. After Web3 gaming, we start calling it's a Web2 gaming. It's a game.
Yeah.
But Web3 gaming has a connotation. There's a play to earn, and I don't like the earn thing. What does earn mean? Earn is more like a very simple task, and it's not like a fun. It's like a job, and it's undermine the fun part and degrading the gameplay. So now the big problem in Web3, I'm very disappointed in Web3 landscape. That's why I'm going to Telegram and introducing more like proven games and with strong IPs. Think about how many Web3 gamers we have right now in the world. I think it's less than 10 million. I think it's about 3 million. I had a chat with the Jerome of Space Nation, and we are very disappointed because of not many gamers here. They are mostly the farmers. I mean, there's a grinders. Because of this play to earn. I think we need a better word. I mean, reward is good. Old games like World of Warcraft or like Lineage or MapleStory, you can be rewarded, but you don't earn there.
Yeah.
Earn is not a good word. I think we should not use that and we should come up with a better word than Web3 gaming, because Web3 gaming is more like getting incentives. Game is no fun. All the grinders. It has so bad association, bad connotations. So we have to change that. And the reward is good and should be variable depending on the contribution to the ecosystem. So I don't like the earn part.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the earn part myself either. I would say that you mentioned how many players you believe are in Web3, and I believe that's kind of because they start at one game, they've earned all they can, and then they go to the other. Do you think that kind of mentality and what a lot of people are putting out, and they've just kind of reworded it into airdrops at the moment? So there's a lot of people grinding and going into the airdrops, but then you see their 7-day, 30-day retention, and it's just off the slide. Do you think that is because they've only incentivized people to play for this reward, and they've not incentivized someone to play for the sake of playing the game?
Yeah, it's just like, make your kids to play piano. If you play piano, I'm gonna give you like $10, and they're gonna play piano. But if the $10 goes to $5 or like $1, why do I play piano? If I I need to get like $10. So if the reward incentive disappears, they stop doing the activity. It's typical extrinsic motivation. Yeah.
So we've only got 1 minute left. So I've got one quick question for you. If you could think of a way to get people to be retained that wasn't incentive farming in Web3 and using your psychological background as well, what do you think that could be?
This is a very good question. I've been thinking about this, and I have discussed with the Hilmar, for 2 hours this morning. And we need reward is always good, but reward is a variable reward depending on your achievement. Okay, if you come today, if you open the app, we're gonna give you like $1. It's not sustainable. It doesn't work. It's undermine your intrinsic motivation of having fun. Game is all about fun. In the beginning, I talk about I used to play games for 20 hours in a row. I didn't sleep because it's fun. Not to make money, not to earn. So play to earn undermines the basic fundamental motivation of gameplay. So it should be reward based and it's contribution based. And you don't need to know. We don't say this is play to earn. Come, if you come, I'm going to give you these tokens. It's not going to work. That's why it's been 10 years and we've been invested more than $6 billion in this Web3 gaming. And thousands of games being launched and developed. But we have 3 million gamers? It's not, can we call them gamers? We are in deep problem. We are stuck. So we should come up with a better idea. And we have some speakers coming, so I think this will be a really good seminar conference.
Yeah,
for the future.
I think that's a good way as well. I think that having them have an intrinsic motivation to play your game is always going to be better than extrinsic, because your extrinsic desires change over time as well. But it's been fantastic to speak with you today, James. Everybody that's here, don't forget, Games GG is also doing something at the end of the week, and make sure you check out what James is doing over there as well, because so much history behind and so much experience.
Okay.
Great to have you up here today, man.
Thank you so much. Great.
All right. If I chatted alone with Kalos, it would probably take us more than 2 hours to do this. We can just talk all day. But we have 30 minutes, and we want to make it as useful for all of you. So, first of all, welcome to Manila, and thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, it's my first time here. It's a beautiful country.
Yeah, it's nice to be here. We have 2 of the co-founders here. We have the Echelon Foundation. We have some of the biggest investors in Wales, and we have a lot of the parallel community and the top players. So I think, people know about the game. A lot of people here playing the game, but I want to ask some questions about how you think about building products, how you think about building the company, especially in the Web3 space. So first question is, you don't come from a games background. What were you building before you came into Web3?
Okay, yeah. So I spent 11 years at TD Bank Financial Group designing software solutions for stock trading systems, anti-money laundering, terrorist financing systems, real estate secured lending systems. So really like bank software. And I got pretty bored, and I decided to leave and start building my own companies. I built marketplaces and consumer mobile. I built kind of a number of different things, some successful, some not. But I think when it came to games, like I had the naive perspective that like, oh, this can't be harder than like 10% worse than building consumer mobile. And like, let me tell you, that is a very naive view. Yeah, but software kind of design and execution, team management background.
And going to the start of Parallel, the company, how did it start? And I know that you've known Koji and some of your other co-founders for a long time. How did it start, and how did you hone in and say, we're going to start with a TCG genre?
The funny thing about this is it was COVID, and we were playing Warzone, and all of us were socializing and playing Warzone. And other games together, but generally, like, you know, we'd spend socializing in Warzone, and I think I got bored, and I was playing with Koji, you know, Ethan, and a couple others, and I think I said something to the effect of, I don't want to play other people's games anymore, let's, like, make our own game, and that kind of actually turned into my friends calling me the next day, saying, like, you know, Koji was like, I have an idea, and I was like, okay, cool, and I started to come up with and work on, you know, the different parallels that we all know now them to, you know, to be today, and naming them and creating stories. And I think we just got tired of kind of consuming media, and we felt like we wanted to be building a game. And at the time, actually, we had just exited a company, and we're working for that company, and we're kind of not sure where we were going to go next. So it kind of just felt like a natural thing that happened, which was like, you know, Koji said he had an idea for a game. I said I had a couple ideas around like what the thematics of the game would be, and we were all just kind of naive enough, but also determined enough to believe that we could actually build a really great game.
I remember it must have been late 2021 when you launched the first collection. Was it around that time?
Yeah, sort of like 3 years ago or something. 2
Yeah,
years ago?
almost 3 years already. And yeah, you launched the NFT collection a couple of years before the game. Had to survive the brutal bear market. How was that like while you were building?
You know, first of all, I think like one thing that I celebrate, and I kind of mentally celebrated it for myself the other day, is like we have our second expansion set coming out called Aftermath, which releases tomorrow. Like that's a huge achievement. Like that in and of itself. We had the base set of cards, and then we had Planetfall, and now we have Aftermath, and we're already working on the next set called Deception. I don't know, like I felt like we were lucky enough. I think any good entrepreneur will be honest about having some element of luck and timing. We were determined enough, and we were capable. You know, when things weren't perfect in the market, we were still going to build. And you know, when we came up with novel and new ideas, we were capable of executing them. And what we didn't know, we were honest about, and we were able to fill that knowledge gap really quickly. And I think like that is a testament to having built software before, that like we knew where to go to find the right people to do the thing that we didn't know how to do.
And it seems like you've been able to attract a lot of top talent to fill the gaps that you didn't have personally, right?
Oh, for sure. Like, you know, ex-Apple people, you know, Riot Games, like all the kind of greatest and latest and greatest. But I think, you know, the base of it all kind of was my core group of friends who wanted to build something we thought was really cool. And like I still look at Parallel, and like when you look at it holistically, I'm like, it's the coolest card game in the world. Like it didn't exist before. And I remember the early days where, you know, when I would explain to investors or someone who I was talking to explain what Parallel is, I'd say like it's a sci-fi card game we're making, and they're like, no one, like who's gonna want to play a sci-fi card game? And like that's actually where that whole like kind of capital small letter like space card game came from, was this meme of like people not understanding that there was a gap in the market and that we wanted to fill it.
So we at YGG didn't really discover Parallel or didn't get into the ecosystem until last year during the bear market. So funny side story, Kalos invited me to be part of their round in, I would say, probably around 2022. And it was at a high valuation, and we felt that we had to sit that one out. But the bear market came, and we could see how strong the community was, which was always a good sign. And we could see that the game was really getting closer to release. So we were able to acquire some assets, some Prime, a lot of avatars during the bear market last year. And as the game went towards the release last year, what was your approach to the go-to-market strategy and being able to bridge between Web 2 and Web 3 players?
I think we're all still figuring that out. Like, I think that's the truth of it. I think obviously we wanted to work with you guys. I think we wanted to just like have people who would give it a crack as just a generally good game, because like you don't need to have a wallet, you don't need to have NFTs to play Parallel. If you want to, you can have those things, and they have benefits in ownership and a lot of kind of downstream benefits that come from them. But I think what we wanted to do is to put a game out there in traditional distribution channels that could stand, toe to toe with the greats. And those things take, years to create. And I think we really speed ran how long it took us to make the game. And I think we were just fortunate to kind of have that, be aesthetically, really attractive. So I think but I think the truth of the answer is like, I don't think anyone's cracked the nut. I think the last gentleman.
No one has yet.
Yeah. And so I think the last gentleman's up here, and I think we're all trying to figure that out, is like, what does it look like when these games, what is it going to be, partially a cognitive shift in the perception of crypto in general that allows everyone to be more open to these games? Because right now, a lot of traditional gamers will kind of feel like, I don't know, maybe at least in North America, feel like, oh, because it's this, then I'm not going to interact with it until I hear otherwise. And it's almost like, just like horse armor. If anyone remembers, the first cosmetics were horse armor, and you're like, who's going to pay for horse armor? And like, lo and behold, cosmetics are now a thing in every game, and it's completely acceptable. But there are large like articles and rants and kind of things that people wrote about these things when they were first introduced. And so I think ultimately the objective should be to build a really competitive, a really fun game, a really aesthetically pleasing game, and then allow that to stand against the greats that are out there as far as TCGs go, and let people make a decision on that.
Where did the approach to esports come from? Because I personally think that Parallel right now has the best esports program in Web3.
We own that. There's a lot of esports players in here. That's all you guys.
Yeah, and then of course we have the big tournament happening. We have our players here. You've managed to attract the best TCG players in the world. Was that something that you were thinking of from the beginning, or how did that happen?
I think there's like a couple people who really pushed in that direction. Like, the game is a strategic game, and like inherently there are incredibly talented card game players. Many who and it doesn't we're not talking Web3. We're just talking like, you could take them toe to toe, and they'll take you toe to toe in Magic. They'll take you toe to toe in Hearthstone. Then they'll definitely take you to town if you play them in Parallel. And a lot of them are in this room. And I think like that is a testament to the conviction of a couple different people in the organization. And those people, not only in the organization, but also at the foundation. I think the foundation decided they wanted to like lean into that. They felt that like that was very important, is to create a competitive scene, because it is a game that requires a lot of skill. And we're seeing the first step of that with this tournament, which is the 100K tournament, and then we have got another one in the World Championships coming up in Vegas early next year. And I think there's already plans to go bigger. And I think what that does ultimately, that the really clever thing about it, one is like it benefits the gamer. Like the person who really learns and kind of creates and innovates and creates a strategy that's asymmetric to everyone else, that gives them an economic incentive to be that good. And I think two is like it's attracted a lot of the top talent, right? And so
I feel like there's only been one way from other TCGs to Parallel. No Parallel Pro said, fuck this, I'm going back to Hearthstone, right?
Yeah, I think like, it's like a one-way street. Yeah, I think that street's just gonna get wider. Right now, like we've got like a bit of like a, you're walking between two garages, and we want it to be like a 4-lane interstate. And I think that comes over time. But generally speaking, I think like, Koji, Fitch, the foundation, the people who work at the foundation, some of our investors who are in the room, these are people who really champion two things. Like, let's work with the best players in the world if we can, and let's let them compete for really great prize pools, and let's make sure that the game is as good as it can be for them. And two is like, let's support them when they stream or are going to talk to other people about the game, because like who better?
Fitch raiding streams has been pretty epic, right?
Exactly, right?
Yeah, giving out avatars.
Yeah, exactly. So I think everyone but me is responsible for that decision, and was thankfully smart enough to listen.
Let's talk about community building, because one of the things that struck me as we were entering the parallel community is that it reminded me very much of a very strong community that I started with in Web3, which is the Axie and Ronin community. What's your approach to community building, and what were the things that you learned and discovered along the way that really worked?
Yeah, I think like the simplest thing is like anyone in this room who plays Parallel or who follows me, like if you've ever tweeted at me, I've responded to you. Like
Very quickly.
It doesn't matter what time it is, I will still respond to you. And so I think like there's like when you have the community mindset, like everything everyone says matters. And because like if it doesn't, then like you're starting to look inwards more than you're looking outwards. And I think generally, like, the strategy that worked in my mind was, like, just listen to people and talk. And I share a lot of ideas so that we can all collectively think about things that don't exist. But I'm not necessarily married to those things. And I think a lot of times people from the community, outside of, like, Nerf Shroud, Earthen's this, like...
Don't Nerf Shroud to anyone who's controlling the keys.
Yeah, but generally, I think there's, like, I think what people... And maybe this is unique to building a game with blockchain infrastructure is like everyone has something to add to the community, and that sometimes presents itself as a tool. Like a lot of community members have built infrastructure and tools, and sometimes it presents itself as like a balancing piece of feedback, and sometimes it presents itself as just an opinion. And even when the opinion's like super toxic, and that's okay, that happens, there's still something valid in it. And so I try to just...
It's the message behind it that you want to...
Yeah, you want to kind of get
not the FU Kalos, right?
No. I mean, I don't get too much of that. I'm sure I'm going to get a whole lot of that after this. No, but I think generally, the objective is to... I think that if I could distill it down to one thing, is you're being the founder, one of the founders of something like this, does not remove you from the community. It makes you the person who is the connective tissue in the community. It doesn't put you outside of it. You're not isolated from it. You're actually, and you're kind of a part of it in a way that is connective of everyone, rather than trying to be like the person who stands out.
Here's an interesting one. Your approach to vampire attacking Hearthstone and the resulting Reddit drama. What are your thoughts on that, and how did that get started?
We were just making a joke. We just thought it was funny. It's like, so it wasn't a vampire attack. It was just like, I think it was just like we took an old ad that was really funny, and we thought it would be really funny to like put it out there.
It was the Bible, do not recommend by Satan.
Exactly, yeah. And it was like, would not recommend playing Parallel from Hearthstone. I think like it was just a joke. We thought it was really playful. Clearly it triggered a lot of folks, but the good news in that was that it opened a conversation to say, what's the difference? What's the difference?
I think the conversation that resulted out of that, people defending, people asking questions, I think it resulted in some people who were probably very skeptical or negative about blockchain in general or Parallel specifically to try it out, right?
Yeah, I think for sure. I mean, obviously that's like one byproduct of it. And then there's some people who just like, there's always two groups of people when something is said that's controversial. The person who digs the trench and says, I will never leave, and then the person who says like, oh, maybe there's something interesting here. And I think we're kind of, seeing more and more over time of people who are like, maybe I should just take a look at it. But I think there's always going to be people who like want to like, barricade themselves and take a position of like, I will never play any of these games. And like, I think that's a really unhealthy mentality in general, because it's essentially a lack of curiosity. And I think, hopefully over time that joke is allowed to, kind of be understood and interpreted as a joke, rather than something that was like, you kicked the hornet's nest first.
Next question. I want to know about how you think about earning in game or play to earn in general. We just heard some comments from James before, who I respect greatly, and I know that the foundation generally takes care of everything related to the Prime token, but how do you think about play to earn?
I think it makes a lot of sense for a game that has a lot of skill. I think it's like, if a game requires a lot of skill and is competitive, it makes a ton of sense. And I think people are allowed to have different opinions about this. I understand the general stigma that someone coming from like a traditional Web 2 game, standpoint would have around it. But I think it's like, essentially what you're doing is creating an economic unit of value. And you're saying you did deploy your skill. It's not work, it's fun skill that it can be fun for the people who enjoy it. It's a unit, it's essentially a measure of your ability to execute a strategy effectively. And for
it's a unit of value.
It is, but it's specifically around the ability to be strategic and execute a strategy and win with that strategy in the case of Parallel. Because you don't get it if you don't win. And then it's also, it creates a relationship between particularly it makes a lot of sense for card games, because it creates a relationship between ownership of cards and the ability to, create value for yourself.
Yeah, it seems like the two biggest ingredients for earning in Parallel are skill and asset ownership, right?
Correct, yeah. But that way also, like, people who have no cards and come play the game for free, which you can today. You don't have to have a wallet, you don't need anything. Those people some of them end up buying a battle pass, and then they earn their first card, and then they play the game with that card, and they realize they earned something, and then they start to kind of go down that process. And even the card itself that they've earned from the battle pass is worth more than the battle pass often that they paid for. And so it's like, it opens up the mind a bit to have questions around, like, why are other games kind of not designed more like this? Like, and so like, I think the opportunity that presented to players is one of, economic alignment, community alignment, social alignment, having fun, and competitiveness. And I think like having a measure of value, not like meaning value in terms of like $1, but like measuring the skill and capabilities and requirements of a person, and saying like this is representative of that, is essentially what play to earn really is, or play and earn. However, or in our particular case, win and earn.
Yeah, that's right, win and earn.
Which is like pushing them into the competitive side.
Yeah, that's great. And I think Parallel has the cleanest implementation of like Web 2 to Web 3 I've seen. We've actually started talking about Parallel as a free-to-play game, which it is. And then you can actually play the game, and then you can earn NFT assets from playing the game for free. So that onboarding to get people curious about NFTs and earning without shoving them in their face seems to have been really well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, let's jump to the other things you're doing. There's a lot of stuff on the TCG side, and that's a big reason why we're all here. How did the seeds of Colony get started?
Yeah, so as we've been, a lot of this is all a happy accident, really. And it sounds like, I'll just explain the history of it. So as we were making cards, the artists were making cards, they were actually making them in 3D. And I happened to ask that question maybe 6 months into making cards. I was like, wait a minute, this looks 3D. This doesn't look like an artist kind of like shaded it in. And I asked our art director, can I see the original files? And he showed me like a 3D version of the character. And we started making 3D objects and stuff with it. And I was like, wait a minute, we could actually the fundamental building blocks of a game are, characters, weapons, other equipment, landscape, and like a lot of those pieces are already there. So we were accumulating all this stuff. And Colony, when we were thinking about the next game we would create, we explored a couple of things. We explored an ARPG. We explored some stuff we didn't show people, like, mobile shooters, or all just different types of stuff. And some stuff we shared just so people could see that we were exploring this stuff, what we were going to do with these 3D assets. And I think like pretty quickly as we were looking at these examples, the problem that I remember, kind of experiencing was like, wait a minute, there are incumbents that in the market today that own this category. Like when I say ARPG, you probably think Diablo. When I say like first-person shooter, you probably think Halo. So like, what is the category of game that doesn't exist today that we can create and own? And I think the answer was an intersection at the time of AI and crypto. And so we had, ChatGPT was emerging, and the question we were asking ourselves is like, what does it look like for these types of, agents or LLMs to interact with video games? And we were the first to really create an example of this, and it actually came from the Google Simulacra paper. I'm not sure if anyone's familiar with that. What happened was Adrian, our head of AI, sent this paper and said you should read this. And the Google Simulacra paper was an example of a bunch of agents, has nothing to do with blockchain, and they had they unexpectedly, which is referred to as emergent behavior, created a Valentine's Day party. And my response after reading the paper that Adrian sent to me was, "Can I play it?" And he's like, no, it's not like a game. It's just like a research paper. And I was like, well, can we make it so other people can play it? Because I was super curious and I wanted to know what that would be like. And so we took all those 3D assets, we took this idea and we said, hey, like if we make a game like this, one, will it be compelling? The answer we found out pretty quickly was like people were very attached to their avatars. And yes, it could be. And two, it would kind of, again, create its own category. And that way there's nothing to compare it to. And that makes it harder to design a game, but it also...
the risk is much higher for completely greenfield genre.
Well, you can totally, you can bomb it really bad if you don't get it right, but the opportunity and upside is you get to set the tone as to what an AI game is. And I think that opportunity was too great for us to ignore.
How would you describe the genre you're trying to create? It's like X meets Y or whatever.
Yeah, so I think it's a bit like Tamagotchi meets Sims, but with some, essentially it's a 1.5 player. So let me just explain for anyone who isn't familiar with what Colony is. I'm sure a bunch of you are, because I know a bunch of you are here for Parallel. Colony is a 1.5 player game where you're not the player. The player is actually the agent. Everything in the simulation is on chain. So if your agent goes to the mine and digs up something, there's going to be an RNG call to determine what you get out of it, and you're actually going to own that asset. And so your agent can talk to other agents. Your agent has its own wallet and possessions, and you can be the kind of angel and devil on its shoulder, suggesting it do things. And so, if I had to take an example of what would be, the closest things in the world that we understand today, would be, again, like a Tamagotchi where you're taking care of it a bit because you're kind of high command, supporting the person, boots on the ground.
You're like the god, or
Yeah.
in a way.
Yeah, I mean,
or the voice in their head, right?
The voice in their head, yeah. Actually, fun story. At one point when we tested Colony, one person started spamming the messages, and the guy dropped his tools and beelined it for the medical bay because when he went to the doctor to the medical bay, he said, "What's wrong?" And the agent said, "I'm hearing voices in my head and they won't stop." Yeah. So it's different than everything than we've experienced. So it doesn't really it doesn't do it justice to say it's Sims meets Tamagotchi meets something else. It's just a whole nother category of game.
Okay, so taking that, you have the card game. I can see the movement to here. Let's get a new genre, use the same assets, the same world, to creating a fully generalized AI LLM protocol in Wayfinder. How did you get there?
Yeah.
Does your team think you're crazy?
Yeah. So maybe before we go to Wayfinder, I think it's worth also saying we have a third-person shooter.
That's right.
That a third-party studio is building off of that as well. So we actually have Parallel TCG, the trading card game, which we're well known for today. In Q1, we're aiming to release Colony, which we're very excited about, an entirely new genre of game. And we also have a third-person shooter coming out. And that is built by a third-party studio. We really act as the support structure and kind of feedback structure for them. And we have Wayfinder. So when we built Colony, fundamentally, it started to itch in the back of my mind and a couple others. What happens if we take the dog off the leash? What happens if this isn't and maybe let me explain the architecture just so you can understand how this question comes up, is you've got an AI agent and you can interact with them via an LLM, conversational natural language. They have a wallet attached to them. And in the game, there's, let's call it for simplicity's sake, 10 different smart contracts that the agent can interact with. One of them's a resource contract, one of them's a shop, one of them's something else. And so when you look at that, you say, well, what happens if we don't limit it to those 10 contracts? What happens if we
Let it loose.
Let it loose. Like, what happens if we create a frame, but not even, and then when you ask, actually, when you say, okay, let's let it loose, you actually find a new problem. The new problem is the agent doesn't know what it hasn't been trained to interact with. And so you don't have the required graph to navigate smart contracts generally. And so what you want is actually to create an incentive structure for people to teach it to do things so that it can expand its graph of knowledge. And a good example of this is, let's say you go into Wayfinder, and this is exactly how it works today in the alpha test for anyone who's not in it. You can say, hey, I want to deposit USDC to Moonwell, and it'll say, I don't know how to do that. Someone else can, you can then go, okay, let me show you. And you'll say, you'll grab a link of, the website. You'll grab the example deposit of a deposit to Moonwell. You'll give it the context of what USDC is and say, here, simulate this and try to make a deposit. And it'll run it until it gets it. And it'll say, okay, now next time someone asks, I want to make a deposit of USDC to Moonwell, it'll do it. So every time someone contributes something to it, it now benefits everyone who interacts with the agent. And there's an economic incentive for doing that. But generally speaking, I think Parallel in all of its games, be it TCG, Colony, third-person shooter, and anything else we want to develop, which we clearly have the appetite to do more than we look like we're capable of, we'll always run on Prime. And out of respect for the community and wanting to make sure that everyone who supported us benefits from that, we worked with the foundation to make sure 40% of the total supply of Prompt, the collateral token used by Wayfinder, is available to that community. Is it perfectly executed? No, but I think now in retrospect, I sounded pretty crazy for about a year and a half.
And now AI agents are all the rage, right?
Exactly. And I was doing it in the interest of ensuring we future-proof because I saw this coming and I wanted to make sure, one, we had a game that was relevant in this space, and two, we had, and led the way aesthetically, technically, functionally. Because what happens, a great example from the game standpoint for Colony is everyone put up their hand if they know someone who's used ChatGPT. Okay, what happens when there's a game that is an AI game? There's a huge demand and appetite for a tool. Games are fun. What happens if you do that correctly, that the scale opportunity is enormous. And it's never been done. No one's ever seen it. So when someone creates it for the first time, I don't think it's going to be isolated to crypto people. I think it's going to be everyone wants to see what this thing is. So yeah, I don't know. I'll stop there.
Last question. So when we had our first conversation and I was asking about where you wanted to take the company, you said you wanted Parallel to be the next Riot. How would you answer that question now?
I think I just want if I have it my way, I want I want it to be here, in the next 100 years. Building a company that lasts 2 years for anyone who's tried to build a company is hard. I want to build a company that lasts 100 years, right? I want to build a company that, and when it's not about the company, the people will change, the technology will change. It's about the idea that this IP is a story of different humans from different factions, and it's starting to feel pretty relevant. Cloning, cybernetics, inexplainable, people who are very close to Earth. These are the different factions in Parallel. I think it's actually a story that is going to be relevant for the next 100 years. And I think if the answer to the question, it wouldn't be to be like anyone. I would just like to build something that I think had a positive impact on gaming and the world and technology in general.
And with that, we close our conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Shout out all the players.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Hilmar Veiga Pétursson, CEO of CCP, and I'm here on special request from Gabi to talk about social organizations at scale. So a little bit about EVE Online. EVE Online is a game that was released 21 years ago. It is literally the first database game. We never sold it as a database game then, and never will, just as our next game will not be sold as a blockchain game, even if it is. So it has about 1.2 million monthly active characters. 40 million characters have been created. It does about 1 million trades per day, 10,000 transactions per second. Almost, obviously, this many per year. 250 million spaceships have been built, and almost all of them destroyed. I come from Iceland. Iceland is a country that just recently had more people than sheep. So when I say almost 1.2 million characters, it's a lot. It's more than the sheep and the people in Iceland combined. We also are quite a big employer of the humans in Iceland, not so much the sheep. 1 in every 800 people that lives in Iceland works at CCP. I did the ratio for the Philippines. To get a similar ratio, we would have to employ 61,000 people here. Currently, we have none, but let's see. EVE Online, we've also made many other EVE games over the years. Over the 2 decades we've been doing this, about 60 million people have played VR games, mobile games, etc. We just released a new mobile game, Galaxy Conquest. You can try that out. This is me playing EVE Online for the first time. I am on paternity leave. This is 21 years ago. You can see the monitor here. We've come a long way since. Me and my daughter, we reenacted this picture in the pandemic. So it's often like when I say 21 years, how long is that? Well, it's enough for adults to come into existence. The clicker is not great. This also is EVE Online in the beginning. This is the first version of EVE Online. This is a pre-alpha version. As you see, we made it in 2T. This is in 2000, 3 years before it comes out. It was a big deal getting something working on top of a database. Now we see what EVE Online looks today. This is a picture of EVE Online during our Guinness World Record, where 8,000 spaceships were duking it out over a period of a week almost. So we have the Guinness World Record for the biggest PvP fight in games ever. I'm gonna see if the clicker is better here. We've also spent a lot of time upgrading the look of EVE. So this is what EVE Online looked when it came out. Here is what it looks today. We've also upgraded quite a bit in EVE. We've done many expansions. We were actually just releasing our 50th update to EVE Online. The EVE Online that we released 21 years ago and the EVE Online today are very recognizable. It's probably, if you look at Manila 20 years ago and Manila today, EVE is a bit like that. Again, the clicker not great. EVE Online is an open world sandbox where basically everything inside the game is built by the players that are playing it. And if I add up all the hours that people have spent playing EVE Online, and I look at how long it took to build the Pyramid of Giza, of course we don't know how it was built, but there are estimations. The time is enough to build 10 pyramids. And you could argue, okay, EVE Online or 10 pyramids, is that a good thing? Well, I'm kind of making the point that it is a good thing. So if we look at these are sort of the notable players of EVE Online, which we've gathered up, this picture, this collage. And this really is a world built by EVE players. So all the time that people have been not building pyramids of Giza, they've been playing in EVE Online and building space stations warfare, logistics, friendships, etc. EVE Online at some point gained the status where mainstream media covers wars in EVE Online as if they were actually happening. Routinely we see BBC talk about like billions stolen in online robbery. If you think there are scams in blockchain, you haven't seen anything. Welcome to EVE Online. Here is Wired covering $3,000 worth of virtual goods destroyed in a space battle. Even if EVE Online does not have built-in item trading, people kind of just talk about it as if it does. If you'd like to learn more about EVE Online, we have published 3 history books, Empires of EVE Volume 1 and 2. Number 3 is being written. If you want to take part in it, I would just start playing EVE Online right now. Highly recommend this YouTube documentary. It's 6 hours long, down the rabbit hole. It's good for a long plane ride. Again, with a clicker. It's not all been great. We've had our ups and downs with EVE Online. Sometimes we do great work, sometimes we do bad work. We have literal protests. Generally, we have tried to onboard all of the feedback, even if it's a lot. An example, this is a statue outside of the biggest trade hub in EVE Online. And here it is broken because people spent a day, 3,000 people were shooting at this statue for a whole day in protest. So kind of in a way to represent that, we broke the statue. And it's forever broken there in space. Building monument has become quite of a thing. We see here, this is a monument we built 10 years ago in Reykjavik. So on the plates here is the name of every EVE player that played in the first decade of EVE Online. EVE Online turned 20 last year, so we added another level. So now it's 2 levels, first decade and second decade. And you see people here finding their name on the monument. Then 30 years we'll add another level, and another level, and at some point we will have the pyramid we didn't build. EVE Online is notoriously hard. It's not an easy game. It's very hard to play. Here is the learning curve by an artistic impression. You need several degrees in economies and social theories and whatnot to play it, and it's very hard, and we're not shying away. So this, in a way, is more a feature than a bug. We found out in time, because when the game is very hard, you need help of others to play it. And the help of others kind of represents in a pretty phenomenal community of people that have played EVE Online. Some of which have played EVE Online for 20 years, hold us to a very high standard. We do a lot to engage with the community. Here's a picture from our 20-year anniversary FanFest. 3,000 people came to Iceland. The country grew by 1% while FanFest is in session. For a brief number of time, there are more people than sheep in Iceland. Thanks to players. This is what governance looks like in EVE Online. This is the Council of Stellar Management. Every person there except me is democratically elected. They come to debate with us about the future of EVE Online. And as you see, there is Omerka Gold passionately arguing about or explaining something to me, and I'm squirming there in my chair, trying to figure out how to fix all the things that are broken. EVE Online has been both broken and dying for 20 years. Here's another sort of more happy look of the Council of Stellar Management. This is a different session. Behind them is the sword wall at CCP. If you work for CCP at 10 years, you get a sword on the wall. And as you see, it is just half of them. There are now quite the number of swords in Reykjavik. There's an interesting aspect of EVE Online, which we call the EVE effect, is that EVE Online, by talking to our EVE players, we figured out that EVE gives you both friends and skills. If you survey EVE players, 73% say they have made a lifelong friend from playing EVE Online. And as we know more and more, that is a beautiful thing. Here are some quotes. I've been able to use EVE to meet other veterans, really have someone to talk to. I'm holding off my wedding until I can fly my corp mate and his family over. I've been able to find myself out of Darkhold because there were people there to help me. many beautiful quotes from EVE players throughout the years about this aspect of the game. It's even to the point where this is kind of a meme in the community. So it's a spaceship game. You would think the best ship is a Titan, it's the biggest ship and all that. No, the best ship in EVE Online is friendship. That really is what makes different. If you have friends in the game, you really are more likely to succeed. This, of course, is a big topic. Loneliness is the biggest health crisis in the world. People are having less friends today than 20 years ago. But if I, again, look at EVE players, the average EVE player has more friends than the average person on planet Earth. It's even to the point we found the formula on how you make a friend. It's a psychological framework we use when you think about the game. Friendship is made by proximity, frequency, duration, and intensity, like how intense the experience is. I'm sure all of you guys that have been in crypto for a long time, you appreciate the friends are made in the bear market, not the bull market. It is the intensity of going through things that makes a friend, and EVE Online has a lot of that. And you would think, I mean, EVE Online is a PvP sandbox game. You would think people that like to compete, I like to do combat, I like to explore, would be the most satisfied people in EVE. It actually is the people that self-report they like to help others. So this, again, is a lot about the hardness of the game and the punishing nature of the game. When the game is so punishing and so hard, there's just a lot of opportunity to help. And if I survey the people who's the happiest, the people that self-identify as helpers enjoy the most out of EVE Online. So by making a game that is super hard, you have made an environment where people need help. Not what we planned, but interesting kind of emergent effect from EVE. Often the friendships turn into other types of relationship. Friendship is often the first step. Here I am marrying players at the EVE FanFest 10 years ago. Now the Space Pope does the marrying. We literally have a Space Pope. So the other side of the equation is that by playing a game that is so hard and requires so much social organization, people learn a lot of skills. EVE has given me a well-paid project management job, assisted me in my career as a real-life elected politician. So EVE is a lot about politics and memes and psychological warfare. Not surprising that people take that over to real politics in real life. EVE landed a job, my current job, as a business controller. One day I looked at all the IT infrastructure in EVE. This is cool. I wish I knew how to. Now I'm a junior web developer. EVE finds a way. EVE has taught me patience, also have taught me patience, made me catch on the concept of stats. There are many anecdotes where, as they say, 56% of EVE players have used EVE skills in their real life. A lot of it is about Excel. If we look like what specifically have we learned, there's a lot of planning that needs to happen in EVE and coordination. It's like all companies in the world run on Microsoft Excel, and so does EVE Online. Macroeconomics, leadership, teamwork, marketing, and programming. And it's interesting, you would think programming would be higher, but that is more people identify. You would think a game like this would be higher on programming than leadership, but again, social organization at scale. So we're now in the third decade of EVE Online. We're a year into the third decade. We just released a new expansion for EVE. Go play that. It's free to play. And we're doing a big event of a new game we're making next week on the 28th of November. There is a test of a first-person shooter we're developing that connects into EVE Online, and these two games will share an economy. Very exciting thing. I talked about Galaxy Conquest. You can go to the App Store and download that. It's another EVE game we just released. But if I can click. just skip this. So again, talking about social organization at scale. So here are some of the biggest alliances in EVE Online. So the guilds, as in YGG, type guilds, are called alliances in EVE. Pandemic Horde, Goonswarm, Fraternity are the three biggest ones. So if I add up the core members for that, I get a bigger number than the UK military. So the three biggest alliances in EVE Online, the war game EVE Online, are bigger than the UK military. So you can just imagine how you coordinate something like the UK military and three alliances in EVE Online. That is the scale of the social organization. It is the size of armies. And a lot of people which we play, why have we played EVE Online for 20 years? It's usually this, when a group depended on me for an important task. So, and now I think we're playing a video. Okay, what we are watching here is an event in EVE Online that happens about a month ago. So one of the major alliances that we saw before is now moving regions between EVE Online. And you're watching a time lapse of something that took many days. So they're moving their fleet of spaceships across the galaxy. So there are like tens of thousands of people which have organized themselves to both execute the move of all the assets and protect the route so nobody goes and destroys everything while it's going on. So you're seeing this better because watching it in actual time would take forever. So you can just imagine the value, the estimated value of the assets that were moved were $68 million. So you can imagine coordinating tens of thousands of people to move $68 million in an open PvP sandbox game. This requires quite the logistics and another Guinness World Record, I'm sure we're talking to them. A lot of EVE Online actually happens outside of what we have created. EVE Online has an API to the database, and it's now to the point that half the transactions that happen in EVE Online are developed outside of CCP. So it's third-party developers which are building extensions through an API. So now we are sort of in the project, which is called eFrontier, which we'll talk about more now, which is about like sort of reinventing the game. If we were to like make EVE today and on a blockchain, what would it be like? And it's very much inspired by this third-party ecosystem that has happened on the database. And this quote speaks a lot to me. If you wish to make an apple pie from scratch, an apple pie being EVE Online and now eFrontier, you must first invent the universe. And I'm now at a point in time in my life where I'm starting to quote myself. This is literally myself in like January 2003. You can find this on YouTube. This is a sleep-deprived Hilmar, a CTO trying to fix all the bugs. Other games focus on having people go up against monster, maybe in small groups. EVE is focused on building society and supplying the tools and the rules to operate it. So inventing a universe from scratch and providing the tools to build a society. So we have actually thought about this a lot. So, so this element of ownership is obviously a big proposition of blockchains in general. This idea if nobody owns the blockchain and can control it, you can really own things. And owning things is actually a pretty big invention. That is owning things without possessing it. Like this clicker that doesn't work very well could be my clicker. It would take a lot of time and effort, because it doesn't have any serial number, for YGG to prove this possession of mine is not what I own. It's nigh impossible. And this possession is 9/10 of the law is basically that. If somebody is currently holding something, they are 90% likely to own it. It takes an extraordinary effort to prove ownership without possession. This actually was invented by Hammurabi in Babylon 4,000 years ago. So basically Hammurabi says, I have clay tablets in the basement that list out who owns everything in my city. I have a military to protect the city. And then I have the Code of Hammurabi, which are 282 rules about like what it means to violate property rights. This was invented 4,000 years ago. Ownership without possession. Little has changed. Now the king is no longer Hammurabi, it's Gabe Newell, a good friend of mine. The clay tablets are the Steam database, and the EULA is the code of Gabe Newell, which basically says your Steam library is only yours if I'm in a good mood. It kind of basically says that. And still, people like violate the code of Gabe Newell and trade skins irregardless. We at CCP run a similar phenomenon, if I can have it here. So whether it's Hammurabi, Gabe Newell, or myself, well, I have a bigger sword, just want to point that out. But we have the same here. Even if we claim all of these spaceships that are moving around the world are your spaceships, they are not really. They are subject to our end user license agreement, which gives me the right to revoke everything. And it's basically like that because it has to be like that. It's a legal requirement that we write our end user license agreement like this. Otherwise, we're regulated as a bank or a financial institution. But in this element of inventing something from scratch, and irregardless, people talk about Steam Online as if it is real. We talk about like spaceship being lost and whatnot. So games are, like our database is actually not clay tablets. Again, the database, the King of England protects it, so it's not really Hammurabi, but you get the point. So we had this idea, okay, is there a way to make the database different? And then you can ask, you can't really own the precious, but you can have a name on the ledger that represents your ownership. And is that really important? You can just do right-click save on the precious, and voila, the precious is mine. But it is pretty interesting because now for the first time since Hammurabi, we actually have a concept of ownership which is not held up by violence. I have police and army to protect the tablets and uphold the code. And it's without the caveats. There isn't an end-user license agreement where your own ownership is subject to terms and conditions. This actually is the first time since the history of ownership without possession that we do have it. And it does actually build for this interesting phenomenon where you could build a game that, like Game Online, is not only built by players, it really is owned by players, it's secured and governed by players, again, to the CSM, etc. We could actually take the experiment of EVE Online and do it for real, where all of it is real. I don't have a sword, I don't have a EULA, I literally have no more power than anyone else in the game. And that is something that appeals to us. So we have now come up with this phenomenon we call eFrontier, where again, we're building tools to build societies, as per the quote I was giving in the beginning, where we will provide bits and pieces of tool that people can build with. And we've chosen to do it on a blockchain because smart contracts actually allow you to modify the MMO on the server. We all know that MMOs used to be modded on the client, wasn't played World of Warcraft with a ton of mods, but now you can literally modify the server. And blockchains have shown you can do that in an adversarial PvP sandbox because that is what blockchains are today. And we have been testing this now for 3 years, actually. Here are examples from our hackathon, where people are building several applications. Here's somebody that did AI mission agents. Here's somebody that made skin that needs moisturizing, and here's somebody that did the fuel station. And Breather DAO did actually quite an amazing tournament system into the alpha build of the game. Pretty epic, and they won. And here are kind of screenshots from the alpha experience. So all of these things eventually will be built by everyone that is playing the game. You can build these massive structures, you can program them, dictate the rules, and they are yours. We're taking all of this open source, so we're very much focused on this idea that this experience should outlive us all. So going open source is a great way to do that, because if the code is locked away in a database, it also can't live on its own. So it's all going to be open, it's going to be open source, and it's truly going to be a world that we will all build together. It's even to the point, and people have done this, you can even make your own currency inside the game. Several alliances, to give you maybe a bit of context, like alliance warfare in EVE Online is often financed by issuing war bonds, where you issue a war bond, you sell it, and then you go to war, and if you win, you can pay it back. It's kind of what nations do, and it's currently done with an Excel sheet. But now people can do that through various sort of DeFi mechanisms. So if you're tired of like liquidity pool playing, you can finance warfare in eFrontier. I can promise you it's more exciting. It's almost exciting as this kicker. So we've built everything into the experience. You're watching eVault, which is kind of built into. You can still take your seed phrase and put it to MetaMask, but also we made sure everything is inside. You don't really have to do anything. This is just like playing a game. All the blockchain stuff is just blended into the sci-fi. In the sci-fi of EVE Online, you're on EVENet with eVault doing stuff with assets, which EVE Online already is kind of like that. Here are some like screenshots of the UI. This is a prototype of the star map in eFrontier. Actually, nobody has seen this. We're very much focused on sort of moment-to-moment gameplay. We are building on the engine of EVE Online, but we've spent many years now upgrading the engine in a rare opportunity because we can't really upgrade the engine in EVE. While it's running, it's quite hard, but now we've taken a lot of time to make it even better. Generally, the premise is you're building a broken world. This is another place in the universe of EVE where everything is broken, and we're coming back in to build it. Here we have another video. I'm going to skip that. Where are we? Here are some quotes from the playtest. You call it a civilization engine, a techno-barbarian hellscape, Mad Max for software engineering. So if these things appeal to you, then join our upcoming Founder Access test. And now I think we're playing a video. And we need the audio. Okay. join us in making this. We're starting the persistent test as of December 5th. Thank you.
Hi guys, and first off, Hilmar, it's a huge pleasure to actually have you here with us. I know it's like a long flight for you going back home, so like it's really a pleasure for us to
happy
have
to
you
be here.
Yeah, cool.
You are a lot the reason why I'm here.
Well, you're a huge fan. It's actually a big part of the rebrand. If you look at the back of the shirt,
Yes,
it's like
yeah.
let's talk about Rhona's
yeah.
World. So
yeah, I need to learn the new name.
Sovereign. It's easier to pronounce versus
Sovereign.
like pretty.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay.
So we don't have much time. I'll get right to it. Like we first heard about like Eve, from before, but recently looked into it like really deeply. We've had conversations around, how games really need economies, but with Eve, like the game is the economy, right? How do you respond to that? And I guess like how has that shaped like alliances, organizations, and do you think that can be applied to emerging markets like the Philippines?
So there's an aspect of what I've noticed in a lot of teams that come to me with like Web3 pitches is that people are creating an economy. And that's actually not how we did it with EVE Online. We created a world, and the world was full of problems. And the economy is the answer to the problems of the world. So first you, in a way, create nature, and then the players come and they create the economy. And the economy is solving problems in nature. A lot of this in EVE is that the minerals are all over the place. You need to mine them and gather them to make a spaceship. Then you need to occupy territory so your enemies are not taking them. So how we made the economy was that first we created the world, and then we sort of made the world full of asymmetries, if we use complicated terminology. And then people came in to solve those asymmetries and solve the topology of the world. So we're now doing that even more so with EVE. So when you do create the world like that, and if there's any lesson for EVE Online, the problem statement was not big enough. Like the current player base of EVE Online after 20 years almost has solved the problem statement of the world. So now we're going for a much bigger world with a much bigger problem and a much bigger set of tools to fix it. So we will need a lot more people and a lot more people to organize, create social structures, create smart assemblies and new features, etc. And what I think you guys shown us the most is that those people can come from all over the world, like way more than that we were imagining we were making EVE Online. We're largely just in Iceland making EVE Online, and the country has more sheep than people. We had very sort of naive view of the world. But when you guys came in and won our hackathon, coming from the Philippines, and I mean, we don't have a lot of EVE players in the Philippines, but we have the best coders so far in eFrontier from the Philippines. Then, yeah, rock on. And there's some here. What the hell is going on here? Gabby has been telling me this all along, but now, like, it's for real. So that has opened up our mind in a big way, and I think when you see a country like the Philippines that have so many smart people, and maybe they don't have agency to find things to do for economic benefit, or any benefit really, thus building a virtual world that everyone has the same access to. It is full of huge problems. People that do solve the problem, they will be able to build a business in that world. That is one of the parts we've been using this sort of building it on top of a blockchain, having a token and all these things, is the current third-party developers of EVE Online can't really build a business model. And some of what they have built really is core to the experience, but they have to use like Google Ads to pay for their AWS bill, etc. So when you guys came in and created the tournament system, and okay, amazing, now you could just be the esports organization for eFrontier, Just like we have to do on EVE Online, we run the Alliance tournament, which we've been running for 20 years. But now maybe Sovereign just takes care of sports in eFrontier. And I think that is amazing, and you guys have extremely shown the power of that model.
That's really amazing, and that's what we wanted to actually do in the first place, right? I would say like the general Philippine population is always on the hunt for other opportunities, right? Precisely why 11% of the Filipinos are actually overseas Filipino workers, and they actually look for or go to abroad for opportunities, right? And recently, you know, Emphasis, YGG, and team coined the term like Metaverse Filipino worker, where now instead of like going physically to other places, you can find these opportunities within the digital space. Now, a lot of games or even like metaverse experiences do not really champion this. Do you imagine that eventually you guys will pave a path towards more and more like games or worlds venturing into this kind of setup? Or what is your vision as a whole for the industry?
So if we go back to like my home country, Iceland. Iceland is an island in the middle of the Atlantic. It's very expensive to go to and from Iceland. And export things into and out of Iceland is very expensive. When the internet came, it was like a huge liberation for Iceland, because now Iceland can make things that don't have to go on a plane or a ship, which is very expensive. And that created a big internet boom in Iceland. We are a product of that. EVE Online literally would never be made if it weren't for the internet, and it never would have been made in Iceland if it weren't for the internet. So what you are describing here is a bit of a similar situation. A person in the Philippines has a certain amount of agency in the Philippines, but if you add the internet on top of it, the agency, what you can do, is now on a global scale. And then you have to find, okay, what can you really do? And as you were saying, a lot of people, 11% of the population are working kind of remote for probably mostly Western company. But now we're building an experience where you can be working in space from the Philippines, building amazing things in space for the whole planet. And not only that, but you can also build a business model around it. So this was kind of a fantasy until you guys came and just made it real. And it's not like we have no idea you guys existed. You just came and you showed and you won the hackathon against like pretty legit teams. Yeah. So voila, you just like, okay, thesis proven, now let's get busy building.
Right. No, I think the idea of a permissionless composable world within Autonomous World is something that we're really amazed at, right? Like, personally, like, how do you imagine the future evolving, especially around like autonomous worlds?
So I mean, we're obviously, like with many of these things, super early. Like you need to go into science fiction to kind of get a model, and you also need to like see elements where we have seen these kind of things happening in EVE Online. So even if you can't start a business for profit inside EVE Online, it doesn't stop people to try. So we see there is a big demand, whether people are upfront about it, for trading items in MMO, for building businesses around MMOs. But legal framework and technical framework and even the imagination is very early about thinking about it. But if there's one thing blockchains and crypto have shown, they have created like legal chapters in each country, or most countries, where they explain how digital assets and the real world can interoperate. This is actually the most useful thing about this whole thing, is that the legal definition of digital asset and the real world have been more well defined than if you look at game and game assets. Of course, we exist somewhere in between, but that creates a powerful concept where you can be, in a way, not only a citizen of the Philippines, you can be a citizen in EVE Online or eFrontier. So you can exist on planet Earth and in space at the same time. And that just gives you more agency as a person. Now you have a lot more opportunity. And that's why we're making sure we make the game hard enough. We might be making it too hard. So that there is demand for people that, I mean, they can either do kind of simple work, you also need to mine, or they can do like run and create a tournament system like you guys did. So like we want to create this full spectrum where you can find opportunities to solve the problems of the universe that present so many opportunities up and down the chain. So you maybe start just by playing EVE Online in space, doing a bit of mining and all that. Before you know it, you're leading hundreds of thousands of people into war for world domination. And some of them might be like highly trained spaceship athletes from the tournament system of Sovereign.
You know, one of the more interesting things that I actually saw with the presentation is that a huge majority is actually here to help, right? Like within the EVE Online community.
Yeah.
And that is a huge parallel to what exists within the crypto community right now, where everyone is actually very open to help, which is in contrast to like more traditional Web2 businesses. They're always like, oh, it's proprietary. We're not here to actually help. And I can't help but like think that, you know, maybe the blockchain technology, specifically within gaming, is actually made for like, you know, games like EVE Frontier or like EVE Online. But yeah, like.
So, I mean, economies are about matching solutions and problems together. Like, this is how we invented the economy. Like, okay, we can't learn all how to make arrows and how to make wheat and how to bake bread. We can't be masters of all trade. So we have to specialize. And once we have specialized, now we need to match specialization to the problem. Then we have a team of specialists which now need to be matched to a problem. This is why the economy exists. It's about like problems and solutions. So again, when we create EVE Frontier, we want to make sure the problem is big enough. So you need all the specialities you can imagine. But the big enough is also, it needs to be hard enough and punishing enough. And that's another lesson from EVE Online, and you're kind of echoing it with the crypto community, is that collective suffering is a big part of community building. And I think I've seen that again and again here on States. There is an aspect of collective suffering built communities. So we are building the world such that you will suffer from playing. It's a punishing game, it's super hard. The other people there are super skilled, so it's punishing. And in that environment, again, there's just a lot of people that need help.
Well, our time's up, but like last question for me. I know we had a conversation about like EVE Online having its own like GDP and all of that. Do you imagine like the digital world, I guess like having bigger economies than maybe even the US?
So it's interesting. So Iceland has GDP per capita of $78,000. It is $2,000 less per capita than the US. We're about to beat the US. Iceland, 80 years ago, had the smallest GDP per capita in the world. I looked it up. Philippines is about $3,000 per capita as GDP. So the Philippines has $3,000 per capita. Iceland has $78,000 per capita. That created almost overnight. Iceland is on a big tear right now, and the Philippines is like untapped potential. So I think what will happen more and more as people have more agency to build in virtual worlds, etc., a lot of the GDP of countries will actually come from people contributing to autonomous virtual worlds. So as you sit in the Philippines and work in space for EVE Frontier, you are in a way creating GDP of your country. So the better you do in EVE Frontier, you're raising the average GDP per capita in the Philippines. That is what I think will happen.
That's awesome. Well, thank you again, Hilmar, and it's been a great pleasure.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. What an amazing day. And I really just want to thank everyone for being here with us today. And it means a lot having everyone from all over the world from Iceland come to the Philippines from all over. And we have guests, we have friends, we have our partners, our peers coming from all over the world, flying into Manila. And it warms my heart knowing that you flew from all over just to visit Manila, perhaps curious why this small nation lies at the heart of Web3 and what adoption truly looks like through gaming and play. And play remains to be at the center of YGG. We have come together to play, and that still remains to be the reason why, despite the tides that beset our industry, the highs and lows, as some of us have touched earlier today, our community remains strong and steadfast. I still find it very interesting and incredible how something not so serious like playing games is moving the needle for this technological and cultural shift. And we heard stories about this today. And the stories are powerful. Ultimately, we come together to listen to each other's stories, and it's the storytelling, it's the stories we tell each other, the conversations that make this collective gathering really, truly meaningful. So we listened to our speakers talk about why they remain to be optimistic and continue to build in this space. We heard founders talk about their journey, the good and the bad, but they remain to be eager and enthusiastic about what is possible, the potential, and why we're here in the first place. Our creators talked about how they are grateful for the highs and lows as much as they enjoy the highs together with their communities. And they shared how some friends and fans have left, but ultimately they got to know who their anchor is and who their core community truly is. We felt the energy of our peers as they spoke about their outlook and how they are thinking through some of the biggest challenges that face our industry. We also heard how AI, woven with Web3, creates fascinating outcomes towards the future of work. I personally was really moved as Jesse spoke about bringing the world on chain. Everyone taking part in this economy, wherever, whoever we are, and that as a nation, as Filipinos, we can build for Filipinos and also, more importantly, build for the world. And Hilmar just spoke about having collective experiences and that these are truly the most meaningful experiences, just like all of us coming together as one community, as one family here in Manila. So over the next few days, you will have a sense of where we are at as an industry as you interact with our community that's just truly raring to play the games. We saw that at the tournament over the past couple of days, and we were excited to have the audience, the creators, the gamers come try out the games and give feedback directly to our founders and developers. You will meet a lot of creators. We're quite excited that this is the first time that we took a serious stab on having a creator program. So you will meet a lot of creators from all over the world and see from their eyes what drives them as they participate fully and wholeheartedly in Web3 gaming. So I encourage you to have loads of conversations. The industry is an open one with good and kind people and fun folks. So we just heard a lot from them and continue to have those conversations throughout this week. Then by the end of the week, we celebrate the games that have shone brightly over the past few months at the first ever IRL Games Awards. So much is in store this week. So follow your curiosity, follow the fun. Again, thank you for being here for the YGG Play Summit.
Thank you, Ben.
The future of gaming is here.
Step beyond tradition with a drop of magic. Clash in epic battles where magic reshapes strategy. Unleash spells to transform the game. Attack! Defend! Trick! Master them all! Ready to duel in the realm of magic?
Break a sweat, I can make you break your neck. I can make you break a sweat. I can make you break a sweat. Break a sweat. Break a sweat.
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time to watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. You on my mind a lot. You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time to watch. Yeah, this babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen. Make it seem like the bartender. Got my heart no barging in. From the bed to the floor to the couch.